I was writing to The Guardian about LGBT representation in the Harry Potter books.
Which is shocking, by the way.
All right, Lily. We've all read your blog.
A lo que yo vine fue a esto.
What other reason other than to be a fucking... Oh, I almost said it.
Don't you get it? Everybody dies here. It's just a rule. Death, taxes, more death. And I don't pay taxes, so all I know is death.
Boss, I swear there's nobody here. We swept the entire compound with 50 guys, the lasers are activated, and we've got a dozen dogs on patrol.
Jesus, stay back!
Don't worry, Oscar. You've come to the right place. All of the young people in this room are ruining their lives by being overly virtuous.
That's actually a microaggression to say young people because it carries subconscious bias towards the elderly.
Actually, what you're doing is denying agency to the elderly, which is arguably much worse.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You see, it's a slippery slope. 1 minute you're carrying a reusable water bottle, fine, and the next minute you're arguing that water is racist.
A lot more room for advancement down here.
Hell no, bro!
Hell no, bro. Oh, hang on a second.
Beautiful night out in Gotham. You could get away with virtually anything right now because no one's around. It's fucking fantastic.
Fool. No man can kill me.
Hey, good evening, chat. Thank you, everybody who is joining us live, including all of the restreamers. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your interest. I just wanted to introduce, I guess, what we're doing here tonight, and then I'll bring in our two guests. We're going to do another debate. This is going to be a little bit different. This one's a little more free-flowing than what I'm used to doing. That's not a bad thing, but the topic is kind of broadly open. It has the Rippaverse enhance the indie community. So there's a lot of different directions that people can go with that. Our guests tonight are B.A. Turner, this is a second appearance and a first time appearance from Helhound. I'm very grateful for both of these gentlemen being able to make it. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and add them to the stream here.
Shit.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening. Sorry, I am not prepared. That's a long day.
If you didn't see my last stream, I was, I think, 15 minutes late, and my internet was dead, and I had to stream from my cell phone, and that was if you aren't reaching that level of bedrock, I think you're going to be okay. So I guess we'll just go in alphabetical order. We'll do a quick introduction. B.A. Turner, go ahead and introduce yourself to the chat, if you would, sir.
Yeah, I'm B.A. Turner. I'm a Indianapolis and comic creator. Pretty well known as being part of CG, and I guess well known Rippaverse detractor as well.
All right, and Helhound, how about you, sir?
Hey man, I'm just a guy who I knew Eric July for years now. After I got out of the military and was listening to libertarian shows and all, and then all this drama went down. I was already I was into the F&T crowd and all that stuff, and was a little involved in comics, but far more now. And I don't know, I started seeing all this drama coming from everywhere and figured I would stick my toes in, I guess.
Sure. If you don't mind my asking, since this is me kind of getting to know you as well. Obviously, the first time that we've spoken on a stream, we talked a little bit on Twitter. Totally cool on Twitter. Nice to talk to you. Are you more of a fan of July politically, and then you kind of navigated into comics? Is that kind of the direction it took?
Yeah. Well, I just built how I saw him off of his political takes back years ago, and then it kind of led me into the pop culture of Gary, Nerdrotic, FNT, all that stuff, along with just listening to all these dips that kind of they all tracked along the same thing. Everybody's tired of mainstream crap, and putting out or just branching out from there. It's just kind of like a waterfall of everything. But yeah, I just don't agree with a lot of the hatred that I hear coming from him, as from knowing what the kind of person he's been since as far as I can remember.
All right. I don't have anything for you in the description yet. I kind of just put a placeholder there, but I'm going to go and add it later. Is there anything that you want to shout out before we jump into the debate? Like, are you new to streaming, or what all are you doing?
Yeah, I'm new to streaming. I've been trying to get set up. My channel's brand new, so if anybody subscribes to, it should have been there at the bottom. But if anybody subscribes, I don't have anything there. Every Friday that I can, I get on a show with a man named Iron Oxide. He's got a show called Rogues Gallery. I've been hopping on there pretty much every week. Besides that,
Iron Oxide's in the chat. Thank you for joining us, Iron Oxide. Okay, so I don't have too many rules that I really want to go over. The number one rule of all other rules is no gamer words, please. I don't want to catch any sort of suspensions or trouble with that. So just keep the language where you'd be comfortable saying it in church, and we'll be fine. You can get a little off the chain, but don't go too far off the chain. Beyond that, I'm going to let you guys mostly talk, because this is very informal. It's less of a debate and more of a conversation. So if you guys want to, go back and forth, you can interrupt a little bit, but as long as you guys aren't like shouting over each other, I probably won't step in a whole lot. If you guys do keep talking at the same time, then I might ask you to kind of back it down, and we'll go one by one. And other than that, I really only tend to ask like clarifying questions. So if you say something and I feel like maybe for the audience we could expand on it so it'll be a little more clear, that's really about the only thing that I really want to do. So other than that, you guys have the floor. And is there a particular way that you want to open it up, or do you guys have like a statement, or how would you like to start off?
No preference.
I guess just hopping right into it. Why?
Well, let me ask this to start us off. Who initiated this, and how did we get here?
Well, technically, I did.
I take jabs every now and then on Twitter, so
okay.
I'll just be sitting around. I have a drink after I got off work and see what I perceive as stupid comments or whatever, and I'm just troll a little bit. And
sure.
And so he called me out and asked me if I wanted to. I was like, yeah, you know what? It'd be fun.
Yeah. All right. So BA, what made you want to have a conversation with Helhound here?
Probably similar to Tim. Yeah, just comment section was kind of getting spammed a bit here and there with some kind of trollish comments, and after that happens a couple of times, I typically challenge someone to a debate, because it gets kind of boring going back and forth on Twitter, and you can't really give a great explanation on a lot of things, and 9 out of 10 folks will ignore a request or trollishly deny, but he accepted, so here we are.
All right. So I guess let's look into the question here. So has the Rippaverse enhanced the indie community? I guess Helhound, could you define, like, for you, what would you call enhanced? Like for this question, because I talked to both of you guys about it, and we all kind of said, okay, this seems like a good topic. So in that question, enhanced, what does that mean to you, and why do you think that it has? Because I assume you're taking the affirmative position.
Yeah, I know. Well, I assume from his angle, it's going to be that he doesn't promote indies as much as he should. But for me, what I see coming from Eric jumping into comics is a lot of new faces being introduced. I know you love Twitter, and so a lot of new faces are getting onto social media and seeing, or that didn't have anything to do with comics before, but they're fans of FNT or fans of Geeks and Gamers and Eric July's on Tuesday night's main event, and then they want to support the guy that they like, right? And so they go and get his comic. It might not be the best comic they've ever read, but now they're kind of introduced to this comic scene. And so when they start seeing tweets or whatever from people who have really good artwork out there, that like the Joe Balls of the world, you know, like a lot of these guys that that they'll be pushed towards just by getting introduced to comics through Eric July that would have never been in comics before because of the massive followings from those guys.
And what's your contention with that, BA?
I mean, initially, yeah. I mean, one of my complaints is his lack of interest in promoting others. Kind of goes against the essence of the indie community. I mean, I wouldn't say it necessarily brought in a lot of new comic book readers, because I don't think I'd have to say probably 95%.
What is a new comic book reader? I mean, everyone's a new comic book reader if they've never read a comic before and then they read a comic book. That's
I guess to specify, I'd say about 95% of those new indie comic book readers, because most comic book readers are mainstream comic book readers naturally. But I would say probably 95% of the Rippaverse fans do not support or back other indie creators. So it's kind of an echo chamber.
I haven't seen
support.
I haven't seen those statistics anywhere. I've seen.
I'm sure they don't exist. Yeah, I'm sure they don't exist. It's more of a gut feeling just based off of the rhetoric that I see online from the Rippaverse fans. But I would say it's not really branching off into supporting other indie creators. And your comment about Joe Ball, it should be bringing a lot more customers his way. If so, they'd be backing my campaign because he's one of my artists. But Rippaverse fans are not backing a lot of the great art out there, and I know that firsthand, especially based on that comment. But yeah, I don't really think that it's really creating new real comic book fans. I think really it's just what he could have sold toilet paper and people would have supported it. He could have sold conservative chocolate, conservative. We could have sold conservative chocolates, conservative razors. We've seen all the examples now. There's conservative freedom water. People back names.
There's a bunch of
There's nothing
real beer or whatever, the right wing beer, whatever the hell it was. But yeah, all that dumb shit.
But it doesn't really mean that it's creating new fans for comics. It's not really growing comics. It's more of they just wanted to support their favorite libertarian. I think that's what led you to his books, right? Was the libertarianism, his political commentary, which is fine, but it's not enhancing the indie community, in my opinion, because it's more just targeting him as a person and not really indie comics versus
what about
like fans of CG and such.
Yeah. I mean, but like, would we have said this before the falling out with EBS? I mean,
yeah. I was actually a detractor, and I used that name ironically before EBS spoke out. Many of us were. I think his speaking out just made a lot of folks more comfortable to voice their opinion.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, in my opinion, I mean, so you say he doesn't promote indies, but is it the indies that he has on that, or when you say promotion, I know like you're terminally online, I guess, like, because you mentioned Twitter likes and retweets as some sort of currency, when we've learned a lot from the mainstream of, like, in your videos you mentioned that a lot, that's supporting indies by liking and retweeting their stuff, when that's how the mainstream got to where they are, was looking at these likes and retweets, and then all of a sudden they've lost all their money, but everybody put a thumbs up on it. How are they not buying it? Money is different from likes and retweets.
So I don't really think likes have a huge impact, but reads are huge in the indie community. And I know that personally from being a creator, especially when it's somebody like EVS or Eric, given the fact that they have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of followers, that retweet obviously reaches a huge audience. And if they're true comic fans, then it brings potential readers and backers for sure. Because reach is everything in indie comics. I mean, it isn't in anything, right? If you have marketing power, you reach potential customers, you make profit, etc.
Yeah. But are you not responsible for building your own reach? Why is someone else responsible for building your reach for you?
Well, I'm not saying he's responsible, but it's kind of traditional in indie comics to retweet others, to have people on your shows, to do just general promotion because we don't have publishers.
He does retweet. I mean, your main gripe was him not having people on the show. I mean, he does plenty of retweets of indie creators.
It's just the ones that he's hired or he's trying to court to hire.
So
very few
EVS does.
are in his employment. No, EVS, he retweets and brings people on the show all the time that don't work for him. He only has like
but they
one
have to
official
agree
employee.
with him. Yeah, but they have to agree with him in the space. He doesn't promote people.
I don't agree with everything.
Nobody would know
everything.
who you were if it wasn't for you getting on EVS's show after you after whatever happened with that campaign where Eric sent you a certain amount of money and you said you didn't need his money, and EVS had you on because he was just so happy to have this guy that told Eric.
So I actually got on his channel before that happened. I've been in contact with him for at least a year. I've been in the, I guess, CG backroom, things like that, for quite some time. So I've been connected with a lot of the CG kings and others in the space. So that really didn't have any impact on it. It was just kind of a coincidence that my one tweet ended up initiating that dog pile, which then led to Immortal Rising being an awesome guy and stepping in, even though I didn't need to, and getting disrespected on, just like Avery got disrespected in ISM1. That's what happened to Immortal Rising, and Immortal Rising actually did the right thing though and stood his ground and did what was right. But you make a pretty decent point in the fact that he brought me on his channel gave me reach, got me backers, and that's exactly what we need in the space. And if Eric did that for some small creators, it could bring them thousands of dollars of backing. It could allow them to create more great entertainment if they're actually creating great entertainment. And then that spreads and spreads. That person gets more reach, and then their reach can help others. So it creates organic traction just by having goodwill, and that's something that I do believe in.
Okay, yeah, I get where you're coming from with that. So how is he harming, or I guess this is about if he's bringing up the indie sphere compared to harming the indie sphere, but would you say that he's harming the indie sphere?
In ways, I think he is. And I guess this would be kind of going to the main kind of topic would be, whether or not he's enhanced or Rippaverse has enhanced the indie community. And my answer is, of course, no. I don't think he has. Maybe in a small way by bringing some actual comic readers back into the space. But like I said, I think it's a small percentage. But I think, there's a couple layers to this. First one would be his rhetoric and the way he speaks. I do not think is a good influence on indie creators. Kind of having that thuggish attitude, calling people white bread N-words and things of that nature, calling people gay and fat. And he's called that to Dick Masterson, and he's made fun of white people, kind of saying they're inherently
all these great people,
like nerds and things like that. But I just don't think that rhetoric is very professional. It's not something the big two does. They do liberal and woke things, but they're not out there calling their detractors fat and saying they won't have a discussion with anyone that's fat. I mean, that stuff's just absurd.
They do that though. They say you're sexist, racist, homophobe if you don't buy our books. Does
the actual company or do some of the individual writers that we consider
the individual
toxic?
They work for those
Exactly.
companies though, and they are endorsed by those companies. So
Sure,
I
but
mean,
he's supposed to be better than the mainstream, right? Wasn't that his whole pitch? Was I'm going to do things
it
better
seems.
than the
I mean, to
mainstream?
me, I haven't seen that hateful rhetoric in a year since. I mean, since he started, since he learned his lesson. Because yeah, at the beginning he was being a little aggressive, trying to come back against Dick Masterson's false allegations, right? So I understand that yes, he was a little aggressive starting out, but I haven't seen. I mean, you would have to show me recently where he's downing anyone
Yeah,
in
he's
the
actually
last
been
year, 8
recently
months.
he's been retweeting some
Oh yeah,
pretty egregious stuff lately. That's all based on rumors and allegations.
I mean,
A friend of mine, he retweeted some nasty things about her. It was maybe 6 months ago. Some really ridiculous allegations. So yeah, there's been plenty of examples. So, but that would be
like here we go again with like retweet, like Twitter being everything. Like there's so many people that buy these books that aren't in this terminally online space. So we have to find out how to get these indie creators off of Twitter for being their main source of life and thinking that this is all.
well, that's
that
his
it
main
is.
source of marketing, though. I mean, it seems like it's his main source of marketing, and that's where he reaches his biggest audience. So if that's how he's speaking and acting on Twitter, I mean, yeah, some people they do act differently on Twitter than in real life, but it's still not a great representation, I think, for the indie community. And I'm not saying he's the only one that acts like that. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of folks out there that aren't great representatives of different mediums. But
Yeah, I mean, there's people on all
specific-
sides of this thing. There are far more hateful things than retweets of rumors coming from both directions. But like Eric July is, I mean, if the most you have is him retweeting, not retweeting. I mean, you say allegations, but they're just stuff that was put out there. So I don't know, like how they're allegations if a lot of the stuff is.
Well, accusing a woman of or spreading rumors about a woman doing things with dogs is about as disgusting as you get.
Oh
as an
yeah,
adult.
about that.
And he did that.
Katie, I know you're watching. Woof woof. Just kidding.
So that is, I mean, that's just disgusting. So, and there's been other examples too, obviously with recent occurrences that have happened. I mean, he's actually put somebody in jail over trolling. So, but I mean, that's one layer of it.
He put himself in jail. Stop it.
No,
Oh my god.
No.
He knew he had a warrant already.
Well, that warrant was based off of ridiculousness. I mean, come on, about putting bunny stickers on a warehouse.
So,
but I don't want to get. I don't want to go down that.
Pissing on the grave, but
nobody pissed on the grave, and there's no proof of that. It was somebody made a joke about it. Riley didn't go to the grave.
Him saying that he did it. I don't know. Like, how much more proof do you need than him saying that he did it?
It's a troll. I mean, you troll me, right? You know what what trolling is. So
yeah, just like.
I mean, I could tell you I just took a piss in the corner.
I'm not saying I'm going to show up and shave your shoulders, or I'm going to show up to your business, or I'm going to stand outside and lick windows and be loud and.
Well, shaving shoulders is hilarious. No, I don't know if anybody would actually fake clippers.
Yeah, but that's the least egregious. Okay, but I mean, we'll disagree on that all night, so we don't even need to go on that. But
I'd say the second layer for me is the really, really bad advice that he's putting out there for indie creators. The best example, one of the things he made a tweet about, which I've made a video discussing, is he said that creators should never ever ask for or expect promotion. Asking for promotion that's horrible advice. Extremely small creators their lifeblood is the ability to get on channels and promote their works. Now, it's one thing if you approach somebody in a ridiculous manner and demand it, or you are like just full blown expecting it, but to not ask at all or get this advice that you shouldn't ask and you have no reach, it means your campaign will go nowhere, most likely.
You would have to show me where he said you shouldn't ask. The thing is that you have to prove yourself before you have to actually have built yourself up a little bit before you like can start expecting to. You can't depend on people from the jump to make you take off. You have to.
Well, I'm not saying you have to. Well, of course you have to put work in, but part of that work is networking, and that's the thing. You're not expecting all of them to say yes, but you still have to shoot your shot, right? It's just like if you're a musician, right? I'm sure when he was in Fire from the Gods or Fire of the Gods, the new metal band, I'm sure his band reached out to record labels, right? They submitted tapes. That's asking for promotion. That's asking for help. That's exactly what indie creators do, and that's probably how they got on a label record. I mean, I highly doubt every band, right, gets organically found, right, at some, hole in the wall bar. But that's my point, is you got to put yourself out there. And my personal example, I reached out to probably 20 channels, and I got on almost all of them because I asked. And now my book is in the hands of hundreds of people. If I wouldn't have asked, and if I would have listened to Eric's advice, I probably would have gotten my book. Actually, I wouldn't have funded, and my book wouldn't even be out there. Right? People would be missing out on entertainment, not just mine, but plenty of other creators. Even Jared himself is a creator, right? If we don't ask politely for folks to get on their channels for promotion, people don't see our work because we haven't built up a following of hundreds of thousands of subscribers prior to releasing a comic book, because we just are not in that situation. So I think that's the worst advice you can give a small indie creator, is to not ever ask for help or promotion. I mean, you need to if you want to learn how to do things.
I mean, you'd have to pull that up for me so I could say, because I can't believe that he would say, "Hey, don't you ever ask for promotion?" I would have to see that before. I mean, if you want to pull it up,
I can try to find it, but I've tried in the past to. It's really hard to use the search function on Twitter these days.
It is.
But yeah, it's definitely something that he is.
I mean, that's how everyone that is where they are today is they were promoted in some way.
Even him.
I mean, but to be that he's bad for indie comics because my promotion is like.
Well, if he's telling folks to not even ask for it, he's potentially convincing them to take a path of failure.
I mean, you would have to show this to me.
Yeah, I'll try to dig that.
Do you recall, if anyone in chat or anyone watching knows the video being referenced, just at me on Twitter, Frost_comics, or mention in the chat. We'll try to look it up. BA, do you recall the context around it in the meantime? Do you know why he said that, or anything else?
Yeah, it was because plenty of folks, at least a year ago, were making kind of a critique about the fact that he wasn't promoting anybody on Twitter and on YouTube. And so he kept fighting with people online, trying to justify why he doesn't do it. And I went back and forth with him once on a thread, and he just kept going back to you have no idea what it's like to run a multi-million-dollar business and blah, blah, blah. I don't have any time, hibbity jibbity,
why are you going back and forth in a thread with a guy? Shouldn't you be working instead of going back and forth on Twitter over some nonsense?
Well,
if you want to get somewhere.
That was kind of the ironic thing I said to him is, well, you have time to argue with me for 30 minutes, but you don't have time to go retweet a couple small indie creators, right?
But he does, though. But only if they. But he does, though. He retweets plenty of people.
Only the people that work for him. I mean, very, very few non-employees get retweets or promotion from him. I mean, extremely small amount of folks. But yeah, that's what prompted that. He kept trying to basically cover kind of his ass in terms of all the critique he was getting, and so he made a tweet basically trying to convince folks of why you shouldn't ask for promotion, to kind of justify the fact that he doesn't do it, because he's saying, oh, you need to organically, create your own traction, and people need to find you. And it's like, well, that's just not realistic really when you're actually small, unlike him, so
Yeah. So I mean, okay. So what about, all right. So say he promotes these people that all work for him because it's this huge cabal. And then so his huge cabal, though, they also promote people. I mean, they probably have decent followings too. I mean, you got the Graham Nolans. He promotes Graham Nolan. He's had Graham Nolan on the show. He's had Paul Galimati on the show, right? And or I said his name wrong, didn't I? Anyway, he's had plenty of these guys on his show who have promotion tactics of their own. So does he have to be the main arbiter of promotion? To be helpful for indie comics, he has to be a bit run his business and be the number one promoter?
No, but my whole point is I'd like to see, and I think a lot of people believe he should make more effort towards it. I mean, it's really, I'd have the same complaint. There's other big indie creators I have the same complaint about, and I don't support them for that very fact. I mean, that's just part of my thing, is I don't support folks that don't support others. If they're in it just for themselves, then I don't think it's great for the indie community. So
is it not? I mean, so in your opinion, this is all based on your opinion. It's not based on facts. So he's not good for the indie community because you feel like he should be promoting more, or would you think, all right, so there's the guys that, in your videos where you say that there's people that think it's morally a moral obligation for people to promote. That would be a stance, right? That's an actual stance that you can have a debate about, but I can't debate your opinions on something that's not fact. Your opinion is your own opinion, but it's not fact.
Well, this whole debate is based on a question that is opinion based, right? So, I mean, that's all it really is, and it's not. I made it clear in one of my videos I did. I don't think it's that creators are obligated, but I believe they should do it. So it's more of a suggestion, more of something I would like to see. So.
Yeah, so you just believe that they're bad for indie comics if they're not spending more time promoting.
I don't think they're enhancing it, even though they have a great ability to enhance it with their reach. And some of the ones that have a big following have that ability, and they use it, and it's improved and really enhanced the lives of a lot of indie creators. And so I like to emulate what they do, and I can see how it improves the community when channels and folks take that path. And they don't get critiqued for it either. So
yeah, I think. Are you buddies with Hojo?
Yeah, neutral. Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't mean buddies, just friendly. I mean, I bought his book or his books, and see, this is the funny thing is through Eric and getting into, through just the pop culture scene where I was always big into video games more than video games, TV more than comics, right? But I would always listen to these comics guys. I used to listen to the Jack Show every week. I used to like EVS's show before he died. Anyway, and then was replaced with this reptilian nightmare. Just kidding. But So I got in. I was off Twitter. I went my whole life off of social media, and then not just the beef last year when it started, but I was a big supporter of Nick Arcata, and had a falling out with him. ranted about me for about 20 minutes.
That's rough. My sympathies right now for that.
Yeah. And so, and then I was like, you know what? I need to start getting online and speaking my opinions. And then I found all these indie comic creators that I liked, and I started getting their books. And there's got to be more people like me that to me, it's enhanced the sphere, because look, I'm here buying all kinds of Von Coleman. I got his books. I've got like, I mean, a handful that I've received lately. I'm buying. I went from not buying hardly any to just like I'm now, because of him, or like because of knowing him in the sphere. Like I was introduced to all these other people on there that, I mean, got like introduced me as a reader. I don't know why I would be an outlier. I'm just a retard. Like, I mean, so.
Yeah, and you might be one of those good exceptions, right? Where it did get your attention to start backing other indie comics. I mean, but I also do think some of his rhetoric has actually pushed people away from backing indie creators as well. So it may have canceled out those good effects potentially as well, which is another kind of layer to my complaint. Is another one of his big pieces of advice was 99% of comic book creators do not have a business bone in their body, and that you should stop listening to your favorite comic book
holy
creator.
crap. This was a year ago, and we're still hanging on to that 99%. One comment, like that video was a year ago, and he kind of debunked that.
Well, how could you debunk that?
Well, there was so much more in that video. I watched your breakdown of it too, and I understand some of your points. But then when it gets like to that, what he's talking about, making money in comics and making a living off comics, you can't tell me that some of that isn't good advice, except like you were blowing it off as common sense. But there's some good advice in there. I mean, look, you can't tell me you selling your 100 comics that you could live off the couple grand that you made off those comics, that you probably spent how long on that book. That's time is money as well. So,
well, just not to toot my own home, but I definitely did more than a couple thousand and sold. Well, I've sold a lot more than 100 books, but
well, through Indiegogo, I mean, I know that you've showed up places and sold your
yeah. But anyways, it was horrible advice. I actually raised this, doubled or 5 figures plus, because I listened to some of my favorite comic book creators, because I got advice from them, and it's from the guys that Eric got advice from. See, Eric doesn't like to mention the fact that he got advice from EBS, right? Who did he learn from? There's no way he learned how to make a comic by just pulling information out of his ass, right? He learned from his favorite comic book creators. Everybody learns from their favorite comic book creators, whether it's how to write a story, how to create art, or how to market. I mean, all these great indie creators paved the way for him to even realize, like, hey, I have this golden opportunity to take my followers and take my potential reader base and create a comic.
So how would he learn? How would he learn to put all his money up front and buy and do the pre-order instead of crowdfunding? How would he learn that from EBS, a person who does crowdfunding? Why would he do the opposite of EBS, or not opposite, but why would he do a different business model than somebody?
Because he was in a very fortunate position. He knew there was no way he could lose, because other YouTubers have done.
So he didn't learn that from EBS. Cool. But I mean,
well, pre-ordering
EBS is in
something he learned from the mainstream. I mean, that's just like a basic business tactic.
Then what are you talking about? Learned from EBS?
Like how to actually create the comic book, right? Like
how to draw and write in a book. I mean, I can tell you how to draw and write in a book. I don't need EBS to do that.
Well, he definitely reached out to EVS a ton to get advice on how to create
Yeah,
his comic book.
yeah, sure. I remember EBS talking about that too, and or both of them actually. Eric talking about that as well.
So he didn't take
He
his
was
own
getting,
advice. If he asked the EVS and others for help and advice, he shouldn't have done that, though, right? If he was actually listening, you should not listen to 99% of
oh my
comic book
God, to
creators,
hang
and
on
you
that
shouldn't. Well,
you've
I
been hanging
mean,
on this a year. I'm sorry. I
he
feel
said
sorry
it.
for you. I mean, they.
I mean, he didn't retract it. He didn't retract it. I mean, so either he
Oh
believed
my
in his
God,
own
that's the
words or
only
he
thing you
didn't.
have. I get it. Calm down. Like you that's you use that the whole last debate. Just the 99%. Like, okay, a year ago comment out of a whole video, you hang on the one thing that he said. And then it
Yeah,
was taken out of
it
context by
was
Yanzi and
horrible.
everyone else.
It was
I
it
get
was horrible
it.
advice, just like saying you shouldn't ask for promotion. And that was only one
People
of
give bad
three
advice
examples
sometimes.
so far.
I mean, he said one, like no, he said one thing that you perceive as bad advice, but it's also taken
But a
out of
lot of
context when he was
It's not
talking
taken
about.
out of context. I mean, that's literally the context. He was
He
very
didn't say
clear
indie
about that.
creators. He said 99% of your favorite creators when he was
Comic
talking
book
about
creators.
mainstream comics. If you play the video,
No, he was talking about comic book creators in general, even pros that left the
and then he was talking
mainstream
about.
and then went indie. EVS is a mainstream professional. Shane Davis is a mainstream professional. Those are folks that he got advice from. Graham Nolan, mainstream professional. Mike Barron, Chuck Dixon, all these guys, he's either hired or he's getting advice from. So
Okay, what's the problem?
why would he give that? Why would he go against his own advice,
Oh yeah,
but
that's
then
right. The
pass
one
that
comment.
advice?
That's one comment
Yeah,
you're taking out of context is the whole problem behind him hiring people.
he never
You're
changed the
taking it. There's
statement
nothing
though.
to say here. Let's just move on. It's stupid. You're taking
I
it out of
will, I
context.
will, I will take that. Okay. So you had, him saying, "Don't ever ask for promotion." So that was my one, kind of advice. I think that was negative on the space. And then the way he makes comments like, white bread N-word, some of his rhetoric, what he calls folks monetizing your
Nobody
haters,
else
all
has
that I think
rhetoric.
is
We haven't seen
negative.
EBS's tweets calling people all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, come.
Well, this isn't about him though. So
Well, you're part of that crap. Okay.
so you have that
Is
stuff.
EBS good for indie comics?
Overall, yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. The other thing, which I will say is it's owned by not just himself, but also his fans and followers, is the fact that it's convincing folks in the indie community to prop up low quality books and almost set them as the gold standard. And they're starting to tell people, like, this is what you should be working towards. And even though they
How is
have
it convincing people by
signs,
putting out a product and having them and they decide whether they're going to buy it? That's not convincing anyone.
I'm not
I mean, I know
saying
that's what you're talking.
him, but
You're talking
a
about
lot of
my
folks
3D
in the
access.
indie community are propping up the Rippaverse as if, like, hey, this is what everyone should be working towards. This is like
So
the
people
gold
don't have their own
standard.
eyes. Yeah, but they can see that artwork in ISOM 1 and 2 or ISOM 1 and they can see. All right, so you're saying if somebody tells me this pile of crap on the floor is actually really it's really good, you shouldn't be looking at the Mona Lisa. It's garbage. Like, am I gonna
Well,
just believe them because they told me? Like, people have brains, man. They
yeah.
see shit with their own eyes. Like,
Well,
yeah,
and
nobody's holding it to a higher standard.
there's objectively bad content throughout his books. For example, majority of ISOM 1 and 2 have been proven to be SketchUp 3D assets, free 3D assets. I think doing that sets a really bad precedent for the indie community, because you'll have new creators that will see that as a loophole to get something done quick and at a low cost, but then continue to charge the
ABS
premium
admits
indie
to
price
using
that
3D
most of us
assets.
have to. he doesn't use 3D assets. He's said
He
several
has
times
admitted
he
to doing
doesn't.
3D assets.
No, he hasn't. He's used
Yeah,
reference
I can
material.
find it for you real quick.
Okay. But in general, I don't think that's a good practice because it's not real art. You know, you're charging a premium for indie content because most indies have low print runs, etc. He didn't have low print runs at all, but he charged a high price for a book that didn't have much real art in it. It was very deceptive, and pretty objectively, it was low quality art. So I think that doesn't set a good standard for the indie community. We already have the stereotype that there's a lot of low quality books, which unfortunately is true. Now, mainstream does as well now. However, right, the gold standard is the great books of mainstream past. We should be working towards that, and his books did the opposite. And so I think it just sets a bad example for the indie community, and he's corrected some mistakes or some of those things to an extent, but he's still putting 3D assets in the books. There's still inking issues, coloring issues, inconsistencies, things that there's really no excuse for him to make those mistakes given his budget and his network.
So there's no excuses, his budget. So there's no excuses for anybody to make any mistakes, right? And then learn from their mistakes and constantly improve.
Not to that extent.
So then none of these indie creators deserve promotion because they shouldn't be making any mistakes.
Well, a lot of the indie books are better, and they're not making those mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, okay. What does that have to do, like, with people buying his product? Like,
well, he's charging a premium rate for a book that a good majority of it didn't have real hand-drawn art.
Can you show me the proof of the majority of that?
The proof's been all over Twitter. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Well, if you're on Twitter, right? You pay attention to things. I'm trying to think of the gentleman's name on Twitter, but he has actually found every 3D asset from Ice on One and extensively shown how it was even rendered in SketchUp and all of that. So this is known information.
Or is he?
I think Jay Argonaut has the name right. I think it's Lathan.
Yeah, Lathan Devers.
I think that's yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Argonaut.
Just don't see how it matters at all because, I mean, how is that bringing down? All right, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to repeat how it's bringing down the. Dang, what happened to my window? There it is. How it's bringing down the indie sphere. All right, so you're saying these little children are going to come into the indie sphere and see these 3D assets and be like, "Ooh, it should all be 3D assets." Why is this comic not have 3D assets? It's bad.
Well, I don't think they would say that, but I think there's two parts to this. The first part is it's showing folks that there's a loophole. The ones that just want to do a cash grab may actually emulate using this process, which I think is bad, right? Especially if folks aren't aware that they're 3D assets. It's no different than AI, right? If folks are using AI art and they're not telling people, and then people are paying good money for a book that didn't have a lot of manual effort into it, it goes against traditional comic book art and comic book creations. The other fold to it is just it enhances that stereotype of low quality books in the indie community. And when all of the spotlights are on Eric, it would be better if they're all the best books possible.
So this is all in your opinion, though.
I think everyone would agree if Eric's books were the cream of the crop, that is what would bring the most eyes to the indie community. It would potentially pull folks away from the mainstream and say, hey, look at what this indie creator is doing, but nobody that right now is buying mainstream books knows about.
So there's no eyes to pull from mainstream, man. There's no eyes on mainstream.
There's still plenty of buyers. I mean, there's still hundreds of thousands or millions of people buying comics.
I don't know about
profitable, but I mean, they're still there. But the thing is, his books are not even matching the quality of mainstream comics, unfortunately, especially Ice.
That's in your opinion, though. Plenty of
No,
people. Everybody has different look. Yeah, that's your opinion, dude. So everybody's got different opinions. There's people that love his shit. Is there not? Is there
Yeah,
not?
but they're probably not like
No, they're
traditional comic book
liars.
fans.
I get it.
Well, if
They're
they've
not
never read
traditional
comics before and they've only bought his book because he's a libertarian or because of the culture war, then yeah,
Look,
they may not even know comic
that,
books.
Yeah, I've never said that I loved Ice on 1 or 2. So like, I mean,
Do you think it's good?
I'm not
Do you
out
think they're
there
good?
defending anything, huh?
Do you think they're good?
But it doesn't
compared
make
to-
the indie scene any worse. Like, who cares? Like,
Do you think they're
go ahead.
good?
They're decent. So I mean, one is probably a 5 out of 10, and 2 6 out of 10. But Alphacore and Yaira, he keeps improving.
But a 5 out of 10 doesn't really make the indie community look better.
He just started, dude.
But
He
he
was
has all
learning.
the resources in the world to hire
Do you
the
need
best
more
people.
resources? Do you need more resources? Is that why you're upset?
No,
I mean,
and that's
what,
what's
like-
sad is mine has higher quality art and storytelling with the minimal resources I have. If he would have hired my artists and they would have
Why do you think your
hand-drawn
storytelling is better?
Oof. Well, there's a lot to unload in regards to his inability to tell a proper story. I mean, the main thing
I
is
don't care
just
about his
characters.
inability. What about why do you think yours is better?
Because I know basic, writing techniques, how to develop a character, how to make them relatable, how to do a layered story.
And that makes your story
all
better
that.
because you know writing techniques. That's good. Did you know how to put them on paper?
Yeah, they're in print. So
and how do you know? My bad, I got distracted by chat.
It's easy to do.
So how do you know? Like, so you think your writing's better because you feel your writing's better?
Well, I had a real editor, which is something it seems like he didn't have for the first book. I also worked with a writing coach, and I got real feedback from real writers, real professionals, and I took 7 years or 5 years to write my books, 2 years to edit them. So I didn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't ready. I didn't rush it.
So
but I know
how do
that
you-
my characters are properly developed. I know the pacing is proper, and and art-wise, I
But
mean,
if
I
a
know my
tree
art was
falls in-
real.
If a tree falls in the wood and no one's there to hear it, like,
Well, I guess you
does it
could.
make a sound?
Well, my reviews have been great from readers, so there's that.
How many? Like 2? I mean,
No, I mean, I've at
seen-
least 10 really good reviews so far, but not everyone gives a formal
but
review.
his hundreds or thousands of reviews that
Don't have any
his book-
details. They're just, it's really good.
Okay, so let me see your reviews.
I can send you some later, geez.
Well, we are getting a little off topic
Maybe
because we're kind of
yeah.
veering away from the Rippaverse and enhancing the community, and now we're just focusing on BA's writing specifically.
Yeah, this has happened before.
Maybe we can veer back on topic. You sent me something. I'm going to go ahead and add it to the stage here. And this is from December 25th, 2023. This was a very long post on X by Eric July. And what would you like us to see from that, BA?
Yeah, so point number 1 there, it says never ever ask for, wait, or expect people to put you on or promote you.
Yeah, exactly. What he's saying. How is this hard?
That's literally what I said.
Everybody with a brain, look at this and read this. Never ever ask. He's
Or
saying
expect.
never wait for people to promote you.
No, he said ask for and wait or
So he
expect.
misworded, like, but this is like EVS's night letter. It's like
Oh, the
taking
threat, you mean?
bullshit out of nothing. Like his threat. Okay.
That's what he literally said right there. So
Okay, whatever. Never ever ask for, wait, or expect people to put you on or promote you.
so never ask for people to promote you.
Yeah. So he worded that wrong, but it's obvious what he's saying. this shouldn't even be in the back of your mind. It should never be something you think about. Waiting on someone else is only going to frustrate you. Yes, don't wait on others. Put the work in and stop fucking complaining. That was
none of us. Yeah, none of us stopped working. The thing is, we do things simultaneously, like ask for promotion, so that more people can see our work. He should have never have put the word "ask" in there, but I think he meant what he said, which is don't ask for it, because that's his loophole to convince his following that he doesn't need to promote others. And that's what he typically does, is he says things that kind of, makes his phrases and his actions justifiable.
Promotion doesn't, like he says here, promotion doesn't translate to sales. Like
it does.
It depends. If you put out garbage, then like, all right, we can even.
Well, why did his book sell then? Why did his book
sell? That's what I'm saying. That's why. All right, look, I'm trying to give you half a point here. So, if we use y'all's argument of he put out not so good of content on the first two, and that's why the numbers dropped off, then, but like this applies to getting promoted, and it doesn't translate to the sales you hope. So look, he's being he's his own promotion. So
but
like it doesn't matter what part of promotion that he had all the promotion and his numbers still dropped off. So
yeah, but
it's not all promotion. You have to put out something that people want.
Well, you're telling me promotion from Fox News, Blaze Media, FNT didn't help at all in any of his campaigns?
Who cares if it did? Why are you worried about other people's promotion?
But that goes against his statement. If he's saying it doesn't translate into the sales that you expect, why does he bother to let himself be promoted by all these people?
He was saying it doesn't necessarily translate in his video on the same thing. It can. It's not a positive or negative thing.
Why even make that?
It's not necessarily like you have to put out decent content as well.
That's common sense, though. But it's also common. Yeah, it's also common sense that asking for promotion and receiving promotion
it's also
can
common
lead
sense
to
that he's
sales.
not saying never ask for promotion.
He said that, like verbatim, right there. So
okay. But if you listen to the video that this was based off of, he doesn't say that. But anyway, all right.
I guess some of the other stuff, one of them would be, it ties into just some of his rhetoric. I mean, talking about potentially airing out or ventilating someone, asking people to pull up and basically do confrontation. There's just been so many examples of just distasteful kind of rhetoric that I don't think it's good for maybe a rapper, but it's not really good.
So
for
EVS can have all kinds of other distasteful rhetoric, but
I mean,
telling people to kill them, to do things, and I mean all kinds of stuff.
Well,
like when does Eric tell people to hurt themselves?
Well, it's fair for you to have that opinion, but obviously the topic is about
It's
Eric.
not an opinion; it's a question.
I'm sure there's rhetoric of Ethan's that I don't think is great for the indie community either. I mean, everyone at some point has poor rhetoric, but the thing is, Eric has the biggest light, being shined on him, and so he's getting the most exposure in the indie community.
Could it not be because of this? Could it not be his light is larger because of all the crappy rhetoric we get out of, but have as of late been getting out of the? That's another thing is like as Comicsgate kind of like falls apart under the weight of the Baldo. Like it's more people are gonna that is far more dangerous than Eric July is. All of their constant bickering and drama towards Eric. Show me what Eric July is besides retweets of something. What is he? How is he hurting you? I don't. the other side is far more negative.
Well, the other side, and obviously you're talking about EBS, Trashcast, and all that. A big part of it is humor, right? It's meant to be comedy, but there's truth behind. I'd say most of his statements and most of the comedy. And I will say one of the greatest things, if not the greatest thing that's came out of all of this, is talent to make parody and to make puppet shows and to do some really freaking hilarious things. So I will say I am happy in that regard that the Rippaverse exists. But there is a good message behind a lot of it in regards to just speaking the truth in the form of comedy and being hyperbolic. Yeah. It's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's fair.
I mean, Eric has to deal with these trolls, but then they're supposed to be able to we can talk about people's wives, right, and make whole puppet shows of their wives, but then Eric can't retweet some innocuous comment without it being a big problem.
I don't think insinuating a woman is doing something with an animal is innocuous. I do think a Muppet comparison is quite innocuous. It's actually it's nothing. In fact, it's hilarious.
Compared to vague tweets about somebody who said that they were into lolicon.
Oh, they said way more than that.
Yeah, you're right. She did say way more than that.
No, he did. But the thing is, just showing a side by side of someone with a Muppet, which it was a fair comparison. That's not an attack. I mean, that's basic humor.
Other person, that's what the other person. I mean, and look, the wife in question, she takes it. She just laughs at it too. It's nothing. But there is far more hateful stuff coming out of EBS's mouth than retweets of somebody who said that they're into animal anime, or in plenty of other to a self-admitted person who's into animal stuff. So I don't know.
No, that person did not admit that they were into animal stuff. They laughed at some distasteful art, but I mean, you can have that opinion about EBS's
I don't care
approach,
about
but
what people are into with that. Yeah. I mean, but there's
the thing is,
my whole point is we're defending one woman for something that she it's an innocuous thing when there's far more stuff coming out of EBS's mouth that is very direct and very I would say direct and harmful, where he's losing his mind. He's yelling at the screen.
Well, it's also comedy. I mean, you have to understand he's
yelling in anger is comedy.
He's being hyperbolic in a humorous way. Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, it is frustrating to listen to Eric because a lot of the stuff he says seems
Eric's
untruthful.
Not saying anything on Twitter. He's not saying anything, dude. He hasn't said anything in a year.
He still has YouTube videos constantly where he says stuff.
Oh yeah, where you have to decipher what he's saying and make it seem like it's something else. Because there's so much hibbity-jibbity in squirrel words that you literally have to decipher what he's saying. Because
and not laugh. I'm sorry.
He literally can never, say people's names. He's always dancing around topics. But why do you always go back to EBS though? Why do you always go back to EBS if the topic is Ripple? I mean, we can have a separate, debate on EBS, but I mean, it doesn't this person
we
does
want to
this,
talk
so
about
it's okay if Eric does this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, all right, so if the indie scene is being brought, all right, so we got, my bad. So indie scene's here. All right, you say Eric is bringing down the indie scene with retweets of women that might be into stuff, all right? But then you got
one of many things.
EBS that is bringing this down by just being an insane person making a show every other day about crap. And so is he bringing it down, or is it is the bar been lowered to where even with your logic, he is bringing indie comics up? Because if it wasn't for him, it would be down in the gutter right now.
So
Because of
my
EBS.
stance on, and I guess I'll just cover this quick on why I think, EBS is a net positive for indie comics is he's actually creating beautiful art and beautiful stories. So he's actually elevating the bar for the indie community. So folks that read
all
his
subjective.
comments,
Yeah, I mean, the subjective shit is killing me.
he's an actual
We can go by
mainstream
what people are
professional, though.
buying. The market
No,
decides, right?
No, it doesn't. Not when
And, I
people
mean,
are
people are
buying
buying
comics
books that they're
because of someone's
receiving.
political affiliation. That's like saying a president or a political figure who sells, makes the New York's, best-selling list is a great writer. No, people bought the book because of the name. It has nothing to do on the reflection of
Well, yeah. I
quality.
mean, look, people are buying EBS's books because of the name. Why would you not? Why would you think it's because of the artwork? Look,
But why
he
is
made
his
that
name
start
big? His name is big
because of
because of
his-
his art and because of being a comic book creator.
Okay, so it depends on why your name's big.
Well, Eric isn't big or known for creating comics. He has a
what?
following because of politics and because of complaining about the mainstream and actually criticizing and making fun of people. So the things that you're actually criticizing EVS on, he's been doing to mainstream writers and creators and political people in order to get where he's at.
So why are EBS's numbers dropping? Why did
Okay.
Pearson?
So someone brought up earlier, I think it was C Bats, that we might be getting in the weeds because this is sounding a lot like Eric and EVS. And is that like inherently, does that the direction that it goes? Because Rippaverse and the indie community, like Rippaverse would be, specifically Eric's company and the people who work for Eric's company and the people who do whatever for Eric's company. The indie community is like everyone. So like focusing on that specifically, and it doesn't have to be Eric. I know Eric has the company's named after him and he is largely the public face of it, but he does have a warehouse. He does have a distribution method he's working on. He does have, someone who works for PR. They have a lot of different roles within the company. So like broadly, the Rippaverse itself has that, like, does that have a positive or negative effect on all of indie comics? Because the EVS and the Eric stuff, that's a personal feud, but that doesn't really,
And
does it? Does it translate to that? If we can,
well, see, yeah, to me, that's, you're right. It is a personal feud, but there's so many hangers on to the CG name, where so you have the whole indie sphere and you have Eric July, which man, I lost my train of thought. But
sorry about that.
So with Rippaverse, all right, with Ripasend, if he's helping creators, I know they still have to pay, and you feel like that's bad, but like would Ripasend not help indie creators or no? Yeah,
Not
I
really.
don't think so.
I mean, very few. Just ones that might have thousands of backers, but it obviously depends on how much he's going to charge, which we don't know yet. And
So
there's already plenty of companies that
But if
already
he's
do
going to
this
charge
that
too
are
much,
very
why would they
affordable.
use him?
Well, what if they're not very knowledgeable in the space and they've just been taking advice like don't ask for promotion, don't take advice from your
Don't
favorite
listen to
creator.
99% of the people, then, right?
Yes, but
So
he's
that would include
1%,
Eric.
right? Because he's actually providing consulting services. So he's actually trying to convince people to pay for his advice instead of getting it free from folks that have been doing it for years and making
He's not
hundreds of
charging for
thousands
his
of dollars.
videos.
No, he's actually
Wait,
providing.
you're talking about Ripasend there, right? BA?
In Ripasend, he's going to offer, he said, consulting services at a price. And he's not even a comic book professional,
People can make their individual decisions. I just don't understand how, like, yes, it's a community that consider the indie community that sells books, but they are all individuals at the end of the day. We all make our own individual decisions. we all decide individually who we are going to buy books from and who we're not. And for me personally, when I see the stuff coming out of, like, I'm getting back at EVS, like his mouth, and I see people that want to cling on to him, I'm not like it. I get turned off and don't want to buy their books. I find they don't even have to know who Eric Gillette. I mean, they're going to know who he is, but they don't have to associate with him whatsoever, as long as they're just not a part of some trash campaign, trash cast campaign type deal. Not, but like, I just want, like, same with mainstream. I just want books without you. Can you shut up and just sell me books? I don't care about your politics or whatever.
But you bought his books because of his politics. That's why you were a follower of his, right?
No, I didn't.
Did you say you found him because of being a libertarian at the very start of this?
Yeah, back in 2016. But
right.
I didn't even buy his books or the first two until very recently, because I had to make my own take on if it was good or bad, because I'm not like a fanboy that's just going to buy it as soon as it comes out. I just got ISOM 1 and 2 like a month ago.
Right, but the reason why you followed him and then eventually bought his books was because he was a libertarian, and because of his political takes. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been following him.
All this garbage online, so I had to.
So you bought it out of spite of all the drama, not because
out of spite, because I have a brain, right? Yeah, see, there's a brain up here, and I was like, you know what? I should buy these books and make my own mind up instead of taking anybody's.
But not because they looked good. Otherwise, if they looked phenomenal, you would have bought them at the beginning, right?
No. I just didn't buy that many books back then. I might have got Graham Nolan's or like a couple of the big guys, but like I'm not a big comic book supporter, like I had already mentioned.
I'd like to actually ask something related to what you said. So when you did start buying more books, what made you want to buy, like, so you got into the Rippaverse books. As someone who wants people to buy my comics, what brought you over to other people's comics? What caught your eye? Who helped catch your eye? You know, what made you migrate from one to the other?
Well, like, let's see, I would say, back when I was listening to Jack's show, I got Fiendish, back when back before EVS disowned Rainey, I had, gotten Fiendish. I mean, so a few through there, through EVS, the whole crew around there, and then, Graham Nolan being on Friday Night Tights and promotion through there. So, and then, let's see, Hojo was through Twitter. There was a couple others through Twitter that had to go through and look, but a lot of it was, promotion. I mean, it wasn't even promotion through somebody else on Twitter. It was like them promoting themselves. And I would just, I don't know.
I do want to take a moment to highlight this in chat from George. Critical Blast is already doing fulfillment, printing support, and more for years for what Rippa is hoping to do. Critical Blast is awesome. And so the big takeaway from this chat, regardless of Rippa, regardless of anything else, he is a fantastic professional to work with. So anybody, and if we have anyone here that's watching that's not just a fan, that's an indie creator that's looking for someone to do any of those things, Critical Blast is a tremendous guy. He's really cool, really nice, pleasure to work with, and a consummate professional. He's worked with a ton of people, big and small. So I just want to give a huge shout out to Critical Blast, regardless of anything else. And I appreciate you giving me a minute to do this little commercial for Critical Blast. But thank you for bringing that up, George.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, MSK?
And the thing that's funny about that, and I meant to bring that up, was the fact that the way that, in my opinion, Eric kind of phrased the whole Rippercent thing is that it's a gaping hole in the indie community, as if no one's doing it and everyone's desperate for it, but it's right there. It's extremely affordable. They're well known, and well, in all honesty, most indie creators know that there's not a lot of effort in fulfilling your books, and you save a lot of money by doing it yourself. So it's not really a gaping hole at all, but it's a marketing tactic. I get it.
So, all right, like with manga and anime, or with manga, right? A lot of the artwork's not good, but people love it, and it's doing better than American comics because the stories are good, right? And so when you talk about the 3D assets and all this, what does it? If people enjoy the story, they want to see how it unfolds. That would cause them to. I mean, it's not all the 3D assets, right? Like,
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't think a high percentage of folks actually enjoyed the story, in my opinion. I think there's actually a decent amount of folks that never even opened up the books. They literally just bought it just to buy it because of the culture war and all that. But they have, rose-colored glasses on to where they're not even willing to critique or see the errors in the books because they see Eric as like this celebrity. Like they feel like they're actually part of some war. They feel like they're, part of a group and all of that, where I don't think they're actually, properly reviewing the books. So it's like folks that praise, every single movie that their favorite actor or actress is in, when we know like it's impossible that every movie by every actor or actress is
yeah. So like if somebody reviewed your book and had a bad review of it, would you deny their review? Like, would you accept the criticism?
Yeah, I mean, if it's
you know how to write a book, so
if it's real criticism, like beyond like, oh, your book sucks, with like no actual detail or context, then that I'm obviously not going to. I mean, there's nothing to absorb, right? There's no real information there.
Is Slade supposed to be like a hero?
Yeah, he's actually a real hero. Yeah. But that segues into one of my other critiques, I guess, that makes me feel like Rippaverse is not great for the indie community, and it's more of a reflection of Eric, is his inability to take criticism and actually take that criticism and improve. And
why would you say that when he's improved since the first?
In some ways, but
one moment. I have a quick question to clarify that. You said that he improves. He wrote ISOM 1, he wrote ISOM 2, and he had the same artist for both of those. But then there was a different art team and a different writing team for the next two. So what do you mean by he improves?
Well, he is the company, right? So
you mean like as an editor in chief, as like presenting better books,
as a decision maker? I'm assuming you mean.
Yeah, he's making better decisions for the company to try to keep this thing going. I mean, I get what you're saying there, but yeah, like is a different team, but he's hiring better. He's hiring teams that are doing better, and the company seems to me to be constantly improving.
So I'll give him credit in the sense that he is hiring better people for the most part. I think with the exception of the Saskas.
Because they're
and he's still
twins.
Well, I don't think they're good writers, but yeah, also, I mean, what they've done and the things that they've said goes against a lot of his stances and the statements that he's made in the past. So I do find that kind of ironic, but he's still working with Cliff. Seems like he's still going to be in ISOM 3 despite all the 3D assets and low quality art. He's still using multiple
Eric July. When it was Cliff Richards. So like if there were 3D assets and then
we don't know if he knew or not. And if he knew,
so we don't know.
That's a big problem. But he knew after the first book and still used them in ISOM 2, and they've already been found in Yaira as well. So there's no excuse to use them in Yaira.
Opinions and hypotheticals. Cool.
No, they've been found. They've been found by Devers in SketchUp.
They've been found by one guy.
Other people have went to the program and found them, but I mean, a lot of professionals have have also concluded that they're 3D assets.
So what are the what impact is the 3D assets and the cost of the book and things like that? How does that factor into the indie community as a whole?
Yeah, I mean,
the cost has gone down though, hasn't it?
A little bit, yeah. But I mean, when you're running, I mean, that's the thing though. ISOM 1, he printed 50,000 copies. I believe that's what he admitted to. I think he even admitted that his print cost was $2.50. However, he charged $35, which is
a weird thing
to
say.
Yeah, it's a standard premium price for a small indie creator that prints a couple hundred books. But to charge $35 when there's not a lot of real art. Now, okay, let's say he didn't know. The thing is, he found out, or he was criticized for it prior to ISOM 2, I believe, and yet ISOM 2 was filled with them and also at a premium price.
Okay, I don't care.
The
about
thing is,
fucking assets.
Well, but
I don't.
Well, a lot of real comic fans do, though.
If you don't mind, let me dial in on that. Okay.
There's 3D assets in it.
You don't care about the 3D assets. You do care about.
There's no 3D assets in my books, and
so Helhound, what is why if you can just articulate why you do not care about 3D assets as in regards to the indie community as a whole?
Because 3D assets have been used forever. I mean, I want to make a book just like PPP said. I want to make a book that's all 3D assets, just so everybody's brain explodes. Like
nobody will buy it because Eric will never promote you.
Well, but let him finish his answer, and then I want to go to you and ask the same thing.
Oh my god!
So your point is that because it's commonplace in the industry, you don't see it as any concern whatsoever, and you were fine with the art in ISOM 1 and 2.
Yes, and I'm not.
And so you don't see that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to kind of guide it, but so you don't see that negatively impacting anyone in the indie community because it's just related to ISOM.
Yeah, I don't believe that. If this community is a collection of individuals, I don't believe that people see his artwork and say everybody else or see a 3D asset and they cap themselves because 3D asset. Oh no, we're not gonna buy any other indie comic books. It's just an insane thing to say. It's an insane thought process.
And so, BA, your concern is what in contrast to that about 3D assets and usage?
It sets a poor example because most creators go all out and do real hand-drawn or digitally hand-drawn art.
Sorry, I'll stop interrupting.
The other thing too is, I mean, you're paying for high quality. You're paying a premium in the indie space, but you're not getting a premium product. So I think that's a little bit disingenuous. The other thing is, you made a statement earlier that no one's buying mainstream comics. Do you think maybe part of that is because the quality of the art has also went down, and part of that is because of the 3D assets? Because back in the 70s, the 60s, right, they weren't using 3D assets. They were hand drawing pretty much everything. Maybe they traced some things, but even tracing takes more effort than just digitally moving a 3D asset from one program to another. So it's actually
technology improves. And
the thing is, Eric pitched the Rippaverse as being better. It's something that's going to compete with and do things right, do the things that the mainstream is not doing, right? To be better than them, but he's actually emulating them in many ways. So is that good for the indie community? I would have to say no. We're trying to actually prove that we can create things,
but it's not
to that same standard or better.
Artwork, his story as well, though.
His story is as bad or worse in many people's opinions.
That in many people's opinions, but there's also many.
You gave it a 5.
Other people's opinions that like it because they don't agree with your opinion.
But his audience is tiny compared to the mainstream. What did he sell? 14,000.
No, that's not what I'm saying about. I'm not talking about mainstream at all. I'm talking about you only accept the negative opinion.
And I read.
Hold on, one moment. Can you expand on that? What do you mean by accept the negative opinion? Elaborate.
Well, he has a negative opinion of the story, correct? And
right.
he sees other negative opinions, but he sees the positive opinions, but he doesn't believe that they read comics or whatever.
Most of them do not have any context. Like, you can't just be like, it's good, because someone could say something is good just because it's their favorite creator or their favorite political commentary, person, etc. Like, I want to know, why is it so good? Like, literally, what's your favorite part? What about Avery or Isam gets you excited? Like, what's the plot? Most people refuse to answer any of those questions, and they don't actually give long form reviews. A lot of it is just very, very generic, like the comics. So it doesn't really give me a lot of confidence. And yes, I've read them and I've given them a proper, at least one of them I've gave a proper review so far. And
so there's nobody with positive opinions out there that go into depth?
There may be some, but I'm not seeing many. I'm seeing a lot more folks,
that's because
negative
of the sphere that
details.
you're in, though, that is very negative towards Eric July. You're going to be boosted.
No, I'm seeing the Rippa Simps as well in their reviews, and most of them are very surface level. Again, getting back to the 3D assets, I just don't think it sets a good example for the indie community. If you have all the resources in the world compared to most indie creators, you should be hiring the best talent, and you should be going all out and trying to make the best book possible. And I don't think that's happened. I don't think it's happening still. So I just don't think it sets a good example. And it doesn't prove that, hey, indie comics can make something like beyond amazing.
I don't know. I think you have to prove everything yourself as an individual. There's no, this isn't
It's
actual commune.
I said it. I mean, it's opinion based for sure. Yeah. I was just admitting that.
That's how the world works. You have to take care of yourself. No one is there to take care of you for you. This is how we all make it.
What does this have to do with Eric not making the best possible with his resources?
Why does he have to do what you believe is best when he's he's doing what he believes is best, and he's doing well?
But that doesn't mean
for him
putting maximum effort. But that's a cop out, though. The thing is, he didn't hire the best artists out there. He did not do 100%.
In your opinion, dude,
real art. No, it's fact. I mean, Cliff Richards is objectively not the best artist out there. Like, he could have hired folks on the caliber of. I don't do line art or coloring or any of that. But he could have hired someone on the level of Dale Keown, right?
Well,
I mean, anybody like that.
Having a hard time getting things done.
High quality art takes time.
Yes, and he's trying to do quarterly books.
Hence the opinions of him rushing books.
Let's focus in on that. He's trying to do quarterly books. Do you think that is a goal that the community should strive for, given that some people have had issues with lateness? Like, when you bring that up, you're bringing that up as like something that more people should try to match or meet?
No, I'm not saying anybody else has to do it. It's
okay.
It just keeps things going, keeps things moving. You don't want to. What's funny about that? Now, go ahead.
No, not you. Sorry. All the Rippa trolls are in the comments.
The chat's been great. I do want to thank everyone in chat. You've been very, very entertaining for me.
But shoot. But yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry.
Everybody's making their own business models. He's wanting to do the quarterly because he owns a business, right? You have to keep making money in that business to keep that business afloat. And so hence why we got to do quarterlies, and may not look as good as a book that takes 4 years to come out, So, and Dale Keown is a very good artist, yes, but he's not going to be able to push out a quarterly book. So, I mean, he may be having to settle with a little less. It's all push and shove when it comes to business, right? I mean,
yeah, but you can obviously hire multiple artists at one time, like he is for different books. But again, there's still 3D assets in there, and there's still higher caliber talent out there that could do it at a good pace if they're.
But do they
if
want
he hires
to?
them
Is the thing.
exclusively.
We don't know what these. Yeah, we don't know if they want to or not. A lot of these guys are working on their own stuff as well. Like,
Well,
they don't have
most
time.
of his artists that are doing line work, inking and coloring, are all from one Brazilian company, which
I've heard that. I just
is
don't.
strange,
I
given
haven't
the
seen
actual
the actual
talent that's in the
proof,
indie
but-
community. Yeah, it's Glass House. I think it's actually been
Oh.
on his website, but it's one company that he works with.
Gotcha.
He's not even
So-
hiring American talent, which is kind of ironic since he didn't want to
So,
make
like, all right.
noise in China and stuff. But it's kind of funny.
So what about the stories? Like, say his story has a hero being a hero, and that would be good for indie comics, right? Because you see kids coming up or kids seeing actual heroes, right? And getting to giving them positive role models to look at. So like with some comics where like they might maim every character they come across the face, that's not very heroic, in my opinion, even if for small offenses.
Yeah, I do think it would be good if he finally put a real hero in one of his books, for sure. But
What about like do you think like your hero is a positive role model for the indie community?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's so like we should maim petty burglars for life. Scar them
Restate that.
across the face. Should we maim petty burglars? Should children think it like? Should we scar them across the face or break their legs or leave them on rooftops?
I mean, that's escapism. I mean, I'm not saying every hero needs to be Superman, but the problem with Isam is he doesn't even really do heroic things, and a lot of his motivations are selfish. And
What
he
about-
disregards
oh,
a lot of human life in Isam 1.
Disregards a lot of human life. So, I mean, I had a question about like your the prison that they make in your book is. So they're going around this law system and what is the purpose of locking, or is it you're just going to lock up prisoners in your own prison without being seen in the court?
Well, they're vigilantes. That's kind of what they do. When there's a corrupt legal system, they do take matters into their own hands. And yes, they take horrible criminals, rapists, etc., off the street, and they imprison them themselves. For sure.
Without,
I mean,
how do you know? We have to just take their word for it that that's what they're doing. Where they're not going to see their day in court. Is it?
Well, you'd
or-
have to read the whole book to know how it ends. So I can't spoil some of it, but as a temporary measure, at least, yes, that could be necessary, just like what Batman does and other vigilantes.
What Snyder Batman with the with the maiming of the prisoners, he's going to brand them. Is that like kind of your mentality going into the book with that?
Chat, y'all are crazy.
Which one of the trolls is feeding you questions? This is too obvious. But no, I do think Snyder's Batman was a great vigilante and a great hero for sure. And you have to actually there's a lot of detail and reasoning behind why he was branding those criminals, and he was actually branding the worst of the worst. He was trying to mark them so that he could literally notch them off of his list, because he's trying to find out where this ring leading is starting, all of these criminals. So
yeah, I mean, I was just it's just I don't know. I was getting.
I'd like to get some questions from the audience here. We've had a couple coming in, but they've been flying in. You guys were going pretty good. But from Uncapped Turtle, Helhound, he'd like to know your answer to why it's acceptable to violate the license of the 3D artist that made the artwork used. Now, Uncapped Turtle, I believe, correct me in chat if I'm wrong. Is the 3D assets used in the program, is it not license free, or is it licensed, or how would that work? And if it is licensed, what's your answer, Hellhound? And if it's not licensed, what's your answer?
Yeah, I'm supposed to know the licensing procedures of these, but I'm guessing it's like any other asset company that once it's sold to the, like with the 3D printer assets, once it's sold to these companies, they're usually free. The artist sells them to that company, and then you can download it from that site, or maybe you have to pay a premium up front, and then you have access to all of those assets. But besides that, I don't know the ins and outs of that.
Feel free to follow up, Turtle, if you have anything else from there. Here we go.
Cool, I guess. I don't know. But it's not, take that up with Eric then, if that's the case.
That's an interesting point. If it is unlicensed, then when you be able to make your own ISOM books, probably you'd probably be able to recreate the entire book and change the name and probably publish it. Yeah. Well, you can actually, I'd be happy to bring up any other questions if you throw my name up there, so I'll see it. And because I usually stream to 5 people, this is 30 something people. So if you have a question, CJ, please throw it up there. I'll present it to BA.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's concerning too, is there's just so many questionable things, right, about his universe and the things that he's doing. And this kind of leads into one of my other, I guess, kind of complaints is having backers or customers pay for comics to be donated at a questionable price versus just donating books or doing a 1-for-1. I'm sure a lot of people are aware of that whole debacle, but that definitely did not set a good example for the community, in my opinion.
So wait, what is your take on the charity?
I don't think you should ask your backers to pay for to donate a book, because then, I mean, you're literally asking people to donate instead of you just donating yourself as the multi-million-dollar company. And the other thing too was, obviously there's been streams about this, but he admitted the book cost $2.50 to print, from what I've heard, and he charged backers or customers $17 to donate a book. And so the math was very questionable. And so there is, let's just say, it creates a potential bad avenue for folks to potentially try to make a profit off of donations. You should just say, I'm going to donate X amount of books, or for every 100 books that people purchase, I'm just going to donate 5 or 10 books. That would be the most kind of natural or normal way to do it. But I do think that whole situation was a bad way to kind of set an example for the indie community.
From Bat Sauce, why are people having their legs broken and disabled for petty thievery? I believe that's addressed to BA. Unless you have some really interesting night activities, Hellhound. Don't tell me if you're a vigilante. Keep that a secret. So why? I assume that happens in your book, BA. So he wants to know why that's happening.
Well, I mean, you have to obviously neutralize a threat, and he doesn't use a gun. He's a gargoyle, obviously. Well, let's just say it is use a gun usually, but
a permanent scar on their faces, right? Like, on everyone's faces, no matter what the crime.
You're okay with just killing a random bodyguard for doing their job, though? Dun. But anyways, yeah, I'm completely okay with thieves that are holding gas station attendants by gunpoint. I'm okay with their legs being broken because the whole thing with Dread Knight or Slade, the main character, is he uses fear as his greatest weapon, right? He's trying to intimidate them so that they don't do such crimes again, and so that normal citizens and potential thieves or other bad guys, they hear or they witness these things happening, they may think twice before trying to reenact such crimes. So it's part of being a vigilante, no different than Rorschach or a good Batman.
30-second response from you, Hellhound, since that was a question for BA.
I guess vigilantes are a little different than, I mean, we're talking about hero, like, I don't know if they would be considered heroic. Like the Punisher is insane, right? Like we all accept that he's not somebody to look up to. So
yes.
Did you like? Yeah, no. I mean, like we can feel, we can all wish that we could do all of that stuff, but like it's not something for kids to look up to. And like a regular hero, somebody like a positive hero. I mean,
BA, do you have a response to why you went after this accusation? You went after Razor Fist and not Ethan for selling merchandise on eBay.
Oh yeah, so that whole thing was he released a lower cost book for his recent campaign before all of his backers got their perks from the campaign, and I thought that was in poor taste. I think that all crowdfunding backers should get their books before it's available to the wider market. And I also think that backers should also have the lowest cost option on the campaign as well. Otherwise, it kind of makes it seem like you're trying to inflate the campaign a little bit. And me as personally, I want to make sure that there's affordable options for folks. I don't feel like, hey, you have to pay this even higher price just to get my product. But I guess he did notify people on Amazon, but that's fine long term. But I don't think you should put it on Amazon or any other site until every single backer has a book in their hand. Because I saw people.
Response when finishes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I just saw. The only reason I said something was because I saw backers complaining like, hey, I'm seeing all these people say, I got my book from Amazon. I'm so happy and at the cost and all that. And they're like, well, I don't even have my book yet. So some folks were, upset about that. And I think that's something that does not set a good standard for indies and, for crowdfunding.
Are you talking about Ethan there? Or who was doing the... Oh, Razor Fist, gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep.
But Ethan does the same thing. Like, so he's not setting a good standard either. Like,
I think the only ones that may not get fulfilled before it's available on eBay are some of the head sketches.
All right, two questions that are kind of the same thing for Hellhound. So I'm going to just show one and then the other. But the basic question, but just is, what's your favorite book from the Rippaverse so far, or your favorite part from the books? And what is your least favorite? And what would you like to see improve across the Rippaverse? That's from Enrique and Free63.
My favorite part was the pickup truck. Just kidding. That's a joke from a couple weeks ago.
It's a good 3D asset, though. But did you like the Bierstein Castle? I think that was better.
Yeah, see that was very interesting. Yeah, there was.
Okay, so but seriously, your favorite parts and everything, yeah.
Oh, out of all the Rippaverse books, man, I don't know. Probably be out.
Just your favorite book.
I got a recency. Could be between Alphacore and Yaira. But
I would probably agree with you personally. Is there something specific that you'd like to see improved across the book or with a specific team?
Yeah, I do think the writing can continue to improve for sure. So yeah, that I hope to see continued improvement in the writing. And then, I mean, we're seeing more, like we've got Gooding coming up, Mike Barron, and I mean, let's see, what, I'm hoping, I mean, we can just hope that the writing keeps getting better. I mean, it's a company that's improved, that started out and it's improving. When we'll see where it goes. So yeah, the writing and seems to be what's improved. Prices are already coming down. So
I definitely liked that about Yiren. It was nice to see them have not just a lower price in general, but actually have option D was a few bucks cheaper. That was cool. BA, would you like to give a quick response to the same question?
Favorite book?
Yeah, what's your favorite book? You're a big fan, right? What's your favorite book?
Jeez. I literally can't choose one.
He loves them all so much, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah.
he can't decide.
I'm
so
on that question.
Honest question for you, BA from Iron Oxide. If Eric is hurting the rep of indie comics, isn't EVS also hurting it in a different way? Good question.
I mean, some people, they're allowed to have that opinion. I mean, it's fair to say that maybe his approach with comedy and all that, some folks may not think it's the best approach. But again, to me, it's all about a balance. And this is my complaint with FNT and all these complain tubers is there's no balance, right? It's just complain. It's repeat the same thing over and over and just try to grow your following base and convince people that your opinion is right. They're not actually promoting the folks that are doing it right. They're not promoting small indie creators. They're just focusing on rage bait, right? Having these cringe thumbnails and just basically creating brain rot over and over and over again. Because it works. It gets them the clicks, right? It's engagement crack, as admitted by Nerdrotic, ironically. And that's also what Eric July did for years. And the thing with EVS and other people, let's say specifically to CG, is there's a balance of creation, commentary, and promotion, right? EVS, Shane, and others are creating fantastic, top-notch books. They're also promoting big creators, medium-sized creators, small creators like myself. And then they also do critiques, reviews, comedy, what have you. And I don't think there's that balance in the Rippaverse. You still do have, I guess on Eric's, in a specific level of complaining about the mainstream and all that, that's still there. He's kind of creating, but really he's having other people create for him, mostly at this point. But the promotion is just, it's not there, right? Outside of just his own team and the folks he's trying to hire, most likely. So I just don't think there's a great balance there, but the balance is there for the other creators and they're doing a lot of promotion. And I know that firsthand. And so I think there's a big net positive there because of that. And a lot of the advice that they provide about doing a crowdfunding campaign, how to properly make a comic book, which ironically, a lot of that advice opposes the advice that Eric is providing, such as never ask for promotion, etc. And I do think that that is a net positive for the indie space, even if you don't like their approach on certain topics or just strictly their commentary and comedy.
Now, Helhound, you can respond to that, but also on the kind of the flip side of that, if you do see that EVS is hurting the representation of indie comics, do you see anything that Eric is doing is hurting them also, but in a different way? So either you can respond either way, however you want.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with your last statement there was at the very end when you were talking about people's commentary, like all it was Eric's commentary that you don't like, and we're not allowed
I don't like
to
his
take
books
that
either.
the wrong way. Okay.
I don't like his commentary. I don't like his content, and I don't like his creations.
It's good for you, I guess.
So I think he meant to clarify.
Clarifying, yeah.
I gotcha.
You can continue.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, EVS seems to let, in my opinion, he's let people in to closer into the sphere that really shouldn't belong in the sphere. They've been involved in a lot of controversies in the past and continue to be,
Like the
with the Dick
Saska sisters?
Mastersons that what made
Be
movies?
fair.
I'm sorry.
What kind of movies involving what kind of content?
Horror movies, not real life movies like
Well,
the ones that are
let's let
made
him
with.
let's let him finish his answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't help. Sorry.
Okay, so the Saska sisters, for anyone who doesn't know, they made horror movie, B-rate or whatever the low rate horror movies that are very cheap, up in Canada, and they've got pictures with Trudeau that everybody loves to point out to. And even though there's plenty to go around on EBS's side too, they made horror movies with like content that are horrific, and a lot of people probably don't want to see. But you know what they didn't do is real life versions of that exact same thing that are happening with Riley, Vito, or people that are being accepted in the CG that don't have anything to do with comics. That, well, I guess Vito's got a late book that he might come out with eventually, and then you've got Dick Masterson, who all of them have been involved in controversies for a long time. Before comics, they were let in to all this. So it's bringing a lot of dirt into the comic industry that doesn't need to be there, along with EBS's comments or his joke of him getting mad and throwing his headphones and breaking everything. That was a funny joke. But like all those funny jokes where he just gets very angry and yells about Eric July for 70 episodes is very strange behavior that you don't see from the other side. So I would say that's more harmful, yes.
I want to bring up next question we have from CJ. Sorry about here. No problem at all, man. You are totally cool. But he has a question for you, BA. He brought up the Rippaverse prices being a premium, but Rippaverse comics, specifically the more recent ones, are much lower per page. So I guess his question would be, how do you have a response to that, or do you see that as like, can you acknowledge that as being a positive that's come from Rippaverse being able to lower prices?
Yeah, I acknowledge that earlier. I do think that is a good thing. It's a bit more fair, but it still is a premium indie price, right, at the current price level, for sure, especially given his print size or print run size. So,
okay.
But he's also trying to retain his customer base and potentially bring in new customers. I think he realizes in order to do that, he's got to be more competitive price wise.
I feel like this won't be something that people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that's also, maybe the books are a bit cheaper, but he's also selling trading cards that are $75 for 22 cards.
So is James. So is a bunch of other people. Cool.
Not for $75 for a pack of 22 cards.
All right, I want to. He had another one, so I'll read this one out kind of as a continuation, and then we'll go to Helhound after you have a chance to read and respond, BA. Also, when talking about quality and comparing to mainstream, there's no one in Comic State going around writing masterpieces. Most of these people are beginner writers. They're not Chris Claremont. How would you respond to this? Mostly kind of a statement more than like a question, but how would you respond to that?
I mean, obviously, using someone like Chris Claremont or Alan Moore that's a bit extreme. There's not a lot of people on that level, but there are. I mean, I have to say he's wrong for the most part, because you have folks like Mike Barron and Chuck Dixon, right, that have been writing indie comics for years now, including for the Rippaverse. So you kind of criticize the Rippaverse without knowing it right there. But also there's a ton of great reviews out there for John Millen's books, for Shane Davis's books, for EBS's books. So there's obviously a large audience and customer base for all of those guys and beyond, right? There's a lot of excitement around Jimmy Reyes's books. There's a lot of professional, ex-mainstream writers in CG that have done very well for themselves, and they're writing at the same level, maybe with the exception of Alpha Core.
Well, so Hellhound, your response to CJ's previous and this current one. I can pull up the last one if you'd like. And chat, thank you for all the questions. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the activity and engagement. I'll try to get to every question that I can, as long as these guys are willing to stick it out. I really appreciate it. So, do you need CJ's last statement, Hellhound, or are you good with this one?
Yeah, I didn't see that last statement.
Okay, so sorry about it. First off, Rippaverse brought up the reverse prices being a premium, but Rippaverse comics, specifically more recent ones, have much lower per page. And then his follow-up to that one was talking about quality and comparing to mainstream. There's no one in CG that's writing masterpieces.
Yeah, I agree. The prices seem to be coming down, and I mean, and we're going to be. I think we'll probably see them come down a little bit more. I don't know how much lower he can actually go with a. I mean, he's got a business to run, right? He's got people to hire, people to bring in. Once the quarterlies start going, maybe you can bring it down a little bit more. But right now it's at the same price point as all the other people complaining. But it's not to their quality, so it shouldn't be the same price as my
you gotta consider print run size. When you're printing a couple hundred or even a couple thousand, that's a big cost variance to when you're running tens of thousands of books at a time. I mean, it's basic economics. And Eric said everyone should learn basic economics.
Yeah.
Not like that.
They're large enough to where his book shouldn't be $35 a piece either, then, if we're going by that logic.
Books don't have 3D assets.
So in comparison to the mainstream, would you agree
premium.
that most of the stuff that you've read from Comicsgate identified creators and writers, do you think that as far as quality, that it's not really up to snuff? It's not meeting like the mainstream bare minimum. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think there's a reason why Graham Nolan, or like the big names, the guys that came out of the big companies that have been doing it for a long time, there's a reason they sell better than the guys that are just starting out. It's because they have been at this. They know what they're doing when it comes to art and writing. And the reason, like,
there's CG though. It's part of the question, right? That's Graham Nolan is CG. Art Thieber is CG. Mike Barron is CG. So a lot
was
of
that related to your point? Was that
Bros
he's
are
doing
CG.
better? Hellhound, were you saying that he was doing better as part of CG because he's been doing it for so long?
Yeah, well, they're going. There's no, so outside of the massive guys like Graham Nolan and them that have been doing it forever, the smaller guys are not. They're young at it. Yeah, my bad. I was come from that wrong. They're young. They're just now starting, and they're not going to be making masterpieces that guys like Graham Nolan and them that have been doing it for years. Of course, I mean, I doubt CJ would say that that Graham Nolan's not making like really good books, or these guys that have been around for a long time. When he's saying CG, it's the younger guys that are just now starting. They're not making, their writing's not on par. Their artwork may not be either, but everybody's growing and learning. And it's if we can quit drama, then maybe we can do your dream and bring everybody up.
This is a question I think addressed to both of you guys. He's asking, can we agree that the issue is Eric's behavior? He says poor behavior, but I'll just say behavior more than it is bad art. He says, I think people would be more forgiving of a new creator if it wasn't for what he calls dishonesty and dishonorable behavior overall. So I guess, Hellhound, I'll let you go answer first.
I just, to me, it's an insane comparison of Eric's behavior compared to EBS's or these other guys that seem to be harming the industry more. I just don't know what you mean by poor behavior. Yes, he did monetize his haters and he used to come at people online, but he hasn't in a long time. I mean, we have far more recent examples. It's just I don't get the take. I disagree vehemently.
And BA, what's your response?
I mean, I think it's a pretty even split between the two. I think the dishonesty And again, his rhetoric only shines a bigger spotlight on the bad art and the bad storytelling and some of the bad hires, where I think he would have gotten more grace, had he been able to handle the Dick Masterson situation better and, have just better ways of dealing with critics on Twitter. So I think he really did blow things out of proportion and kind of threw fuel on the fire, if you must.
Same kind of a question, follow up from same user Ghost. He's asking, BA, do you think that the real issue is the personalities involved more than the actual creative output? If people were kind of supportive of one another, do you think that the issues would have been nullified? I think that's a good question too.
I still think the complaints would have came out in regards to the quality, because you do have hardcore fans in the indie space. And I still think you would have had disgruntled fans for sure. But like I said, I think the personalities, the behavior that, put a spotlight on it, right? When somebody speaks out and then someone with a bigger audience agrees with that or wants to share that, right? It just creates this domino effect and it really, really grows. So, and as we know, that whole situation with Nina and Dick, that was kind of the match that got lit, that kind of exposed the whole situation to an extent. So,
and
again,
what do you think? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say real quick, like you also have so many YouTubers involved that have such big followings, and you have critics of them and super fans of them. So of course it's going to spread like a wildfire. And it was already decently big for quite a few months before EVS even voiced, his complaints and discussed the night letter. So, it was already happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if EVS, or like if they could have settled this in EVS, it's just a weird possibility to think of, because EVS is making so much money off of the people, the hatred that he's brought towards Eric July, that I can't even see a world without him going the way that he's gone. But like if personalities involve more creative output and people would be more support. Yeah, I think when you're talking about Dick Masterson, I don't he was trying to harm his business. I don't know why he has to listen to his criticism when he listens to other people's criticism. But you don't have to accept everyone's criticism. And Dick Masterson is a joke. So anyway, but yeah, I guess if they didn't butt heads, maybe EVS could have found a new enemy, since he has to have an enemy every couple of years. But I just I don't know exactly how to answer that question.
Well, he has a Ghost again, 3 in a row, a hat trick. He's got a question for you as a follow-up. What is it as a customer that drives you to buy? I actually kind of touched on that earlier. Would you agree it is fair to say it isn't about the art, but pure entertainment, as you have said? Do you think that? Would you say that's a fair summary for you?
It isn't about the art, but pure entertainment, as you just said. Entertainment as of writing, is that what you like?
I think he's talking about like the entertainment that you get from everything, and that things like some people, I assume, I don't know, Ethan. I assume that someone like Ethan that draws everything, because I'll tell you what, I know this firsthand from a lot of artists that I know. They hate AI art, and they see AI art as being cheating. They see AI art as taking what they do and reducing it to a couple of prompts and a click. And so when I genuinely consider them real artists. And so when you say, I'm not throwing shade, but when you have a real artist who sees someone using AI art, they get offended by that. So I think to bring it back to Ghost's question, do you care less about the art, about AI art, 3D assets, things like that, than an artist or someone who's like art art sensitive would be offended by. Do you not care about that because you just want to see, okay, just give me the book. I don't care about if the art is made this way or that way. I just want to read the book. And is that more your focus, or do you care more about the art? I think is what he's asking.
It's a sum, like a lot of things. It's a sum of all of its parts, right? I like Berserk, right? I own the whole volume or every bit of Berserk, right? So the artwork, amazing. The story, freaking fantastic, right? So like, it's the only thing that I like have spent so much on to get every bit of, because to me it's a really good story and really good art. There's a few things. I mean, there's only a few things where I'm going to go out of my way to. You have to be. I mean, it's not just about entertainment. It's about everything's a sum of its parts. People can enjoy one part of a thing and not the other. But I think the story sticks with people more than artwork in a lot of cases. Yeah, so it's not really about pure entertainment. That's like consumerism at its whole, I guess. That's strange.
Okay. BA?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to kind of piggyback off one of your comments about, EVS hating on Eric and just the word hate being brought up, right? Like, just to clarify, I think most people don't actually hate Eric, right? We just dislike his rhetoric and how he's kind of handling Rippaverse. But I kind of find it ironic when people bring up that term, especially kind of placing Eric in the position of being a victim, because wouldn't you say he and others like FNT have been pushing hate towards mainstream creators, film directors, actors, actresses like Brie Larson for years? Mark Hamill, for a great example. Is that acceptable? But not what EVS does? Well, they do more than criticize. I mean, they call them all sorts of names. They run their name through the mud. I mean, is it any different? And if that's how part of how Eric and them got their following was able to make their money, wouldn't they be one and the same technically?
Are you in the mainstream?
Is it
or
all
are you in
fair
Hollywood?
game? Are indies immune to criticism and mockery and parody? I mean, you've seen many people in here mock me and make fun of me.
Well, they're doing the same
That's
thing
okay,
to
right?
me. So, like, yeah.
Right.
I
So
don't care.
it's everyone's technically fair game, but my point is they've made money off of and created a following off of hating the mainstream and calling actors and directors all sorts of names and pushing hate towards them. So it's
EVS,
no different.
yeah, I mean, look, EVS can do that. I don't think it's smart for indies. But he's created a following. That's fine.
But
he can do whatever he wants to do.
But that's what
Every
Eric did as
FNT
well.
can do what they want to do, and I enjoy it. I don't enjoy what
Exactly.
EVS is doing, and I don't think it's good for indies.
But it's the same thing. So
This
you
is all
enjoy,
opinion, right? You've
I
been
know, but
talking
you,
about this is all opinion, no facts. I get
I
you,
know,
like,
no, but you've been framing it as if, right, it's wrong and bad what EVS is doing, even though it's the same thing that FNT is doing, but you enjoy it. So you can understand why many of us would enjoy Trashcast, right?
is Eric?
He's a famous YouTuber.
Is he attacking EV? Like, well, okay, yeah, I guess. I mean, I get what you're saying. I kind of. But like Eric's not doing a show every week attacking EVS or.
He used to do
anybody
monetize your
else
haters
game.
before EVS even came into the drama. Eric was monetizing his haters.
And then he started his business.
No, he was
and
doing
started
that.
The dumb crap.
No, he was still doing that.
He did like one more after he started the business. Okay, sorry, I misspoke.
I'm just saying, like, they're all doing the same thing in a way. But again, my stance is there's a balance on one side, versus the other. But you can understand why folks on one side might enjoy what EVS is doing, just like folks like you might enjoy when they're taking jabs at the mainstream and those creators.
You can enjoy whatever you want. I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm not telling you not to enjoy EVS's what's it called, trash gas.
Okay.
Fine.
I'm just
have at it.
yeah. I'm just saying it's like, it's all fair. So just want to make sure that we have that
But Eric's
understanding.
not allowed to talk. Like, I don't get why but you have a standard where Eric is bringing down comics because he's not promoting enough, and he's not even out there making joke streams all the time. Like, so, but he's worse for like comics for not saying anything, like not doing 70 trash casts.
No, that's not my
No.
stance. Promotion's part of it, rhetoric's part of it, insulting and attacking small creators, criticizing and taking jabs at crowdfunding, and almost trying to scare people out of backing crowdfunders. And just again, the whole advice about don't ever ask for
That was one
promotion
video,
and
like, a
don't
year
listen
ago.
to your. But again, it's fair game. But my point is, those are all the things and more, that I think are not a net positive for the indie community.
I think this is
Well,
addressed
I
to
guess there's a lot of
both. Oh,
negative-
sorry. Go ahead, Helman.
Oh no, you go. Go ahead, man.
I think this is addressed to both you guys. Andrew asks, would Eric be as successful as he is if he didn't have a large YouTube following? Since you were just speaking, BA, why don't you go ahead and take this one first, Helhound?
So if he had the same, say, level of YouTube subscribers and Twitter followers as me, I don't think ISOM would have cracked $2,000. I think very, very few folks actually backed it because of the art, because of the plot, and because of the comic book in general. So, yeah, I don't think it would have went anywhere. But this is, again, we've seen this with other famous people where you can make about anything and convince your followers to buy it, and that's what gave him all the traction. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't understand why he's so defensive of that fact. And again, it's the complete opposite with the folks like EVS and Shane, right? They're known for comics and being creators. So
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, but that goes both ways, right? Like, this goes for anyone. Like, if EVS didn't have his YouTube following, Cyberfrog never would have taken off the way it did. He formed his own YouTube following. Any of these guys, like any that use YouTube for promotion, wouldn't be selling what they are if it wasn't for their YouTube following. It's not just Eric.
But you would agree that Andrew, what he's saying, that's the case, but that's a good thing, and people should seek to do that with YouTube and use platforms, right?
Yeah, whichever.
Not to put words in your mouth, just summarizing.
No, yeah, if you're trying to, I guess as a way of self-promotion, and if you're able to build a large YouTube channel and you're trying to sell yourself or sell yourself to a crowd, then YouTube's a good way to do it if you have the personality. There's other ways, I guess, to do it. It's just, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be more. You got to look at how you can make yourself the most successful.
I like this next one from CJ. Friday Night Tights does promote other books. They've had Eric, Graham, Chuck, Kelsey, Gabe, and others on their channel. Also, Gary earned his platform. No one's entitled to his platform. So I guess, BA, we'll start with you. What's your response to this as far as the people that he mentions that are being promoted and Gary and his platform?
Well, Eric is obviously a friend of theirs, and they want Eric on their channel to get his followers to follow them and to sub. So it's a marketing strategy. They have Graham because, well, Graham is connected to Eric. Chuck is connected to Eric. Gabe is on Eric's team. So that's, 3 out of 5 there, 4 or 5, that are part of the Rippaverse are connected. Actually, 4 out of 5. Kelsey, not exactly sure why he was on there, but he's a well-known creator, obviously. But that's that's only 5 people. That's nothing compared to what so many other people in our space have done. So, kudos for promoting a handful of people, but it's not really doing much for the indie community.
I mean, but they also, you promote them and they have their own channels and Twitters and everything else where they can promote other people as well. So it's like it all
Just small
slows
trickle
down.
down. But there's a lot more trickling that could happen, for sure.
You have anything else you want to say to that, Hellhound?
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, there would be more trickling all the time. We would all be millionaires. We would, but it's not a perfect world. It's you have to be what do for yourself what you want for yourself. You can't, like he said, you can't wait around and depend on other people. You have to put yourself out there.
Talking drawing with Shane Davis. We have yet seen any real interest in making a high quality book, 4 books into the Rippaverse. When will Eric make one? Hellhound, I'll let you answer that first.
I don't know, Shane. Let's. Do you think that you're gonna you don't like Chuck Dixon, Shane? Or you don't? What about Mike Barron? You're gonna shit on his book when it comes out?
Well, the thing is, they're not being given good plots. They're not being given good characters to work with, right? They're not developed well. They're not even really developed at all, and they're not heroes. They're not really anti-heroes. A lot of them are just assholes, really. I mean, so the thing is, if they were really intriguing and interesting characters, I'm sure they would both knock the books out of the park. But you could give Alan Moore, if you give him a horrible character with a horrible storyline built around that to work with, well, first off, he would turn it down because he actually has really high standards. But I don't think even Alan Moore would be able to create a phenomenal book. So, yeah, they're not being given much.
The universe is just full of characters you're not interested in, and may not interest a lot of people. And so they have to work with what they have. But I mean, people.
Well, thanks for swinging by, Shane. I appreciate that. Next question. I don't. This one, Enrique says, "Will Rippa put out a warrant on Eric July for trying to harm his business by not double checking the ISOM trademark?" Okay, I'm gonna just keep on scrolling on that one. Tevin, can't you see that Eric's comics were too overhyped given the quality and plot that he gave to his fans? Hellhound, what do you think?
Too overhyped. I mean, all right, you could. I don't know what too overhyped would mean, but I would say there was a lot of hype going into ISOM 1. It was his first book with his new startup. So that's, I mean, probably why it did so well. There was a lot of support from every direction during that first book. But I don't know about overhype is subjective, I guess, especially here. People hate the book, people like the book. But then, but people bought the book and people are still buying his book. So I don't know about overhype, but that's all I have.
BA?
I think there was a lot of blind hype for hype's sake, right? FNT and crew folks, even after ISOM 1 and, a lot of the obvious issues with it continued to prop it up again with no details or reviews, just a lot of hyping for hype's sake because they're trying to make money and increase their engagement off of Eric. So I don't think a lot of the hype was really deserved or legitimate. But real quick before we go to the next question, my final kind of reason of why I don't think positive for the community is I think he uses a lot of scare tactics to try to convince folks that his way is the way and the best way or the only way. In the sense that he's really pushing the whole scare tactic about late books, even though it's a very small percentage of creators and it's some specific creators, but it kind of gets generalized into crowdfunding as a whole. And just again, The fact that he's saying that these creators do not have business bones in their body, as if like, hey, there's a risk that their universe may not continue because, you know, they're just going to go out of business, things of that nature, and how like, oh, you've got to have like pre-ordering. And I just think a lot of his marketing, you know, strategy is gauged around kind of knocking down other methods and creators to build up his method and his way of doing things. And, you know, in the indie community, you know, for most of us, the lifeblood is literally crowdfunding. I have no issue with pre-ordering. I mean, essentially my campaign was pre-ordering because my novels were 100% done. My comic was like 80% done before the campaign was over. I just needed to know how many to print, and I needed to make sure I could recover my costs. Nobody's complaining about doing pre-orders, but I don't see any benefit for the community in trying to essentially scare folks about the potential risks of crowdfunding. That'd be like if you go around just scaring everybody about, oh, well, you could get food poisoning from food at grocery stores. It's a possibility. Like, oh my gosh, everybody be careful. Like, or, oh, you know, you go to a mechanic, they could mess up your car. Like, it's always a possibility to have a bad experience as a customer, but I don't see the benefit in the community to just highlight these very few and rare instances where folks just don't get a book. I mean, that's extremely rare. And the late books thing, I mean, there's nuance to that, and things are a lot different for folks that are doing everything themselves. And they're also, again, not using SketchUp, 3D assets of that nature. So I think some of the marketing tactics are not a good example for the indie community. We should all be lifting up crowdfunding, promoting it, pushing it as hard as possible, even if you're doing pre-orders, because it's what allows creators like myself to even exist, to even be able to get books into folks. And without it, so many people would be lacking entertainment. They'd be missing out on wonderful stories. So I do think he's potentially pushed people away from fantastic campaigns just because of how he frames things.
Since that was his last point, his last kind of objection to why the Rippaverse has not enhanced the indie community, is there anything that you'd like to say specifically in response to that or addressing that, Helhound?
No, I mean, it's the same point I've heard that, like, I will just go on a circular argument here. So I don't want to drag it out any further. It's just the same circular thing. So,
I mean, have you witnessed those videos and stuff where, you know, he's just really focused in on late books and kind of all the risks of crowdfunding out there?
There are risks to crowdfunding, but
there's risks to pre-ordering too. You know,
have you ever pre-ordered a game or like anything? Like,
yeah, they get delayed from time to time. I mean, things happen, but I mean,
years or whatever. But like, yeah.
But see, you're going to extremes, which is a very, very small percentage. And why would he be trying to knock down even those creators that are late?
More extreme. It's a far more extreme case in pre-ordering than it is in crowdfunding.
I mean, there's no guarantee you're going to get your book, even if you pre-order it. I mean,
there's no guarantee in life. I could die in a car crash tomorrow. It's like, but yes, crowdfunding. Like why can he not say that there is risk? There is more risk in crowdfunding.
He can, but why? Why even do that if you're trying to lift up the indie community? You're trying to grow the community as a whole.
You're not allowed to say anything bad about, like, you're not allowed to say anything perceived to be bad about anything that should be lifted up. It's like that's
crowdfunding and the success of it is what gave him this opportunity. It's what paved the way.
That's not even necessarily a bad thing. It's just knowledge is a bad, like, hey, it's a higher risk than me dying in a car crash tomorrow, or a higher risk than somebody not getting their pre-ordered game or whatever, because there's been articles for a long time about scams in crowdfunding. I mean, it happens. It's happened a lot. It does happen a lot.
But he doesn't give specific examples of.
I don't see any articles on
such
scams in
instances.
pre-ordering. Do you need examples? You said? Or I mean, I got a couple.
No. I said, why didn't he zone in on specific examples of where like a campaign never fulfilled, right? Or when it was a scam. It's always very generalized about the risks, or again, like late books, even though again, small
Because it's a general
percentage.
risk.
But why highlight them if crowdfunding is the lifeblood of the indie community? Why do anything that could scare people away from backing books, unless potentially it's to, push them towards your method because all of those risks are gone? You kind of get where this could be perceived as kind of complicated.
Yeah, I mean, everything could be perceived like it's. If you're looking for hatred, you're going to find it. Like if you're looking for things to sound bad, you're going to see it as bad. Like it's when everybody is on, like it's like a political thing. It's very strange where people on one side of the aisle yell that the other side is saying this thing that is like taken out of context, and a certain number of people are going to just run with that, and then that's going to be. That when he says that what is wrong with, so what if people did switch over to more of a pre-sale model? Why does that bother you? It's still a type of crowdfunding in a way.
Well, Eric doesn't believe he's crowdfunded, so we got to make sure we clarify that. But all jokes aside, it would prevent creators from being able to bring their creations to life, because crowdfunding is what makes it possible, because most people are not sitting on thousands or tens of thousands of dollars.
Why you had to work on
It
yourself.
was $200,000 that I used to start through.
$200,000.
Yeah, I think it was 250 even. Yeah, it was.
And he hired. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyways,
well, I guess you need to work on yourself and get yourself the money you need to. I mean, if you want to.
I already hired
follow your dream.
Higher caliber talent, so I'm not concerned about that. But the thing is, if you're pushing people away from crowdfunding, then that kills creators' abilities to get projects funded and get their books into the hands of people. And I haven't seen crowdfunding folks trying to convince readers not to follow the pre-order method, right? It's kind of one-sided. Everyone should be promoting both, right? They should be promoting the idea of just supporting indie creators. I don't think anybody should be scaring anybody away from any method. And that's kind of where that could be damaging if you're literally scaring, right? All these new people, right, that you mentioned that are being brought into the indie space, right? New readers or new comic fans, whatever you want to convince them of per se they are. If they're all now being scared away from crowdfunding, it's not helping the indie community, because they're only going and backing or supporting the people that are doing pre-orders, which is a very tiny amount of people, and it's primarily Eric. You see how that's kind of convenient for him, but very inconvenient for crowdfunding.
I don't see how everybody's so easily scared, especially.
Oh, he can convince his fans of a lot of things, though. Like when you have a huge following and a loud voice.
So why are people still buying crowdfunded books then? He said that a year ago, and people are buying crowdfunded books constantly.
Sure,
nobody's scared, dude.
There's the risk that he's actually pushed people away, especially the people that he's
the risk is gone because there's more people now buying books because of, like, even if they're not reading them, there's more people in the indie sphere because of him now that are buying books.
Well, we don't know how many we don't know how many people he's brought in that have bought crowdfunding versus how many he's actually scared away from crowdfunding. So, but it poses a potential risk.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying it's a potential risk, but it's not a positive.
A potential risk of something he said a year ago.
Yeah.
Or
I mean, there's no time limit on.
Well,
this
it's no way of
topic.
knowing either, too. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
impossible to know unless we surveyed every
Yeah.
single person buying every single thing. So it's
But
really
there is
speculation.
But there is there is literally no positive of talking negatively about crowdfunding or
Is it negative or
potentially
is it just
scamming.
a truth? I don't understand why a truth is negative. Like a truth can be negative, but like it's just a truth. Like it's, I don't know.
Truth
It's
about a very, very
interesting.
small percentage of.
I'm not going to go in a
creators.
circular argument about this shit. Yeah.
All right. So I think you need to go in a couple minutes here, right, Hellhound?
Yeah, man. I got to be up in a couple of hours.
I'll grab a couple of questions that were addressed to both you guys or just you, so you can get through those before you have to head off here. So real quick for you, if Rippa was talking smack about the mainstream, he's punching up. So wouldn't CG talking smack about Rippa also be punching up?
Like, Rippa is one, like, whatever. I don't care. Like, do what you want to do. I mean, sure, punching. I don't believe in punching up and punching down. So I believe do what you want to do. So,
what is your opinion on Eric fake campaigns? Only starting a campaign once the printing was done, so it was never a real campaign.
Eric fake campaigns, only starting a campaign once the printing was. I don't understand the question. You might have to.
The crowdfunding format that he uses to kind of build hype that you have to hit targets even though he's going to print them no matter what because it's technically a pre-order.
Oh yeah, you're talking about like you see how many people are going to, how many orders you're going to get, and then you finish printing. That seems like a rational thing to do, in my opinion.
Very important question. Which is more horrific, Brie Larson's feet or the Saska sisters twin cest movie with vomit and urine drinking? Really happy I just read that on a live stream.
The second one.
I haven't gone out of my way to watch that second one. So
have you? But the real question is, have you gone out of your way to look at Brie Larson's feet?
That I have, buddy. That I have. No, but yeah. I mean, just by those words, I imagine that might be a scene that I wouldn't want to see in a movie. But yeah, Brie Larson's feet are scary.
Right. Okay, so we're 1 minute away from when you need to head off, so you can actually get some sleep. Would you like to say anything in closing before I give you a graceful exit, sir?
No, man, I appreciate it. I know it, I was getting a little combative or whatever, and I'm not very good at debating or whatever, but I just thought figured it'd be fun, interesting talking to you anyway. That's the least I got out of it, and kind of seeing where you came from face to face instead of like through videos or on the X. So yeah.
Anything you'd like to say to him before we send him off, BA?
No, I appreciate the fact that you took me up on it. Like I said, 9 out of 10 folks won't do it. So I appreciate someone that will actually voice their opinion and kind of stand by what they say. And so I think that's really cool. So, and I think it was a good discussion. Probably was seemed like it was really enjoyable for all the chats out there. So I think it's good to have open discourse and see what folks vibe with who, and maybe some folks learn from either side. So it's good.
Awesome. Well, Hellhound, thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate it. You're welcome back on anytime. I don't stream super often, but whenever I do, you're welcome to be here. BA, do you need to hop off, or can you stick around for a few more questions?
Nope, I'm good. I can stick around. Yep.
All right. Hellhound, have a great night, and thanks for joining us, sir.
All right, man. Y'all too. Appreciate it.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. All right. So do you want to take you already answered that the twin cest was worse than Brie Larson's feet, right?
Yeah, it's worse.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff on that topic.
I feel like that's an easy one.
Yeah.
Did you answer on this one? Because I'm trying to get everybody's questions here.
I kind of tried to get him to, admit that he benefits from the crowdfunding method and setup. Like like I've mentioned before, right? Crowdfunding paved the way for him, and all the successful favorite creators that he's saying do not listen to, do not take advice from, do not ask for promotion from. They've literally paved the way for him, and he responds by taking jabs at those creators and the method of crowdfunding, which I think, again, is just really bad for the space given the huge following that he has. So it's convenient.
I don't, and anyone, if you want to throw in questions specifically for BA while he's here, please feel free to do so. I actually don't remember, because it's hard to remember back to ISOM 1, but during ISOM 1's campaign, I don't remember him really correcting anyone when they, because a lot of people called it crowdfunding. I think I just kind of heard it in the same breath as pre-order. He always called it pre-order, but a lot of people were calling it a pre-order campaign or a crowdfunding campaign, just because that's what they're used to in indie comics. But he didn't really seem to correct anybody on that until it got like a year later or a few months later or something. So it seemed to kind of shifted almost from like one thing to the other. And I'm not sure. I don't know. Does that seem like the case to you?
Yeah, once things went down with Ethan, it's like he suddenly really started distinguishing or being specific, like, this is not crowdfunding. I don't do crowdfunding. Like, he had to separate himself from those that are doing crowdfunding. And, that's when he really just started to kind of, again, do a lot of videos about the topic. So I think that was intentional for sure.
Nice to see you in the chat there, Eric Debunks. I know he got an award. Was it actually for crowdfunding?
No, it was from the DeVos family, or like the Amway corporation, which is known for alleged, pyramid
okay,
structures in business, and allegedly, from what I've heard, that company is also connected to the Blaze. Yeah.
BA, how many copies do you need at the press to get a $10 margin per comic? I come from the book world, but I am curious how the images add to the total, even with a bulk print run. That's a great question. If you have the answer. It's still a great question if you don't, but
I mean, it depends on what you're charging, obviously. If you're printing less than like 50 of anything that's like under 20 pages, you can expect to be paying, a good 12, 15, 20 or more per copy, depending on the comic. So you would have to charge 35 plus. So that's what's kind of interesting. And that would be kind of normal, I guess, for some of the smaller creators to maybe make, not considering the fees that come from Indiegogo and everything, but to maybe make a 30% margin or something, right? So $35, not crazy, but $35 if your print cost is $2.50. That's a huge profit margin. So
Andrew wants to know, where do you get your ideas from?
For me, in regards to Vigilante's Creed, it was a mixture of actually a dream about a gargoyle standing atop a Detroit cathedral, ironically the night after I got a gargoyle tattoo on my chest. And just, influences from really a lot of TV and films. Obviously comic book characters such as Batman, Rorschach creations like Watchmen and all that were influences, but Smallville, all of the the Nolanverse, Snyderverse, things like that, they all came out right when I was getting really interested in comics and comic book characters, and also during some really kind of difficult times in my life. So I just really vibed with those darker, grittier comic book movies. And so I drew a lot of inspiration from them.
Very cool. I'll ask just because I don't know who. I don't know. I'm seeing WC. I'm assuming means War Campaign. There's someone from War Campaign who really wants to know what you think about a lot of comic skate drama. Would you like to address any of it?
You know, I'd recommend. I'll touch on it, but I'd say I recommend watching my latest video on my YouTube channel. I go over how, you know, I don't think those that say create the drama are really the biggest issue. It's how people digest and handle the drama. You have folks, you know, like myself that can observe the drama on Twitter without getting too emotional, start calling people names, things of that nature, right? I'll try to just make my statement once, and depending on how they respond, right, you can instantly tell. Either they can have a discussion, like, you know, Helhound was able to have a discussion on here, not too much on Twitter, or, right, if they go off the deep end, you're like, hey, you're literally just wasting your breath. You know, it's like trying to convince someone to like your favorite director's movies, you know?
Right.
It's not going to go anywhere.
Right.
Especially if it's a controversial director. So, or, you know, to me, the biggest issue are the folks that take things personal, right? The folks that they see Eric get criticized and they respond as if like you've criticized their mother or something to that extreme, and they just start attacking people, calling the names. And then you do have, I'm not going to judge an entire group, but you do have like some folks in War Campaign that see it as an opportunity, like, hey, I'm going to jump on this train because it, you know, will get more people to go after my enemies, which might be CG or whatever. So you do have folks that will initiate dog piles and kind of that bully mentality. And sometimes you have people that start out really reasonable, but they get, you know, attacked so many times or called names that they just start to kind of respond to an extent.
A lot of people
And
seem
so,
to like assume that that any response is like inherently negative or confrontational. So I try to really go out of my way to make it really abundantly obvious that I'm not attacking people when I engage with them, because I think X is just like, and Twitter in general has always been inherently adversarial. Like the quote retweet like only really exists to get a bunch of people up someone's ass. There's really no other reason to do it, you know? So, and I mean, like, I know some people are like, no, I just want people to follow the conversation. No, you don't. No, you don't. I know that's not why you did it. You know, that's not why you did it, but okay, let's pretend that's why you did it. Sure. Bat Sauce asked if you got divorced, and that's why the character went through the divorce. Okay. He's cracked the code. What advice would you give to someone with a bunch of story ideas but is unaware of how to write them down, especially in CV format? Also, does BA stand for badass?
So BA just stands for my my initials, but it does have a nice coincidental.
It is a nice coincidence, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's kind of been my nickname amongst some of CG, so I'm okay with that. But you know, with me being mostly a novelist at this point, you know, I'm currently working on the first comic issue, so I'm learning, right, how to translate it, and I'm going to actually have a co-writer for my first issue, right? That's one of the lessons I took from the Rippaverse is like, hey, don't get overconfident and think like, hey, I can just translate this into a comic, no problem, or I can just suddenly be a comic book writer. I don't think it's that simple. That's why it took me so long to write these novels. But you know, honestly, just start writing stuff down. You know, I had just notebooks, just a stack of notebooks where I literally just started writing out scenes and, you know, designs for characters, concept for characters, and eventually you'll get enough down to where you can start connecting different bits from your notes. And then one day you'll just feel comfortable like, hey, I need to sit down and just start writing. And you might start at the beginning of the story, you might start in the middle, you might start at the end. I literally wrote the beginning, like 2 chapters, and then I jumped right to the final 2 chapters. And then I kind of just built it from there. So it's really just building up that courage to just starting to write something down, and then you'll get addicted to the process. and you'll build confidence, and then you're going to end up creating something that you didn't think you could actually create. And then that's where you get really confident and you just fall in love with it.
I want to echo your sentiments on, like, you don't think that you're going to just go from being a novelist to like a comic book writer. I completely agree with that, because like I did the exact opposite thing. My comic that I'm working on, like many other people have said, it started like a decade plus ago. But like, you know, you go back to when, you know, back in the early 2000s, there were nowhere near as many avenues into indie comics publishing as there are now. There wasn't like a Critical Blast. There weren't all these people that you could just easily get a hold of. So I was trying to write a novel and it never felt right. And then when I started trying to make it into a comic, I was like, well, yeah, this is like, because I always wanted to be a comic, but it was like, I don't know how to go about making it into a comic book. You know, when I'm, you know, fresh out of college in my early 20s, I'm like, I don't know how to do any of this. I don't have any contacts. How do I work for Marvel? But now, like, there's all these inroads that you can make, and there's these networks that you can become a part of. So now, like, when I was writing it as a comic, I was like, this feels right, you know? And so I don't think maybe I could write a book like you wrote a comic, but I don't think I would go from, yeah, I'm now an author, you know, from someone who's writing a comic book. So I completely feel what you're saying there. Great question from Eric. He said, what's our take on the Rippa stuff always circling back to EVS? If the argument is that Rippa isn't talking about EVS, why do all those hands? No, that's who he's referencing. I'll let you answer that first, and I'll give my little, you know, lukewarm take.
Yeah, I think that's just because of the sentiment that a lot of his enemies have already pushed with the whole relate books thing, right? I think that's part of it. Yeah. But, you know, EVS provided Eric a convenient escape to critique, essentially, right? He could redirect everything. Again, all of a sudden, he's not crowdfunding, right? He has to draw that line in the sand. All of a sudden, he's criticizing crowdfunding campaigns and the technique and your favorite comic book creators. So every time he got criticized about promotion, about 3D assets, about all that, it's like, oh, don't look at me. Look at what this guy's doing. Late books and hating people and doing this and that. So he's really good at pushing folks in a different direction. And he also has a lot of very passionate fans, followers that are very easily convinced of things. But that's normal with anyone who's perceived as famous or as an idol. And I do think because of the political stuff and commentary on the mainstream, he's became an idol to a lot of people. And a lot of people are emulating his rhetoric, just like people emulate Rhetoric and all of them. There's a lot of copycats, and those copycats create copycats, and it just spreads. And it's not a good thing to spread, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't know. There's a lot of because it's funny, right? Because I'm the moderator, so I'm just like, I'm sitting here listening to you guys talk. It isn't like I don't have my own opinions, obviously. Right. And sometimes I hear someone say something and I think, oh, why didn't they say this or something like that in response, right? But it's not my place, obviously, moderating. But I used to, like, God, years and years, like, how long has he been doing this? I used to listen to Doomcock talk about Star Wars. And then I realized Doomcock is completely full of fucking shit every time that he opens his mouth about Star Wars. And I don't really like to call people out because I don't want to make enemies or burn bridges with people. But like Doomcock, you're just fucking wrong every time that you say anything. Guess what, asshole? Kathleen Kennedy still works there. So I mean, like, that's what I mean when I see people like that. I used to watch those kinds of people. You know, I used to watch, I've never watched Az, but I used to watch people like Az and like Nerdrotic and stuff like that. Never really them specifically, but then I was like, this doesn't do shit. Like, all you do is bitch. You don't actually say, go buy this, or here's an alternative, or here's a developer that promotes this. None of that, just bitching, endless bitching, constant bitching. And I don't, again, like, I don't want to throw any shade at anyone, but like Yellow Flash, like, God damn, dude, how many videos of you talking for 10 minutes reading tweets and articles do I really need to fucking watch before I can just say, hey, you know what? I can just go read the tweet. I don't need to give you a click for this. So that kind of stuff is just trash content. It's just rage baiting content. And it's not like, I understand the value of news, but they're not reporting. It's like, hey, this thing's awful. Get angry about it.
Yeah, it's rage bait.
Yeah, it is just constant rage baiting, and it frustrates me. And it frustrates me because it doesn't lead anything. And as I got into comics and I met all these people who are working really hard. This is my first real conversation with you, but we've talked a little bit in the periphery. But I've met people like Telepathic Bunny. I've met people like Luke Stone. I've met people like Hojo, Dave Brink, all these people whose my opinions are not theirs, for the record. All of these wonderful people who are busting their ass to provide an actual alternative, a real difference. And I don't see, he can go on a 2-minute spit flying tirade about pronouns, but he can't bother to just say, hey, check out this other guy's comic book. This is a really great comic book. And I don't, and then look, this is the thing, like I'm doing YouTube, right? I'm working on a comic. I'm doing YouTube now. I get it. Like they don't owe their platform to anyone. They really don't. And I would never expect them to give it. But like, if you built your platform saying everything sucks, why would you not then want to use your platform to say, except for this? And I understand like the algorithm, and I understand like when you have a video format that makes you money, and when you deviate from that, your views plummet because the algorithm puts you into this certain thing. I understand all of that stuff. So I don't expect them to do it. But there are ways that you can work it in. Like, hey, Star Wars is dead for the first 9 minutes. And for the last minute, check out Vigilante's Creed, check out Mythicals, check out Hybrids. Would it
some sort of balance
do that? Yeah. So it's like, it's not like, I know that Tim, I hope you're watching, Tim, buddy. I know Tim thinks I'm a communist for this, but it's not an expectation. It's just like, hey man, give me a hand. A retweet, you were right. A retweet does do a tremendous amount for people, because a retweet from someone with 200,000 followers, if even 10%, 1% see that, that's like an enormous difference for someone that's as small as me or you or any of the other people that who are trying to write real stuff. I don't get like I've kind of gone on a tangent. I apologize, Eric, but the Rippa stuff, circling back to EVS, it feels like it's the same thing. On one hand, I genuinely respect Eric for not using people's names. I think it's frustrating, but I understand why. I'm trying to give him, like, I really do try to give everybody the best, like, most good faith interpretation of why they do something. I could assume that Eric does something for a bad reason, but I choose to assume that he's doing it for a good reason. So I assume that he is being vague to not provoke an attack on somebody or to get people angry or upset. So I choose to believe that. So I like that he does that. And I do think that's the right way to do it. But at the same time, even addressing it at all, even vaguely, everyone does know who he's talking about, because he always works in stuff like certain 30-year industry who are artists. Well, I mean, who are we talking about at that point, bro? I mean, we all know that we're talking about EVS. So it's like, he should go a step further and just not say anything, because
it doesn't benefit the space.
Yeah.
And that was my exact point, is like, why would you highlight any negatives about crowdfunding if literally probably 95% of true indie creators are using crowdfunding versus pre-ordering?
Yeah.
There's a higher risk of you scaring someone away from backing campaigns versus bringing in new backers. But it's also convenient that it could pull those folks towards his method. And so I think it's intentional, unfortunately. And I understand where you're coming from about not saying names, but
Yeah.
it goes against his history. It goes against his rhetoric and his mentality, right? This tough guy.
Well, the true problem with
let's
it
do
being vague is if
confrontation,
you
let's pull
are
up,
if you're
right?
imprecise. If you're imprecise, then when you are imprecise, everyone can take offense to it. If you don't say EVS's books are 5 years late, and instead you say crowdfunding is 5 years late, then everyone who does crowdfunding says, wait a minute, I'm not 5 years late. What the fuck are you talking about? So he needs to be like really precise, and he wants to avoid that, it feels like.
But it's still disingenuous, even if he's specific, because there's nuance in reasoning.
Oh, there is, yeah.
The lateness, right? And if you're going to be honest and just be like, hey, it's because he's added X amount of pages, right? You're actually getting more in this campaign than you originally paid for. So there are positives in many cases to the lateness, or they're actually redrawing some pages or whatever. There's several reasons. There's also shit happens, right? And the fact that you're not only writing it, you're doing line art, you're doing the inking. As long as the creators are honest about it, which EBS is honest about it, it's not even there's no reason for him to talk negatively about it. And if he's going to talk about it, be real about it and say, well, here's his explanation for it, and then let the listeners or the watchers decide, well, is that reasonable and do they jive with it? Problem is he's not doing that, and he is generalizing it to crowdfunding in general, which can pull away backers from any creator, which again, that's the worst thing in my opinion that he's done in the space, is potentially scare people away from backing campaigns. But he's also almost scared creators from setting up campaigns or even creating comics. I mean, that specific video, the first installment of making money in comics, like it was almost, he was like trying to scare people away with the cost, like, oh, it's going to cost you, it was like $20-some thousand to create a 30 or 50 page book. But it was all like, it was all so negative. It wasn't like, well, here, this is how you can make it affordable, or here's how you can, run a campaign, or hey, maybe you should try to reach out to folks for promotion, and maybe do this with your YouTube channel. Maybe try to do tweets in this structure, right? Maybe help folks with the marketing and teach them how to actually get to a point where they can have confidence that they will get the amount of backing needed to cover those costs. But instead it was like, oh, there's all these costs, it's this much, and oh my gosh, you have some creators that aren't paying their artists, or they're not paying them enough, or they're not paying them at all. And some creators are, potentially living off cat food. There were so many just comments that were just like, none of this is positive, except for it does put your method in a positive light, ironically. So, yeah.
Bat Sauce asks, was the main character a self-insert of yourself?
Is that a question for me or for
I
Ross?
assume, because unless he's,
I'll answer it.
Unless he's hacking my computer, you don't see anything of mine yet.
To be fair, he is one of my backers, so I know he's not trolling. But, to be quite honest, to an extent, I think, most creators put some of their beliefs or stances, their morals into their characters. Obviously, I'm not 6'5", 250 pounds. I'm also not staggeringly good looking like my character depicted to be by Corey. But, my belief system for sure is installed into the character, because I want him to be of good morals. He's an actual hero in the story. And some of the things that I've went through as a person, some of the events I put into the character because it's what I know, right? It's situations that I can go into detail and really explain what the character is feeling, because I've went through it myself. And I think that's a way to make the character more relatable, because I know there are folks out there that have went through, some of the things that I've went through, folks that have work jobs where they just feel like they don't have a purpose in life, right? People that really yearn to help others and make a positive impact on the world. So yeah, I inserted that into the character, but a lot of people share those beliefs and those experiences. So I wanted to make the characters relatable and write what I know. But it's not a 100% self-insert, but to an extent, I would say.
I don't think to clarify, I don't think that the off the cuff example that I gave, I don't think Eric ever actually said that at all. So I would say never. He never actually said that. Sorry if I was confusing there. More story. Anything else you want to say about Vigilantes Creed?
Yeah, I mean, it's unique. That was my whole kind of goal with the story. Is not only to again make the characters relatable, to have a layered narrative. I want it to be unique. I hate generic stories. I hate generic movies. Right. This is why I'm not a fan of the Rippaverse, even before any of the detracting, anything. Initially, when Eric had the idea for the Rippaverse and was just talking about it, I promoted him. I supported him, just like I do any indie that hasn't given reason not to. But as soon as the covers came out and some of the art and the character designs, I was just like, man, this is so generic and bland, right? It's just like Luke Cage with just this really horribly designed suit. And there was just no real details behind the character or the story. And I'm like, I'm not just going to back him because he's famous. I'd rather spend 35 or end up being like 50 or something after shipping, supporting folks like yourself, like Joe Sontag, like Joe Ball, like Shane, like all these guys, and especially the really small creators that really need the money just to make it come to life, because I can relate to that. And so
100%
getting back to Vigilantes Creed, I wanted a unique character. Obviously a gargoyle is unique. There has not been much content outside of smut novels that have had gargoyles, so there hasn't really been a vigilante gargoyle. And I've always been enamored by the lore in Catholicism and in religion. And so I'm like, I'm going to tie in religious lore, supernatural lore, and make this really detailed, layered story. And I love vigilantes. I love Batman. I love Rorschach. And I love healthy doses of realism. So I wanted a story that had a nice balance of escapism, of realism, in the sense not of anti-heroes and narcissists, being a narcissist and all that, but events in the world and situations that folks can relate to and be like, what, that shit's happening in life right now. Like, I hate, this corrupt politician or this corrupt legal system, stuff that people can relate to because it's happening in real life. And again, experiences from the characters that people can really relate to and jive with. And so, I wanted that, but again, I wanted a team of pure heroes that are willing to do what's right and do it in a unique way with a lot of grit, but also tell an emotional story, right? Not just a beat 'em up, shoot 'em down type story, but something that has a love story in there and just a lot of emotional events that anyone can relate to one of the good guys in my story. If you relate to the bad guy, you're probably an asshole. Like, he is an unrelatable character. I wanted a true villain that was truly evil, right? Not one that's redeemable. And I wanted unique art, and it was just all about something unique and something that could have an impact on someone's life. That story kept me alive. I was going through the worst period of my life, and as I was writing it, I was like, I want this story to make an impact on others, even if just one person who's going through a horrible time in their life reads this and it lifts them up, it gives them inspiration and helps them through that time. That's a complete success. That's worth more than, Eric's success, in my opinion. I want to actually impact readers, but also be able to afford to continue to make such stories. So, yeah, I really hope, and it's hard to sell novels, even especially to comic folks, but
Yeah.
You can expect a very fast-paced, highly detailed, and thrilling story, even for a novel. And the comic companion really helps make it, an immersive reading experience. So I really hope that folks give it a chance, and that maybe they can feel something or be impacted by the story. So, just
Here's
like I've been
kind
impacted
of
by
a
stories.
two-part from Seabats. What fed the mindset that such extreme violence, I suppose, in your storytelling would be beneficial? And I asked for clarification, like what by beneficial. And I thought that you, BA, said that there was something specific about the world that necessitated such an extreme approach. I was hoping you could clarify on that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say any of my characters go to any extreme, right? There's no like torture. There's no piss or any horrific things of that nature.
Right.
But breaking some bones, leaving a mark down their face, kind of like the bat branding. It's again to use fear as his greatest weapon. But yeah, there's a corrupt legal system. It's set in the city of Detroit, which is known for corruption. With its police force, with its politicians, and the police force is corrupt in this setting, and so they do have to make judgments on their own, and they can't turn them over to the police. They know they're going to get released, and there's a reason why the police would utilize these criminals. So there's, again, it's very layered. So I really encourage you to read the story. But yeah, it's, again, if you were to take a realistic approach, right? If you don't have a weapon, you're probably going to have to do some damage to neutralize enemies. And at the beginning of the story, right, they have no way to imprison these folks either, right? But they also can't turn them into the police. So what do? You try to scare the living shit out of them, try to convince them, like, do not do this ever again. Leave the city. But there's a reason why some of them can't, and they're kind of essentially brainwashed in certain ways, without spoiling too much. So I don't think it's too extreme, but yeah, they have to go extreme to an extent just to get the job done. So.
Extreme.
I mean, that's prison.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had to use a limited space to keep their prisoners. But again, once you get to the end of the story, you'll see kind of the reasoning behind all of it and how it all ties together. So.
What with bat sauce. 5 people run an entire prison. What do they do if they need to go to the bathroom? Do they never see sunlight again?
So you have the books, so you will see a section of the story where they explain how the priest, Father Ephraim, actually has. They do have a bathroom in there, and they have to actually like escort them to the bathroom, right? Because they didn't put like a bathroom in every stall or every prison cell or whatnot. So, yeah. Yep.
Do you think Eric fits into the Iron Age? And what are your thoughts on the Iron Age in general?
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that didn't come up. I think just like he, in my opinion, took advantage of CG's goodwill initially. He's doing the same thing with Iron Age. He's utilizing the hashtag and those who follow it to gain backers, gain customers, but he's not really supporting it, right? He tossed the hashtag a couple times, and then all of a sudden he's not using it again. But just, I think similarly to Razorfist, even though he kind of claims to have coined the term, they're not really doing anything to lift up the hashtag, right? It's a convenient use from time to time, but they're not really doing much for that group of people, community. I know there's a lot of controversy around if it's a group of people, if it's a movement, if it's an age, and blah, blah, blah. But,
Yeah.
I support Iron Age creators. I promote a ton of them. It's a group of indie folks. In my opinion, I was more supportive around the idea of it being an actual group of people. I was a little bit turned off about the fact that some of the people are so against the idea of being part of a group, because it seems like they want to be able to escape any generalizations or any guilt by association, which I don't believe in. And so I don't really think, I think it's possibly temporary, but I don't think he's really helping it. But he's definitely getting a ton of support from the creators and that use that hashtag. And that was part of my argument of, it's almost convinced folks to prop up the Rippaverse as like, hey, this is what everyone should be striving towards. Look at this golden example in the Iron Age. And it's like, your golden example should not be a book with 3D assets, with low quality writing, especially with all these amazing books in CG and, with like Isaac Bell and Eric Canetti and all these other great independent creators. Like, those are the ones you should be highlighting, not just dollar signs, because as we know, dollar signs do not always equate to quality or good storytelling.
No, that's extremely true. That's extremely true. I never thought of him as Iron Age because, and it might be, maybe I have like the wrong understanding of Iron Age. I don't know. My understanding of Iron Age was like, it was like back to like the basics, back to like, like the Iron Age, back to starting over, starting from scratch, starting something new. And I thought it was inherently like really small, like it was not necessarily that you had to be small, but like you were someone who was kind of doing it on your own. And I don't throw shade at Eric for this. I just looked at what he was doing and I thought, well, I mean, this isn't really the Iron Age. This is a guy that has a lot of seed money to start a business, and he did so successfully. But like, he's like he's a whole thing now. He's got, I think Tyler Carpenter said it best, that if Eric stopped right here and he never made another customer, he has 10,000 dedicated customers and $1 million+ every campaign. That makes him the most successful indie comics person to ever exist. And that's true. Like, but I wouldn't look at that and then say, yeah, that's the Iron Age. I would think, well, that's Rippaverse. Yeah. I in my mind, like, it's two separate things completely. I never really thought that it was, that they were the same thing for me.
Well, the thing that it kind of bothers me about the label Iron Age, or the name or whatever, is the fact that it appears to have been created by Razor Fist as a marketing tactic to seem to, again, separate from Comicsgate and just be like, hey, I have my own kind of movement. Hey, look here. But then, he hasn't really promoted a lot of folks. He hasn't really done anything to like create a Iron Age community or support system. But everyone's like proud that he created this term. But there's also people that have said, like, Peter Samedi had came up with the term prior to that. But it's like why did you need to create, again, an age when, again, people don't typically like create a term for an age in real time? That's not typical. And so it just comes off as like a marketing tactic where CG was created as a result of insults, and people just kind of ran with it, and a bunch of people just naturally orbited around it. Whereas this one, it's just like, oh, it's great. One or two big creators is really benefiting from it, but the rest of the guys are just kind of picking for scraps, and they seem like they're really trying hard to get attention from and clout from these big creators who have little to no interest in helping anyone out.
Yeah. Would you call Comicsgate a marketing strategy as well?
To an extent. Not, it wasn't created as a marketing strategy. I'm sure there are folks that hop on the train for marketing purposes and then they hop off or whatever. But I think for the most part, right, it's the ideals and the beliefs behind Comicsgate and just being indie that attracts not just creators but also the readers. And Comicsgate isn't just creators. There's thousands of passionate fans. I mean, really passionate fans. It's been an amazing experience, just interacting with these backers and getting their feedback. I mean, just their love for comics and even some novels now is just, it's really, really cool. So it's a customer movement, it's a creator movement, a little bit of everything, in my opinion.
Unironically, if EVS and Eric teamed up to do an Ice on Cyberfrog crossover, it would make stupid amounts of money. Like, for real, it really would. Because like both everyone would be buying it, and then here's how they would really make money, is that they would do like a competition and do one cover that's the EVS cover and another cover that's Eric July's artist cover, and whoever has their cover sell the most wins something, some arbitrary thing. That would make a stupid amount of money. They should do that. They should do that. Oh, thank you, Katie. Appreciate that. It's basically a one-on-one interview with BA at this point. Yeah. We could bring. Hey, Sam, you want to come on? Let me know if you want to come on. I don't know if you can. I don't think that BA has a brother that you can insinuate is gay to make him run away like Tim. But I mean, we don't have any drumming either. So I mean, I don't know. It may not be as much fun for you.
I think all the trolls left, so I don't have any.
Actually, I was really happy
questions.
because last time that you were here, it was like 95% Comicsgate audience, and Tim was just being raked over the coals in the chat. So the fact that we actually had some Rippaverse fans, I actually appreciated that, because it was nice to have some of both.
Oh yeah, they tried to push my buttons but failed, so it was funny.
Yeah, it was. Okay. All right. Thanks, Turtle. I will do that. I'll try to do that. I'm kind of new to the streaming thing, for real. What's next for you, man? Like, you've got this done. I mean, that's not done. You're still selling it, but like, what are you doing next?
Yeah. I need to do a video soon, actually, kind of giving an update. But I mean, in short, near-term plans, I'm actually working on the initial kind of notes and scripting for the first comic book issue. I'm hoping to start line art maybe in a month or so, once the outlining is done and all of that. So going to be chugging along with that, hopefully in a year-ish, depending on how this current campaign progresses, because I want to get as much done in advance, kind of determine how quickly we get this kind of going. But at the same time, I'm going to start working on book number 3 for Vigilante's Creed, at least the novel series. So hoping to have novels and comics going at the same time, and then possibly get some audiobooks going for the first 2 books to add to the campaign. So, but still trying to work as hard as I can to get this current campaign to 15K, and again, everything I make in this campaign I can use to pay artists to get the comic book going.
Yeah,
so,
I know what that's like.
Yep.
Like, how far have you written ahead? Like, how many scripts do you have? Or
well, I mean, obviously with the 2 novels being done, that gives me everything I need for 5 to 10 comic issues. So it's just a matter of translation into comic format. But I do have some outlining and character kind of creations done for the 3rd novel, but I haven't really went past the 3rd novel. The 3rd novel is going to be kind of an indirect spin-off based around a character that's introduced at the end of book 2. Going to be more of a larger scale vigilante team, more kind of nationwide. kind of Suicide Squad, except for their heroes trying to clean up the government's mess. And
All right.
yeah, but from there, I mean, there's really a lot of avenues I could go. I could bring in have that team kind of collab with, Dread Knight and the initial team of vigilantes. I could do more stories and expand on, the core team from the first books. So yeah, there's a lot that I could do, but I haven't really scripted or outlined beyond the third book.
What's your biggest expense when you're putting everything together? For me, it's art, obviously.
Oh yeah, line art for sure. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, novels are free to write. Editing's extremely expensive, worth it. And then obviously some cover art, but it's just for me wraparound covers, so nothing too crazy. But yeah, line art, as you know, for comics plus inking, it's brutal. But that's why we have crowdfunding, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Check Discord. Okay. I'm gonna bring Sam in. Sam, did you see you saw Sam's bet with Tim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. As I thought. That was probably nicer than Tim deserved, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Shipping might be the most expensive thing, Jimmy. For me, I'm not even looking at shipping yet because it's taken me so much money to get everything produced as far as like the art. So that might be the case. But since I can't draw, for me, it's definitely the art.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Sam, invitation is on the way. The Injustice League. Oh, there's some. You should do an audiobook. Would you consider doing an audiobook?
Yeah, I'm hoping to for the first two novels. I don't know if I'll do it myself in terms of voicing it. If I can kind of get a nice soundboard going to be able to change, the voices, per se for different characters, it's a possibility. But I got to do some researching, and I do have one person that's interested in potentially being the narrator. So hopefully, because I know it's hard for folks to sit down and read novels, and especially comic book creators. It's not something they can do while they're drawing. But an audiobook, there's no reason that anyone can't listen to an audiobook or find time with work and things. There's usually that. So I want to be able to make sure I can reach as many people as possible with my story, and I definitely need to get that done.
Sam, how's it going?
It's going well. I didn't want to interrupt there.
How you doing?
I'm late to the debate. I didn't know there was a debate tonight.
Yeah, I kind of slapped it together last minute there. Yeah.
Did the whole like Riley mint salad situation come up at all, or was that?
Yeah. Pick a CG controversy. It came up.
Oh, so basically all of it. Because that's kind of what I wanted to discuss, because I feel like I'm very much in the middle when it comes to the whole CG Rippaverse. Obviously, I don't think the Rippaverse is like good in quality and that the storytelling's good. I think that Eric has been like very dishonest when it comes to the production of it all. I mean, like to a ridiculous degree. Like, oh no, there were actually going to be 2 statues. You don't even need to lie about that. You can go, we're so excited for the statues. We're giving to you anyway. And I don't like any of that. But I also see a lot of people kind of rushing to the defense of Riley and Mint and all of that stuff. And I never thought that was a good look for CG in the first place. And I don't know your position on it, BA, so I don't want to just like come in and if it's like your position too. It's no conversation there, but
yeah, I tried to avoid that topic in the debate. I know he kept kind of referring to it, but
yeah.
The thing is, Eric, in my opinion, created this mess because initially Riley was just doing parody, right? He had a joke version, the Clippaverse, right, about his hairy shoulder arms, it was quite tame in my opinion, and he had some merch. And he did light trolling initially. But I think he's one of those people that you push his buttons, it only makes him troll harder. And
it tends to be how it is. You feed the trolls, they come back even stronger.
If you would have, and if you would have just let him be, I don't think it would have ever escalated to anything. And then, Eric basically doubled down with the whole bunny sticker thing, and then it appears, filing a report for harassment or whatever that led to him being arrested. But it contradicts his rhetoric and his whole tough guy shtick, and it's in my opinion, it looks worse for Eric, in my opinion, than Riley because of the persona that he's kind of pushed on folks. And
see, I would agree with everything you said up to there, because I think if Eric had just not reacted, they wouldn't have any content. It's all for the content at the end of the day. For the trolling, I don't think it's anything that's actually serious. Like, I don't think it wouldn't make any sense for it to be something serious. But I do think that it's horrible, horrible optics for CG to come to the defense of Riot. Now, again, like I said, I think calling the cops is a bit of an overreaction, but honestly, I don't know, because if I was in Eric's shoes, you got like a guy who looks insane yelling at the event outside the event. I mean, I think I don't know why he was arrested. I think it was harassment, right? It was for the prior thing. It wasn't for like the thing that he was doing at the event. Whereas I think that if you were just like try to trespass him, I don't think that would have been such a big deal.
The thing is, it depends on how much you've witnessed. And I think that's kind of the problem with a lot of the folks that are jumping in halfway through all the drama or at the tail end versus from the very beginning. Because if you've watched videos of Riley and Mintz, if you've actually interacted with them like I have, you'd realize like they're actually nice people that are actually really, really into comics, right? They're nerds.
I mean, the same thing could probably be said about the Sasuke sisters, and everyone hopped over them for what they've done in the past.
No one's hiring Mint and Riley, though.
They're but I mean, I don't think. Again, I'm talking about like the optics of it. I'm not saying that they're on the payroll of EVS or anything like that. But everyone rushing to the defense of these people, to anyone on the outside or anyone in the middle, it's going to seem like a huge amount of hypocrisy, considering how much moralizing was done over the Sasukas, which I agree with, mind you. I think that it's like really disgusting what they did in all those movies, and just I think it's wild that they've been embraced. But I have those same feelings to the people embracing Riley and Mint. If you know any of the lore going back even further, I mean, I was aware of them because of Digibro, all that stuff way back then. The Ethan Ralph fight, if you've ever seen that, hilarious if you've ever seen it. But like, these are really bad looks to have around Comicsgate. I wouldn't want my movement or anything that I make to be associated with these people, because I mean, isn't Comicsgate supposed to be kind of like a conservative thing? I know not everyone is, but
well, the thing is, they don't gatekeep customers, and they are customers first and foremost. And I don't think no one's promoting, right, whatever they do on the side or behind closed doors, right? It is kept strictly around comic-related activities, which I do think is fair, and I do think what they're defending is the legality of it. Like, they don't think he should have been arrested in general, and that trolling is allowed, right? If Eric is going to say it's okay what Alex Stein does, then Riley really didn't do anything differently, right?
I don't really disagree with you on that. I don't know enough about the legal to have an opinion on that. I'm just saying how it looks to a normal person. I mean, you got a guy in a cape spurging out outside of something that really bothered me. This is just something I noticed. Someone, when Riley's going around saying, what's your favorite part of ISOM? Which I assume is to try to prove people didn't read ISOM that are there. A guy says, when ISOM gets his powers, which is not a thing that happens in the book. That never happens. And Riley doesn't call it out. He just gives him a book. And I'm like, how do you fail your troll that badly? You had it teed up. But more just the behavior of people like Riley and that whole side. I would really caution people in Comicsgate to keep their distance from these people. I mean, if do you know who Digibro is? I guess he's not Digibro anymore. Trixie, trans witch? Like, are you aware of any of that stuff? And
I've heard rumors, but I don't know any details, or and I'm also not one to just believe what some people say. So,
well, you can believe what he says, because he said a lot about himself and the stuff that he likes. I think. Well, I'm not going to quote him because I don't want to soundbite out of context for me, but he's very explicit, and this is kind of like a tight knit group. It's I think they all live together, right, Jared? It's
yes,
Riley,
Mint, Riley and Mint, and
Bird or whatever.
Digi at the time.
His fiance Bird. Who is Bird also a tranny?
I don't actually know.
I don't know. But again, it's like, if we're all going to moralize, which everyone did, like, I'm not going to pretend that people didn't moralize about the Sasuke sisters. Everyone got over the Sasuke sisters because of the stuff that they did. And I think that was fine. I think that if this whole movement is going to be like the kind of conservative counter to mainstream comics, you shouldn't have out and out degenerates making content for you. I know that Mint and Riley aren't making books, but when they're doing stuff like this, and I see everyone rushing to their defense on Twitter, they're becoming one of the kind of faces of Comicsgate at this point, and that's just not good. It's not good for any growth of Comicsgate. It's gonna scare off and weird out people like me, and I think people like Jared, and a lot of people who know about where these people come from and are just grossed out by it. I mean, they're doing piss porn, which is the same that the Sasukas did.
No idea.
But it's like that's kind of funny, it's like the Phineas and Ferb meme. If I had a quarter for every time someone did piss porn in comics, I'd have 2 quarters, but that happens more than you think.
Yeah.
I think the biggest issue is, again, based on Eric's statements and stances, right? It's just hypocritical that he hired them, right? He's literally inserting people that are emulating his complaints about the mainstream, right? Feminists, so on and so forth. And the thing on the other side of things there is, again, they are customers and they are promoting folks. They are actually buying people's books. So again, I think if you can separate whatever activities they have aside from comics, it's how you digest this whole thing. It's how you approach it. I'm going to praise them for backing independence, for promoting them, and being, positive in that light. And again, having that balance of trolling, being a commentator, and promoting, and actually creating, because Mint does actually draw and do art. So again, I'm able to kind of separate whatever they're doing in their personal life.
Would you have these opinions if, say, Mint was hired as an artist for a CG book? Like, would you then apply the same standard that you applied at the Sasukas to them?
It would be fair game for folks, but it depends on that individual creator and what their stance is. The person that hires them. For the audience and all of that, that's up to their interpretation. So
okay, no, I understand that. It's just again, I'm more coming at it from I don't care about the legal aspect of it. I think having Riley arrested for it, it's pretty ridiculous, because what he what he was doing was making himself look like a retard far more than him making Eric look like a retard. And I feel like with that, you just kind of let him go, and everyone's gonna. It's a good. Riley is like a good enemy to have because he'll make you look better by comparison. And I think that calling the cops, you're going to get people sympathetic to Riley at that point. I think that was stupid for Eric to do. And I'm not on Eric's side. I'm not like a Rippaverse guy. I'm just coming at this from, I think, a pretty, not outside perspective because I know what's going on, but I'm not dogmatic to one side over the other. And I think I can kind of see it without being like, well, I just got to defend my guys, the people on my side. I think the same standards that people apply to the Rippaverse, they should be applying to CG. And I think that was a big criticism of the Rippaverse is that, when people criticized the Rippaverse, people got mad, even though people were criticizing Marvel and DC for years and years and built their whole careers off that. But when that mirror's, put back on them, when that light's shined back on them, they couldn't handle it. And I don't want CG to become something like that because I think CG is better for independent creators in the Rippaverse, obviously, because you actually have people that aren't just part of a company creating. But I also don't want that image in that community to kind of be tarnished by lolcows, if that makes sense.
Yeah, again, my thing is they're customers, they're promoters. I'm able to kind of make that separation there. And the thing with Rippaverse too is, lost my train of thought there, but yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't bother me because again, I don't see anyone in CG promoting anything non-comic or Rippadrama related with them.
Couldn't that kind of be said about people in the Rippaverse with the Saskas? I mean,
Oh,
they're not
that's
promoting
where I
the
was-
movies that the Saskas made. They're just promoting the Yaira book that they made. But
So what I meant,
everyone gets onto
actually,
them.
you reminded me of where I was going with that. So there are trolls on the Rippa side that do and say horrible things.
Oh, yeah, I know. Believe
Right.
me, I know. I've talked to a lot of them.
And Eric does not seem to disavow anything that happens from that side. However, everyone is criticizing EBS and whoever is defending Mint and Riley. And I find that really ironic because you have folks on the Rippa side that are going after people's autistic daughters, people's wives,
yeah, I think that's all.
people's wives' ethnicity and race. And, there's all these trolls that are doing things that are, in my opinion, way worse and immoral than what, Riley and Mint are doing in terms of trolling. But people seem to give it a pass, and Eric doesn't say anything against it. Where again, Ethan is and others are keeping it strictly towards the comic book and Rippadrama related stuff. With Riley and Mint,
I've
which
seen
I
them
think is
go a
fair.
little bit outside of that, and that's fine. I think that's fine to go a little bit outside the comics drama. But Jared can tell you, I've been critical of Eric for or Eric and the associated people around Eric for promoting, the insane Rippatards that are going after people's families. It's absurd. It's really, there's a couple, who was it, Hail the Lore, who went after Shane Davis's wife, just with expletive, just spurged out at her. And there's ridiculous stuff like that. And I think that's retarded for Eric and that whole side to be promoting these people and retweeting them and signal boosting them, because you're kind of just feeding into the most insane fans you have instead of just normal people. But I'm applying the same criticisms that I have of Eric in the Rippaverse side to CG. I'm just being consistent. And I think that it would be best if everyone was consistent. And again, you don't want your movement to turn into a movement of freaks. You want it to be a movement for normal people. And I think for a very long time, CG was that. And I just, the drama is very entertaining. I'm not going to act like I don't listen to the drama streams. I'm not gonna act like I don't enjoy the jokes being made and a lot of the trolling. But I think there's definitely a line in when kind of the troll becomes the lol cow. And I don't want that to happen to CG. And I see a lot of people that I like going out and promoting these people that I know, again, because I like the internet drama stuff. I know them from years ago and the drama they were in. And I'm like, these people? You're promoting these people? It's crazy to me. But yeah, no, I'm critical of Eric when he promotes, again, people like Hail the Lore or Sturgis, or whatever his name is. What's it, Renowned Zero, for the shit that they say. And then also the Saskas for the shit that they did and the shit that they say. And I see leftists, which what Riley meant, that whole side, they live with the tranny. They're leftists coming into CG, and it looks to me like they're hijacking it. And they're definitely hijacking the optics of it, because that video of Riley getting arrested, I mean, how many streams cover that, Jared? That are usually outside of like the comic book shit.
Yeah.
Everyone was watching it because it was funny. I mean, it was entertaining seeing a guy in a cape get arrested. Whether or not you think he should have been arrested, again, I think it would be ridiculous if he was arrested just for what he did outside the restaurant. But it's still, it's a spectacle. People like to watch the spectacle. And you don't want your brand to be
very quickly. BA, I know that you needed to go soon. Is there anything? Thank you for coming on for the debate. I really do appreciate it. Tremendously.
Thanks for having it.
I love hosting these. So if you keep picking fights with people or making them upset, send them my way, man.
Well, so far both of them have kind of picked fights with me in the form of spamming, and then I'm just.
Oh no, I know you're such a like hot-tempered guy. I mean, come on, everyone knows that you're starting it.
I get exhausted trying to like explain myself in written format on YouTube and Twitter. Then I'm like, let's just air this out on
right
stream. It's just better.
Yes. Well, thank you again. Anything that you'd like to say in closing, other than buy my book, because I used to buy his book. Everyone.
Yeah. Check out Vigilantes Creed on Indiegogo, please. And yeah, thanks for watching and for all the support. And for just thanks for hosting the debate. And it was fun.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Have a wonderful night.
All right, you guys take care.
Take care.
Easy, buddy.
Jared, I actually think this would be kind of an interesting debate talk. I know I kind of sprung that on BA. I feel kind of bad, but if
he did talk about Mint a little bit and about he considers her like a friend and everything. So
3 hours before, because I just hopped in right before.
Right. Yeah.
But if you can find someone who's like an ardent defender, I think that would be an interesting stream. A stream about the optics of CG. I think that would be.
I think it's really interesting that, because I remember like everyone talked about the Saskas video.
And all the details that no one.
Yes, and
I didn't need to know.
Yeah, and that it's 100% real, and it's 100% porn, and it's 100% they did every single thing, and none of it was stunts, and none of it was acting. It was all real, and it was all actually pornography. It's like that's the way that they talked about it at first, and that was the worst thing in the world. But now, the people who do piss pornography for our side are cool. I have a hard time with that. Like, it seems
I think a lot of people do.
inconsistent.
I don't think we're the only two people that do. And I think even who was it? I think it was John Malin on a stream said, if you look at what Riley was doing outside that event, it's ridiculous. I don't remember his exact words. But I don't think we're the only two people that have that opinion. And I think that, again, I'm kind of like looking at the direction of CG and where everything's going, from being like, totally on that side, to being like, oh, okay, this is kind of drifting into something that it might like be embarrassing to be a part of in a couple of years. I know a lot of people don't know the lore and everything, and they're just retweeting stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, but it's like the Saskas. I mean, are we supposed to know that? Are we supposed to think that Eric knew about all that before he hired the Saskas? I don't think that he did. I mean,
well, I'm not. I want to clarify. I don't. I know that they're not writing Cyberfrog. I know they're not writing anything. I'm saying, I like, and when I like, so my favorite stream that EVS has done, favorite streams that he's done, the ones that I always tune into, is when he does a comic book review. I love those. Every once in a while, I tune into a trash caster or whatever else, but I really like the comic book reviews. When I tune into a trash cast, I keep seeing the piss pornographer show up on his comic book stream that's talking about comic book drama. So it comes across, I'm not saying he does endorse it, but it comes across as if he's giving tacit approval to it, even if he's not explicitly. So it is weird to me that everyone does not have a problem with that. They do have a problem with what the Saskas did, which I also have a problem with, for the record. I don't like that either. I also like, Salty, you're saying things I know. These are all reasons why I do not like the Saska sisters, beyond the fact that I think that they are actually awful writers. After reading Black Widow and Yaira. Black Widow was better than Yaira. Yaira was terrible. I don't want to jump ahead of the gun for my review. But Yaira is an awful book, and it's written as an awful book.
I love it.
I know you did. You're a big fan. But I know you're disappointed because it didn't have enough Larry Shun guy, but what are you going to do? But like,
can Salty hop in here? I feel like doesn't know like all. It sounds gay to say like the lore, but I feel like he doesn't. And I know I want him to hop in here. I feel like that would be
if he seems
can
hop in,
passionate in defending this.
Salty.
And I don't have an issue with Salty or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I love Salty.
He's
great. I want to hire him to do a cover for me.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Because I think he's a great artist. Salty, would you like to come on and discuss the ethics of piss pornography in comic books? That's the new debate topic.
That's gonna get you clicks.
I know. What is the lie about Unkept Turtle? What is the lie about the piss porn? Because I saw them advertising piss pornography.
Was it actually Gatorade?
So all right, so it was a lie that, and if she was doing that, her OnlyFans would be shut down. But doesn't she have multiple adult entertainment avenues? I'm not saying she is doing it only exclusively on OnlyFans.
Am I wrong? Was there not a tweet from them promoting that was what they were doing? I could be off on that. Honestly, that doesn't even change my opinion. I think that if you have an OnlyFans hoe in your movement, I think that's a bad thing. I think objectively that's a bad thing. And also, I thought the thing Matt Barr lied about is that he said they were doing incest porn, which it's not what they were doing, because obviously they're not related. I thought that was the whole thing that they were spurting about. Or that,
that was false.
That was clearly them just provoking him, which again, he's feeding into it. I think that was a dumb thing for him to keep saying it. It's obvious they weren't being serious, but
yeah.
People keep saying that they're customers. I mean, isn't Renowned Zero just a customer of the Rippaverse? Isn't Hail the Lord just a customer of the Rippaverse? Yet I've seen that people in CG go after them all the time for their behavior. I don't really see is this about, let's not go after, again, let's not regulate what our customers say and do, but Eric shouldn't promote people like Hail the Lore and Renown Zero. Am I completely off on this, or is that a comparable situation? Because people like Renown Zero and Hail the Lore, they're not creating comics. They're not hired by the Rippaverse.
Turtle, how do I get you a link? Are you on Twitter? Hey, Salty, welcome.
I like the setup there.
I know, he's got such a great setup.
It's like some kind of Victorian.
What up, guys?
Setup.
I do think it's an interesting conversation. I don't want to talk about piss corn. I don't want to talk about piss corn.
No one does, but we have to, Salty. No, I think that, we don't obviously have to talk about the particulars of it, but I think, should an OnlyFans hoe be in CG? Because if an OnlyFans hoe was getting promoted at the other side, everyone and their mother would be going after them, going, I can't believe they're hiring OnlyFans hoes.
Well,
am I insane here, or is it just everyone is turning a blind eye to the people on their side?
I think that there's a lot of truth to go around to what you guys are saying. So I will say, I'm not a fan of pornography. I don't like the corn. I think the corn is degenerate, and I think that it should be shamed. And I think it's very unfortunate that OnlyFans is as popular as it is, because it's creating a lot of victims. Just is. People that watch it are victims, and people that do it are victims. Everyone likes naked women, but it's not necessarily great for your culture to just be so prevalent, right? So yeah, I'm not a fan. So that's my first stuff. Not a fan. But I think the difference is so my criticism of Rippaverse hiring the Soska sisters is they were very active SJWs and literally spent, an entire career on YouTube saying that every time you hire these SJWs, you ruin it for the fans, you make worse stuff. And so then goes around and turns around and hires them. I see that as much different than, say, someone like EVS being friendly and nice to people that are also, and here's the thing too, one's degenerate behavior, one is activism to promote, to spread a new culture, to take over American culture. So I'm
you're not going to find me disagreeing with you that hiring the Soskas was a stupid idea. I mean, I'm 100% with you on that. And I mean, they were just out and out feminists. All the films they made are feminist films. It's fucking wild to me. And I'm not saying it's apples and apples, but it's also, not apples and oranges. It's not completely different situations.
It's very nuanced. Yeah.
What I'm more focused on is just the optics of it all. Because Riley and Mint and that whole side, they're not paid by EVS, they're not working on a comic, but their Spurgout, and that's what it was outside of Eric's event. That's a part of the
was it really a Spurgout outside of Eric's event?
Drama. He was wearing a cape. Yeah, that's a Spurgout.
No, he wears a cape. He wears a cape a lot. Hold on.
Okay,
hold on,
so
stop.
I was.
And you have a fake Indian customer service avatar. I could say the same thing about you.
I am Indian. What are you talking about? I'm a 45.
I'm saying is that your photo?
If he printed it out and he put it on his face and he walked around at someone's meetup, yes, it would be
right.
I would say here's the thing. So the act was very Alex Stein-esque, right? It was very Alex Stein-esque, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that either. Although I do think Alex Stein is hilarious, and I really do love it when he goes to public forums and does his shtick, because that is the funny part. But I think where they went wrong and where I was very much that's just shitty is when they were trying to be insulting and interact with the people on the balcony. I thought that was really tacky. Or the patio, I should say. It wasn't about the patio. And I think that the way they're going after, whether you don't like Gary from Neurotic or not, that was really tacky and
Oh,
worthy, I
what
think,
they
of
did to his
criticism. I
wife
think worthy of criticism.
I mean, they were insulting Eric's wife.
So what-
too,
Yeah, and
they were just unrelated.
But I think the
go
entire
ahead,
thing of being outside there and handing out things and being like, oh, with a cape and stuff is like, it's, dude, I grew up watching WWF and NWO on WCW Monday Nitro, man. Like, that's wrestling. It's ridiculous.
I mean, maybe
Well,
I'm
the-
a retard.
hold on,
Maybe- hold
Sam-
let me
Sam,
talk.
you-
Let me-
you-
well, he was talking.
I have been letting you talk.
You just hopped in here. It was a
Everyone should just
conversation
let me
between
talk
and
because
Salty.
I'm on camera and then Frost gets to talk. F you, faceless fucks. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Right.
I'm kidding. That was a joke.
Maybe I'm a retard, but Salty, I don't get the
Maybe.
joke. So they're outside of the event. He's
Did you never
wearing a
watch
cape.
Monday Night Raw and
Well,
Nitro?
let me explain. Let me explain.
Can we just get on the Sam before we go too deep in
Are you
this?
drunk?
No, that's how he talks, and it's
Okay.
he's got great radio voice that slurs a little bit.
Are
but
you
yeah,
are
no,
you
he's
drunk, Salty?
No, I'm just retarded.
Okay, good. Me too. We're good. But I'm missing the joke, I think, because he's outside the event wearing a cape with a stack of comics, asking a question. If you answer it, you get a free comic.
Yeah.
Where is the making fun of Eric there? Because
It's
there's not
just-
even a good own.
No,
There's
it's
not
just
even a
being
good
there.
own.
Well, I think the own is in the fact that if they got any footage of people saying what they liked about the comic, you kind of got it with Alex Stein where it was like, the truck? Because, I mean, let's be honest. What's your favorite part of Rippaverse?
Oh, Larry Shungai, hands down, 100%.
And then there's the comedy. And then there's the comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or as you pointed, hold on, Sam.
Like that.
I got to hear from Uncapped, though.
Go ahead, Turtle.
Yes. People did answer like that. For example, he had one individual who sat there and they said he did the exact same thing he did with Alex and said, "What's your favorite part?" And he said, "My favorite part it was written by a guy. A guy made a book."
That is funny. I don't see that as a great troll.
But how was that harassing that person?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
I'm not saying that it was. I don't think that he was.
it wasn't
You
good.
said he was having a spurg out
Yeah.
outside. He
It wasn't
calmly
good.
walked up to somebody and said, "What's your favorite?" Hold on. He calmly.
Spurging out and
He-
Eric's wife
that's not-
doesn't spurg out. I don't think him going up to people and
Was
asking
anybody else
questions,
around them at that point?
That's a spurg out.
Was anybody else around him and Mint at that point?
Couldn't the people on the patio didn't they see them? I mean, didn't
They
Gary's
had a
wife,
thick piece of glass
pointed at
between them.
No.
They had a
okay.
thick glass.
So Uncapped, real quick. So there was a moment, and this is the part where I'm all like, oh, that was not
Mhm.
cool and super shitty that they did that. And that is when there were people on the porch.
On the
or
patio,
whatever,
right.
on the patio, whatever it's called. Why can't
I know
I
which part
talk
you're
tonight?
talking-
I am retarded. And they were
you've been
like
streaming all
shouting
night.
things like, "Oh my god, is that Gary Neurotic's wife? Is that?" And they were calling like making just I don't even want to repeat it. It's just foul. It was just really foul. Not cool, dude. And honestly, that's where I think it crossed the line and is worthy of being criticism.
Well, I think you're conflating two of the sections there, and I've had this discussion quite a bit recently.
Oh, okay.
So the part
I
the
didn't
part
see it
with
all, so
right so I've watched the entire thing to prove this point. The part where they filmed Gary's wife, they're on the sidewalk. They're not near the patio. The patio's on the opposite side. And yes, she was staring them down, and they put her on camera.
Yeah.
I believe I believe that is also probably what got the police called.
Yeah.
Because I think that's who called the police.
Yeah,
But
probably most likely.
for example, these people keep saying, "Oh, he was screaming at people and all that." There are people that were there that said, "No, that is not what happened."
Yeah.
They said he was banging on the glass.
I'm not disagreeing with you,
happen.
Cal. I'm just saying that part.
Right.
That was the part that
Right,
I
but
would
when
say totally tacky.
Sam said
and uncalled for.
Okay, and I'm not saying that none of it was tacky either, but the people that are acting, there's a huge amount of
Do you have a problem?
people aren't going to spend the 2 hours to watch. Yeah, when there wasn't a spurg out, yes.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if you're an obese man with your bitch tits out wearing a cape filming people's wives at an event, that's a fucking spurg out, and there's nothing you can say that's gonna make me think, oh no.
I would argue.
WWE Monday
He's
Night
not a
Raw.
wrestler. He's not doing this. As
Well,
part of
the
wrestling.
difference
Freak
the
outside
difference
of the
between
wrestling.
that
Sad
and
life,
Raw,
sad life.
the difference between that and Raw is that both of the people in the ring and Raw have agreed to be in the ring and do the match that they
True.
agreed to do.
Well,
No. Hold on.
Fake salty. They're all
Salty, back me up. I know a little bit about this topic, right?
Someone agreed to it by also doing what they were doing.
Let's not go autistically into wrestling to defend.
I'm not.
Riley's
Sam.
behavior.
Sam. Can I just point out one thing? Everybody in Friday Night Tights, everybody in Comicsgate, everybody in Geeks and Gamers refers to what they do on YouTube as kayfabe.
Yep.
Where does that term come from?
Gay.
Yeah.
It is very gay. It is very.
Shut your mouth.
And it also doesn't have.
But hold on. Where does that term come? Where does that term come from?
It sounds Japanese.
It's not Japanese.
It's not.
It's not.
It literally is the term for working. It is the term for
It's
working
carny.
the
It's
crowd
carny slang
in,
from back in the day.
professional wrestling from the 1800s.
So they're all circus freaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
So when
I don't.
when someone says it's a bit like pro wrestling, everybody that's involved in this literally uses professional wrestling jargon to refer to what they do for a job.
Yeah.
So you think that means that a guy wearing a cape with his bitch tits out, filming people's wives
let's say if Riley was in better shape, if Riley was in better shape, you wouldn't have a problem with it.
If he was in better shape, wasn't wearing a cape, and wasn't like filming people's wives while talking shit about them, even though they had nothing
Why is Gary's
to do with
wife
it.
off limits? Why is Gary's wife off limits? She streams.
What does she? Has she ever talked about EVS or
Yes.
Confiscate or Riot?
Yes.
Am I tripping?
Yes.
Also, I will say real quick,
and she
hold on.
doxed Ripoff.
Real quick though, if you're gonna talk about someone's shit, if you're gonna shit talk about someone's looks, you gotta have a camera. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna say. If you're gonna shit talk someone's looks,
I didn't.
You gotta have a
what
camera.
was it?
I said that. Did Gary's wife dox Rippaverse?
I have no
Yes.
idea.
Yes. During the original Miss Piggy thing. Yes.
Well, if so, that's shitty on her. I didn't see that though. But
it's all gross and ugly.
Nonetheless,
I agree with
nonetheless,
Paul.
I still think it's all very spurgy to be doing this and to be
Okay. Cool.
looking that
Cool. Should
way.
Alex Stein be arrested tomorrow?
Who said that they should be arrested? I didn't say that. Jared, did I?
Real,
claim
real,
that?
real quick though, Megan Megatherion has a great point. Is Mark Hamill's family off limits?
I think it's shitty that they kept bringing it up. Why do you think I would automatically?
Here's the
defend
thing: is
that?
like if you live in a glass house and you throw stones.
Again, I'm not defending that.
You keep talking about the
I'm sorry,
deep
you
lore.
kind of seem like you are though. You kind of.
I want to address this with a question.
How?
As far as what the
Well, because
difference between Riley and Alex Stein is, I genuinely don't know because I don't watch either of them, and I'm not going to change that tomorrow.
I'll tell you what the difference is.
Serious question: does Alex Stein, because the like what Riley got the original, at least as far as I know, what he got the original warrant or charge or whatever for was for going on to the warehouse property of the office property. I thought, to my knowledge, Alex Stein does not go onto property. He engages people in the public, like
Absolutely, he does.
Absolutely not true. He goes on a property.
Okay.
He went on to, what's his name?
For example,
the guy that does the gambling.
Barstool.
Yeah, he went on Barstool. He went on their property.
Portnoy.
Yeah, Portnoy, and that actually
physically
is a
fought his
private
security.
business. Whereas in a public building, but like more of a private business than I would say Rippaverse is, because Rippaverse is in like kind of like a warehouse park, business park.
Yeah,
where you can, people are driving up to other businesses, and those businesses also have storefronts. So technically it wasn't. I don't think that he actually got this. I think it was more for all the threats of the oversized scissors and hold him down to shave him as how he got the warrant issued.
That's probably
no, absolutely. And the warrant explicitly says that he violated Texas Penal Code 4207 A7, which reads, a person commits an offense if, with the intent to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass another, the person sends repeated electronic communications in a manner reasonably likely to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, embarrass, or offend another. He was literally arrested on an arrest warrant for mean tweets.
So then the difference between Riley and Alex Stein is that no one has pressed charges against Alex Stein.
Yeah, and I think Alex Stein's been really good at able to avoid it, because what he does is he goes one person and he hits them and then he moves on to the next, whereas Riley has focused on one person. So I think that that's one of the ways that Alex Stein's able to avoid it. I think the other is that he mainly goes after public figures, which is a different set of rules. And the way that he approaches it, again, he's like, hits one target, moves to the next target, moves to the next target, and then he does stunts like go up to, his county meeting.
Not missing the forest for the trees, because I'm not.
No. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Hold on. Well, I am.
I think it's ridiculous.
I am.
It's about the tweets.
I
mean, you're not going to get me going like, oh yeah, he should be arrested because he made fun of someone on Twitter.
Go ahead.
No, and I think that's the big thing that a lot of people are like, dude,
disconnect here.
Yeah, like I honestly, if Eric July had gone out of the restaurant, like, first, if it was me and I had hairy shoulders, I would have asked the restaurant if I could bring a chair outside. I would have taken a chair and I would have said, shave me. That's what I would have done, because no one's going to hate me now if I do that. Second, if you don't want to do that, fine. You don't want to play into the kayfabe. I would have done that. I would just shave me. Like, if someone was like, I'm going to shave your head, I'm like, I'm already bald, but I'll let you, like, whatever. But all he could have done too was be like, yo, bro, like, let's squash it. Let's talk. Let's hash it out. And then if he said, hey, I would really appreciate it if you stopped, making a scene outside of our event. I would appreciate that. Could you, like, or if you could just say, hey, don't like yell at people, like, whatever, like, just engage it one time. And if it continues on and it's like aggressive, then you have more of a case and you're more sympathetic. But
do you guys think that I'm like a ripatard and I'm like,
no.
Oh yeah, Eric handled it perfectly? I
think you're, but I think you're a little bit uninformed about the history here.
And no offense, I'm always uninformed. So
I don't care about the arrest thing. I'm talking about the optics of it.
I know, but I'm not talking about the history. I'm not talking about it. No. Let's go back. What started this? Sam, what started this 11 months ago? By the way, the arrest warrant was signed April 4th, months before the event at the restaurant.
Again,
so what started? Okay, Sam.
That's not what this is about.
Sam, what started the beef between Riley and Eric?
Real quick, I just want to remind everyone that I came on to debate piss corn. Okay,
yeah, that's what the debate.
That's right.
About. Didn't he flag the Clippaverse Twitter page and get that taken down, his Twitter account?
He got his Twitter account taken down. He got his T-shirt site taken down. And he got his YouTube account taken down.
Yeah. Again, this doesn't affect any opinion that I have.
Okay, hold on. This doesn't affect any of that. So what was the very first shot in the war? Dick Masterson said my book was shitty. His producer, who used to work for him before he moved away from California, has made a parody shirt of mine. I'm going to go after that person because I have been unsuccessful going after Dick.
Everyone
and I'm going to literally.
California, though. Everyone should leave California.
That's absolutely.
Actually, I think
Democratic.
Riley and the
hold on.
Stay in California and not move to red states.
Sorry, I have to keep it light, man.
Sam B. I understand. Sam, you're on YouTube. Just to help Jared, don't use that term because it will get his channel taken
down. I will not censor my own free speech.
Yeah, but you're on someone else's channel.
You're on someone else's channel. If we were on Sam's, If we're on Sam's channel, that's one thing. I'm just saying.
Don't say that word.
No,
Don't
it's not
say
because
that.
you can't. It's just because
I
YouTube
know,
is lame, bro. Like
know,
YouTube is
I
lame.
I can glow in the dark.
Okay.
You know what else can glow in the dark? Wait, what?
No. So that's what got this started. Because of that false DMCA request.
Yes.
Riley went on Eric's channel and sent him $42 in super chats. And Eric refused to read them. Riley and Mint happened to be because apparently
let him lay out.
No, never mind. He doesn't care. Let's just be honest. You don't like the way some people live their lives, and therefore they should be just treated as whatever scum. And let's not have any baseline morals. Hold on. Let me finish. We let's not have any baseline morals so that the other side really can just go, well, they're just bigots and write us off.
You think that me saying that we shouldn't accept like an OnlyFans
how was she accepted? So she shouldn't be allowed to buy books?
I don't think anyone said that. I'm seeing a lot of people trip over themselves.
She's hired? Who's employing her? Who's employing her, Sam?
This was my point. No one's employing
That's never a claim that I made.
Yeah. So what you're trying to do is
who's employing the Saska sisters?
Eric July. I think that's stupid. That's retarded.
Okay, wait. So you don't see there's a difference there?
There is a difference, and both are retarded.
Yeah, because my thing is like this language
is that like can you
well, hold on a sec, Sam. Hold on a second, because you laid down something like I don't think. First off, like the Comicsgate thing, I know a lot of people say it's like controlled by certain people, and maybe it is. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just
the trademark is.
Yeah, the trademark is, but like this whole like what it is like one group is trying to say, ooh, you have someone that's buying your books and making content and talking about your stuff and you're friendly with them, and they're trying to equate that as the same thing as like hiring these like really like foul, people. And so my issue with that is like, first off, if you're trying to affect culture and you have people in and around your culture, there's one of two ways you can do it. You can alienate them and push them out, or you could try to maybe, I don't know, like let them in, but also then keep talking the way that you talk and being like, OF is bad, it's degenerate, it's this and that. And in the hopes that, people will, I don't know, come to reason and like maybe change. But I don't think like trying to like push people out of buying your books is necessarily wise and smart, but having people make your stuff that are degenerate, I think is just, it's not even on the same level, man.
Okay, Salty, what do you think about when people like Eric and the people in the Rippaverse, whether employees or the people he streams with, promote Renown Zero and Hail the Lore, and people like that who are the Rippatards who spurg out and go after people? Do you think that's good or bad?
What do they say about?
I think that's a bad look.
I know. What do they say about them?
They signal boost them. They retweet them. What is it?
You're talking about when Eric July retweets them. You're talking about when Eric July retweets them.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's a stupid thing when they go after, spurg out at people all the time.
I think it's one thing. I don't
out at Shane Davis's wife.
Yeah, okay. So personally, if it was me, I wouldn't be retweeting people's spurgs out, even if it was in my favor. Because I don't think that helps. I think that only serves to make everything worse. So I don't necessarily agree with that. But again, I don't sit there and think like. I think it's a bad move. I just think it's a bad move, and I don't think it's going to work for him.
I have that opinion. I think it's a bad move.
I don't think it's good when, like I hired Matt Barr to do a cover for my book. I'm friends with Matt Barr. I don't think it's a great look for him to constantly go after Ethan Van Sciver, and I disagree with that. I think it's a bad idea, but also I'm just like, dude, it's why? Because, and I think a lot of times what we're seeing people being mad at other people because they're doing something that they necessarily don't agree with. But it's like, dude, you can't control people. So let it go. Just like.
I'm not mad at anyone. I'm
using that as an example. And again, I'm friends with Matt Barr, and a lot of people aren't because he's in fights with everyone all the time. And I would say.
It's not that you're mad, dude. It's you're literally saying they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That's what
Did
got
I
me
say
interested in
they're
the
doing it? Well, they
conversation.
both made porn. That's why I was saying it was the same. And I'm saying,
But one's
that
not in.
people
One is an
went way
employee. Well, hold on.
after
It's not the. It's not the same thing. One is employed. One is employed by
I'm
the
aware
owner
of
of Rippaverse.
I'm aware of that.
And was handed the keys, and their job is literally, you are the keeper of my lore.
But
And
I would say
that's
uncapped.
retarded.
What's even worse, and what's even worse than the 15 years old or however old those movies are, although they were doing newer movies, you know, they have newer movies that are just as vile. But I think it's also the social justice activism that was literally happening as early as or as late as 2022, where they were going to Comic Cons, posting pictures about them speaking at a con and being like, "We're here to make all the white cisgender men uncomfortable," ha 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 ha, and then talking about
speaking on panels,
protecting trans children and stuff like that. So that's where I'm like. And there's a really weird thing about, you know, it's just, I'm sorry, for me, I'll forgive a lot, you know, I'll be like, hey, you know, it's not for me, but I'm not going to sit there and try to, like, you know, go after you, especially like, so Riley and Mint, they're not Christians, so I'm not going to have any way of like saying, hey, I don't agree with it. Like, you're doing your degenerate shit. Like,
What do you mean
okay,
you're not gonna
it's
have
degenerate.
any way
I'm not
of
going to
saying
participate or want to look at it.
What do you mean? So you think just because they're not Christian, you can't be like, oh, that's degenerate. That's gross.
No, it's a different conversation.
Do you hate anyone, Sam?
It's a different conversation. No, hold on. I was making a point, though. I was making a point. Okay,
so
and the reason why I was making the point is because the Soskas are pretending to be Christian. So that's one of the things that the issue with. But again, it's like one group doing degenerate, the other group degenerate stuff for adults, which again I don't agree with. But the other one has had a history of wanting to do things with kids and defend trans like that, and that's.
I think that's a little. Honestly, I think that's a little bit of a stretch with the.
Is it when you're defending when you're being an activist for transgendering children?
I think that's gross, but I think what you're
that's what I'm talking
about. That's. I don't think that they're pedophiles. I don't think
I'm not saying that. Did not say that. I won't.
I know, but
no, he said that's Sam.
I don't.
Sam
think it's
said
cool.
no, Sam. That is not what he's implying.
I'm not implying
Sam,
that
they
at
literally, as recently as 2022, spoke on panels about how important it is. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Well, I know what you're going to say. Already.
What am I going to say? What am I going to say?
You're going to say they spoke on panels about how important
about what
feminist shit is and trans kids.
No,
I've already seen those tweets. I've already seen. Well,
what does that have to do with pedophilia?
Covered all the stuff about Saskia sisters. Jared can tell you. I was like, Jared, have you seen their filmography? This is nuts.
Yeah. It's not.
Sam, what does that have to do with pedophilia, though?
It doesn't.
Then why did you say that that's what that people are accusing them of?
Because Salty just said they have a history of things with kids while not saying something. I feel like
no, okay. So I was trying. You know when you say stuff and you're trying to find the words in your head and you're not quite there, but then you cut me off. You know, like, so just let me be retarded and I'll get to the point. Trust me, it'll happen. So I wasn't trying to insinuate or anything. It's just I'm not the most articulate, eloquent of speakers. Okay, well, and I'm speaking from the hip, and you interrupt a lot, so that fucks everything up too. You know what I mean?
I'm also talking to two people.
Well, no, but you
talking over me all the time.
We're gonna talk over you because that's all you do is talk over. So like we're just gonna talk over you if you're gonna talk over. If you were more polite, like we wouldn't talk over you. We would wait for you to finish.
You realize there's two people, and so when I try to respond to one of you, the other one hops in.
I know, but
so
also
that's me talking.
No, what it is that unfortunately what it is you talk, someone else talks, and then someone else talks, and then you go back to talking when you're talking with three people.
Yeah, but generally these types of conversations are one-on-one.
Yeah, but I mean that's how you do a round table, right? Because me and Uncapped Turtle, we argue all the time because you know he's a turtle and fuck him. But
there's four people here.
Just do the round table, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's
all. Yes, Jared is known for being very conversational in these.
And
He's
I'm
my
just trying to crack
teammate.
jokes most of the time, anyways, man. Okay.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying
But
is,
real
I'm
quick,
not
real quick, I
trying
want to
to
make it
interrupt
clear that
you
I
all
do
the
want to
time.
make it clear. I
Yeah,
was
go ahead,
not
Phil.
trying to insinuate anything about them being, because I do not like it when people just throw the pedo word around willy nilly and all that. I think it's actually tacky. So please do not misunderstand me. What I'm talking about, though, is what I do have a problem with, which is this whole transgendering of kids, protecting transgender kids and stuff, because it's really, really, it's sick stuff because they're kids. Dude, I wanted to be a baby shark dragon when I was 6, okay? Were we going to indulge that? No. So it's like, it's very, very dangerous, and what they're doing is they're destroying kids' lives. Chloe Cole's a perfect example, and I think that it's so disgusting that if you care about culture and you're a Christian and you're saying all that stuff and you're like, Marvel sucks now, DC sucks now, and then you hire those people, it's not even like a little bit of a fine line and, ooh, let's give them a break. No, it's like, fuck you, dude.
Do you think I'm going to say anything different? I completely agree with that.
I just wanted to make my point across.
I guess it sounds a lot like you guys are kind of preaching to the choir. I don't have any love for the Rippaverse or the Sasuke sisters.
The choir hasn't listened to the preacher yet. I would like to know how having a customer that has a following that is promoting your book is the same as signing a paycheck to that person.
I don't think they are the same. I think that they're similar enough to point out hypocrisy.
Am I insane? They're similar enough that it's hypocrisy.
Well, hold on. There was a question there. There. Is Uncapped Turtle insane? Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes. But no. Seriously, I don't understand. So what would you have EVS do? Oh, this person that has a large... Hold on.
Why do you think I'd have them do something?
Well, you're saying CG's doing the same thing.
I've seen a lot of people, again, trip over themselves to retweet Riley and men and signal boost them after this whole arrest thing. Which, again, I don't think you should be arrested for mean tweets. I think that's fucking retarded if that's the reason. But I also, I'm saying normal people looking in are going to see absolute freaks being promoted. Whether or not, again, it's justified for Riley to be arrested, which my opinion is, if it's for the tweets, that's retarded. Even if that's a law, then that's a retarded law and violates the First Amendment. But I'm not arguing about the legality of it. I'm not arguing whether or not he should have been arrested or shouldn't have been.
What are you arguing?
I'm arguing that he's a spurg, and having a spurg be the face, even for a while, of your movement is stupid. And having this be the big thing everyone's talking about, where
have you ever been to a comic shop?
CG with Riley.
No, not in America.
Have I?
Yeah. I mean, do you realize the audience for comics is not exactly the non-spurgy, non-nerdy, non-geeky normie?
We're not just talking about like geeky, nerdy people. That's not the issue. It's not that he, has a Poindexter and has glasses and like a pocket.
That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to outsiders.
If you're talking about like, what are you referring to in particular? You're talking about like gross furry degenerates.
Should Anthony Cumia should a comic artist go on Anthony Cumia's show?
I don't know why that would have anything to do with comics. Has Anthony ever talked about comics?
Let me ask you. Okay, I'm using him as an example because the first name that came to mind. Should Todd McFarlane have been willing to go on Howard Stern in 1993?
Probably. Howard Stern was a fucking massive show, and he's also not marketing his comics to an audience of mainly Christian conservatives.
When did CG become mainly Christian conservative marketing?
Yeah,
I would argue pretty much from the beginning. I mean, maybe not the Christian part, but the conservative part.
Okay.
Have you read any of John Malin's books?
No, honestly, I don't
It's not conservative. It's anti SJW.
I mean,
Right.
what is anti SJW?
So it's the activism being pushed ahead of story and quality. That's what they see as
Meritocracy.
SJW. It's
Do
like,
you think?
well,
that
hold
you
on,
could be
dude. Hold
anti-SJW
on. Stop
and
interrupting
not
me, man. I'm
conservative?
explaining it, and I'll just keep talking
I
over
asked
you, and I'm
you
a
a
lot
question.
louder and funnier than you are. Okay, so hold on a second. All right, seriously.
Yeah?
What
You
it
seem to be
is
a little
that
upset.
okay? Yeah, but I'm gonna keep talking, dude. So
Okay.
what?
Are you gonna answer my question?
Go ahead.
No,
Let-
I'm making a
let him
fucking
talk.
point, dumbass.
How
Okay,
can he
now
answer
you're
your? How can he answer?
No, I'm
how
not
can he answer
spurging.
your
I'm annoyed
question
with
if
you
you
because
talk
you're
over
fucking
it?
retarded, dude, and I'm retarded. If I'm calling you retarded when I'm this retarded, oh my god, you're fucking retarded. Now that's a
You're gonna
spurg.
pop a
Okay,
blood vessel.
What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
that was the spurg. Okay, so what it was is that Marvel and DC, IDW, Disney, they were all focusing on DEI, and they were doing it well before that was a term. So they weren't hiring based off of meritocracy, who could draw the best, who could write the best, whether the best stories were. They were
Do you
hiring based off
genuinely
of
think
a
I don't know
process.
all this?
Okay, yeah,
Or
but
do you
I'm
think
explaining
I
it to you because
know
apparently you
what
don't.
social justice
So
warrior
then
means?
Comicsgate became basically a movement against that. It has nothing to do with anything political. There are guys that like.
Does.
No, no,
It
no.
absolutely does. That's delusional.
No. It has nothing to do with anything political because Malin was an Obama voter and then he liked Trump. What I'm saying is that it's not like, oh, we're conservative, we're doing this. It is, we want comics to be good. We want them to be a meritocracy. So we're going to do this. And then all are welcome, liberals, conservatives, libertarians. And if it's about good comics, that's what we want to be about. That's what it is, dude.
You don't think it has anything to do with politics?
No, there are
Explicitly
people
doesn't.
that are very political and they have their political opinions and they share those. But see, what you're doing is you're judging an entire label and then you're saying, well, that person did it, so it's everybody. You're doing what the left does,
I would
which is
like to say-
oh, that guy
But
has that
this is the
opinion,
general
so that's
perception.
everybody.
I'm talking about the general perception and the general audience.
I'm sure
if
there's
you
a
were to
perception there
poll
because
CG's audience, it's probably 90+% people who would label themselves conservative. Is that a controversial statement? Is that going to be a statement you guys are going to argue with me on?
No, I would.
So-
I
so-
think that it
the
attracts a lot
audience?
of conservatives because it wants to be a meritocracy. So you're going to see a lot of conservatives part
Right.
of it and fans of it. I mean, I became fans of it because I'm conservative. So
Because you're conservative.
Yes, because conservatives tend to be more about meritocracy and are really tired. And I worked in Hollywood for 20 years, dude. I was up to here with it, dude. I couldn't take it anymore, and it was my entire life. You couldn't even talk about your conservative politics, or otherwise you were gonna, be put in a camp essentially and never work in town again. And so, yeah, you'll see a lot of influx of those people because there's finally a space where we can talk about comic books and draw comic books and do comic books and sell our comic books. So it's attracted a lot of those people, but it's also attracting people that are tired of the SJWs who are making shit like Star Wars Acolyte. So
Okay.
there's liberals in there
I
too.
want to say, so this is me. Okay. I'm uncomfortable when someone will look at the behavior of either the Saskas or Menton Riley. Forget the peeing, just whatever, the porn, whatever else. And they will say, this person on this side, they need to find Christ. And then they will not say the same thing about the behavior of the other person. That is what makes me personally uncomfortable with the way that both sides are kind of a mirror of the worst aspects right now.
I think that's a fair critique because I would say that Riley and Bent need to find Christ. And I think that the
agree,
Soska
yes.
sisters, if they have found Christ, then we need to hear them repent, like it says in Timothy and James.
Yes.
We need to go before the congregation or your brothers
Yes.
and sisters and say,
and that's another
I'm
thing
sorry.
that bothers me
Yeah.
about the Saskas, because apparently they're all about Jesus now. I looked all over their timeline. I could not find anywhere where they repented. I could not find anywhere where they said the things that we did in the past, where we talked about Satan and all this other stuff, was wrong. We repent of that. We're about Jesus now. I didn't see any condemnation of their past. So it makes me wonder if they were so publicly satanic, why are they not equally publicly showing their repentance?
And that would be biblical. I mean, that would definitely be biblical. That is, Paul talked about that. You know, it's and we can read
they
that.
have never said that. Eric has.
No, they have.
No,
That's my point.
No,
they've claimed Christ. They've claimed Christ. They have.
They have?
Yeah, they have legitimately claimed Christ. It's on their Twitter page. They've claimed Christ. They claim Christ, and I say great, honestly, awesome. If you claim Christ, then you have to repent publicly for the garbage that you were for so publicly. I think you just owe it to people to do that.
I agree with that.
And then everyone gets to say nothing and wait and see if it's real. You know what I mean? And just wait.
That's the thing. You have to wait and see if it's real. 100%.
You know, like when that one girl, even though I don't believe her because she still had her account and stuff, the OF girl, and then she's like, I love Jesus, and then she was still doing her orgasm face and everything. I was like, but you know what? You do a long wait and see, and not for perfection, not for them to act perfectly, but just to see, like, are you really a Christian or is this a grift? You know,
it was
like, I want to answer Chris, and I want to kind of like wheel that into discussing what you were saying, Turtle. Specifically, EVS said that the Saskas needed to find Christ when he was referring to their previous material. He has not made that claim, to my knowledge, about Riley and Mend. Turtle's point about, and Salty's point, I guess, to some extent too, is that there's a difference between an employee and a fan. And I definitely agree.
Yeah,
there is a huge difference between an employee and a fan. And I wouldn't ever sell someone that they shouldn't, sell a book to someone because of their whatever. My perspective. Go ahead.
No, wait. I want to hear this perspective. I want to hear this perspective.
I do want to hear it, but I want to ask a question before we get too far from the statement. When EVS said that, was he not responding to people telling him that they were, still posting Satanist stuff and things like that? Like, for example, I know on Valentine's Day, they posted a literal pentagram and a black candle and all this about love. And I think that was one of the only times I heard him say anything regarding that. And it was specifically in response to a question that was super chatted to him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I think I do think, honestly, Frost, it does. I think it gets separated from the fact that I'm pretty sure, dude, if you super chatted him or whatever and be like, don't you think Mitt and Riley need to find Christ? He'd probably be like, yeah. I think he would. I mean, I don't.
Probably.
He said that. Yeah. I've heard him say that about other people.
So it's like maybe he needs to be asked it. I don't know. It's like he's not very evangelical.
He's a Mormon.
Faith. No, I don't think he's Mormon anymore. I think he was raised Mormon. I don't think he's Mormon anymore. I could be wrong. When he talks about Jesus, he does not sound like a Mormon. He sounds like someone that is more Protestant or Catholic.
He was raised Mormon, became an atheist, and then somewhat recently became a Christian.
But the way he talks about Christ, that's not how Mormons talk about Christ.
Like agnostic, but,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not putting that standard on him that he needs to be like saying they need to find Christ. I don't think that's necessary.
Well, I didn't want to derail you, Jared. I just wanted to ask that question before we got too far.
My point was just that I recognize and understand the difference between the two. But my issue is that when one, like, there are a lot of people that are fans of EVS and buy his books, but that there aren't too many people that I see constantly reappearing on his timeline, like Riley Ment or
his streams.
Rippaverse. And Rippaverse, like, he's doing puppet shows. It makes sense. So I know that Riley and Ment just are messing with Eric, and he finds that hysterical right now. But it does
let's look at the debate you had tonight. What did that debate really revolve around?
It revolved around EVS and Eric. It can never not revolve around EVS and Eric. So no matter how many times I tried to reel it back in, it goes back to EVS and Eric.
But what I'm saying is it EVS's fault that this particular current blow up shows up in his timeline a lot, or is it that he is in the center of this
No, I mean, I wouldn't.
This overall thing.
I just want to say,
is it
Primal
him
Gecko
going
says,
out of
why
his way
is
to do
religion
it?
even a topic of comics? And as a Christian and a conservative, I don't know.
Because
but when
people
you're
invoke the name
when
of
you're
Christ
like, I'm
to
a
sell
Christian,
comic
I'm a
books.
Christian, and then you hire Satanists, I'm like, dude, I'm gonna say something. Sorry, but
Yeah,
that's the only time. That's the only time.
No, I mean, I agree with you. It's when people start selling comic books on the name of Christ. That's where I'm like, okay, well, if we're gonna do that,
Doesn't
then
Isom
let's
have
talk
like a
about it.
little like cross on
He's
his
got the
belt?
crotch
Cross.
And
He does have
Isom
the
one
crotch
had
cross, yes.
crosses all over. It was all like cross, and cross.
Hey, Vito.
Isn't that where there was? Isn't that where the market confusion existed for?
I think so, man.
The International School of Ministry.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, I
yeah,
think so.
maybe. Yeah.
It's definitely it's in
Those
the
terrible
lawsuit.
Christians. How terrible of them.
They explicitly mention the cross.
Is that
and
real
the- and
Vito
the
or is that
fact
fake Vito?
I'm pretty sure it's real Vito, but I wouldn't be able to prove it. I'm a total boomer when it comes to.
It's
Hi-
clearly real.
hi, real or
He has
fake
the check.
Vito?
He has the verified check. That's how you know.
Oh well.
You have
Oh,
to
so
pay
where I'm not
for
looking.
that for the verified
That
check.
might be why. Yeah.
Is it like Twitter?
I do have some questions for that guy, but that's for another time and another place.
Do it now. Why not?
No.
Just do it now.
Dude, because I'm not gonna sit there and
Where the
sit in the
best
chat
buffet
watching the
is?
show and
Do
stuff.
it.
I'm not gonna be all like, because I'm tired of the fucking drama. That's why I don't want any more drama. I want to make comic books.
I'm sorry, Andrew. Hang on,
Look-
hang on. Here you go. Let me pull it up. Everyone, whip out your Bible.
Okay, let's go look at. Let's whip it out.
Are we whipping out things? I'll whip this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, yeah. You whip that out while I whip this out. Excuse me while I whip this out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on, come on. And if you're gonna bring that up, then just Song of Solomon 7:7.
Bring Vito on. Why not, Jared?
Song
Come
of
on.
Solomon
This is
is
gonna be
dirty.
the biggest stream. Do it. I want to see Salty confront him.
No, I'm not.
Do it.
There's something to confront. I have a question.
You just
No,
said you have questions.
I have a question. That's not
Then
like.
you can ask it to his
Yeah,
face.
I don't. It's not like confronting.
doesn't
I like
hide his
Vito. I think
face.
he's funny, man. I think he's
Well, ask
hilarious.
him the
I think Vito's
Yeah,
hilarious.
like even though he's
Is
a
it
filthy
about the
liberal, he's not an
royal
SJW, which I appreciate.
Is it about the royal we?
No, it's just a question, and actually, I would rather ask him in private, just for clarification.
No,
sake.
just do it now. Come on.
No.
Oh man.
Okay, so Ezekiel 23:20.
Yeah, don't bring it up, Jared. It's
He says he'll answer.
Yeah, I know.
come on, do it.
Now you're on the
honestly,
spot.
I
Look
don't
at
want
him.
to. I'm
He's
gonna do it
blushing
in
like a
private.
schoolgirl.
It's gonna-
Vito, I
it's-
think
it's gonna
It's
be-
not schoolgirl
Let's-
stuff. It's like it's for Vito.
No,
I just
we
want
know
you
what
to
it is.
answer
You're
your DMs.
both from you both were in California. We know it's going to be about what's your favorite in and out.
Yeah, but I'm from California. Vito is not.
He's
a
imported.
transplant. He's an import.
We all know he's
Okay.
from hell. Okay.
He's like from like
No.
someplace Italian neighborhood in the middle of the country.
Vito, tell Dick to unblock me.
Why did you get blocked?
Yeah, let's chat comics. So
I only made one comment to him, and it was in it was not to him. It was in a larger thread. Somebody said something about whether it was better to eat right or work out, and I said you can't outrun a fork, and I don't know why that got me blocked.
Why would that get you blocked?
remember when IDW
I don't know
used to be
because
great?
it's Dick.
Remember when IDW used to be great?
What are you holding up? Full
It looks
screen
like
him so we can see
Is that
that.
a ROM Space Knight or the Micronauts? What is that?
Dude, Transformers versus G.I. Joe.
Oh.
Remember when
Oh.
IDW before Heather Antos and all the DEI SJW garbage?
Jared, let Vito on.
I sent him the invite. I can't make him click it.
Remember
at gunpoint to come on stream. Digital gunpoint. Do the emojis. The
Let
sword
me ask you, Sam. What does it mean to be Comicsgate, as far as your understanding?
I think. I mean, it's whoever calls themselves Comicsgate is. I know that's the accepted definition. If you call yourself Comicsgate, you're Comicsgate.
See, I don't believe that. I actually don't believe that.
Well,
No, I don't believe there is a second there is a second portion of that
What's the second portion? Refresh me.
that you work with the other members of Comicsgate to promote the other Comicsgate authors.
Okay, I think that's a pretty fair definition generally, but I think that the perception of it publicly and the kind of the culture around it is conservative indie creators. I think that's kind of the colloquial.
Has the public ever been wrong about anything else?
I'm not saying it's whether it's right or wrong. I'm just talking about the perception. I think that
you have lazy
how
forks.
they define themselves.
Andrew, I don't think that
probably
Horseman will
most
be
accurate.
inspired by Ezekiel 23:20.
I was about to read it. No, I don't think so. It'll be inspired after Azrael, the Azrael Batman that it was ripped off from.
Is it really ripping off if it's your own stuff?
I like writing this character more than the one that you gave me. I'm going to write this one.
I miss the 90. I miss the 90.
I wrote this before and it failed miserably. Let's go ahead and do that again.
That's literally what Disney does with every other program. Good Lord.
Now Vito's pussied out. He's like, let's chat.
Well, because we
He
got
said, "Give me 2
boring.
minutes."
This shit got boring. Okay.
He said,
He said,
"Give me
go
2
back to
He
interrupting
just-
everyone and pissing
He
them
just
off.
said, "Give me 2 minutes."
Oh, okay,
Let's go back to kayfabe.
So let's go. Yeah. Listen here. Let me tell you something, brother.
What you need to understand, Sam.
God.
I feel like wrestling.
What it is
that,
what
that
it
thing
is.
for Are you a millennial, Salty?
No, man. I'm
Are
a
you Gen X?
zennial. A zennial.
Are you
What is that?
50?
What is that?
No, wait. What's a Gen Xer?
53?
That's a millennial.
You're like in between. You're that.
I'm
weird
one of those
between
in
Gen X and
betweeners. It's
millennial.
like not
Yeah.
quite Gen X, not quite
You're-
millennial.
Wait,
And you're
are you
greatest
who they
generation,
tried to
right?
call Generation Y for a while?
Yeah, which was lame. That was lame. I was like, why F you? How about why? Because
X, Y, Z.
Go fuck yourself.
That's what they were going for.
Do you still watch wrestling?
I'm just telling you.
No. Because I'm a
When'd you
grown ass
stop?
man.
When did you stop?
I probably stopped in my
Which era? Which era?
So I stopped when NWO just got ridiculous and everyone was in NWO. I stopped watching
they had
as
like
much.
16 different
So
factions.
like no, but like I'm talking like early 2000s. I
Yeah,
stopped watching,
okay.
and that's also like it kind of correlates with how much more I was working at Disney, which it went from like 40 hours a week to like
working at
60 hours
Disney?
a week, and so yeah, that's one reason why too, because I was always fucking working.
What were you doing at
you,
Disney?
You've done a lot of high level professional animation, right?
No, I was not an animator. I was a digital artist and traditional artist. When I was at Disney, I was very lowly digital artist. I would do like mainly was learning as kind of like an apprentice level, and then doing like cleanup. And then I would like someone would illustrate a font, and then I would have to illustrate all the punctuation and numbers and letters. I was very lowly, and then like clean up drawings and doing a lot of digital inking, and then like towards the end I was doing digital illustration, so I was taking drawings that someone else did on model, and then you know coloring it essentially.
So this wasn't like in the movies.
You
this
were
was
a
promotional
tracer.
stuff?
Yeah, I was a tracer.
Was
No,
it
I
like
didn't work. I
promotional
worked
stuff?
a little bit. I did some storyboards for some television stuff, but I mainly was doing consumer products type stuff. So working with toys and packaging and style
okay, yeah.
guides and like all that stuff.
What was the show you worked on?
What was it? Do you mean the
The show you did the storyboard.
So what was the show? I don't think they ever did anything with it. I was working on the pilot. I storyboarded for the pilot, and I don't think it ever got picked up. And I couldn't tell you.
Is it like an NDA thing, or is it?
No, it was something that they were trying to do, but I think that they killed it. And I don't even honestly, I'd have to pull out the drawings too because I don't even remember.
Huh.
It's been so. My main bread and butter was drawing Disney princesses.
You like the frilly little dresses?
I'm trying to think now. I don't, dude. Honestly, I was 18 years old, dude, and I.
Hey, look, it's the quartering.
I did a lot of drugs.
Quartering
I did a lot of drugs. So I don't even remember, bro.
Fucking Larson.
Unironically,
Coffee brand coffee.
You should post those storyboards to Twitter. There's like a huge community of people who like lost media, so you might get some traction off that.
I do have all my old Disney princesses posted. I should repost those though, because that's been a million years, and freaking Instagram is lame.
Yes.
So Vito, what you want to talk about? Well, actually, first, Salty, ask the question to Vito.
I don't want to ask it in public because it has.
He wants to tell you he likes you.
No,
he wants to know. Can I see your PP? And the answer is maybe.
Can you send me some, fat Italian guy dick pics, please?
Yeah, I can send you some shots of my tits. How's that?
It might be kind of nice.
It's as soft as the ladies.
Soft as the ladies and more firm. Wait, what?
The nipples. I don't know, man. I was just sometimes late at night I'll be surfing around, seeing what comic stuff is going on, and I guess I missed a fun debate of some sort.
It wasn't that fun.
We're the leftover crowd. We're the leftover crowd. Although it did get a little heated, and I spurged, and it was fun.
Was that BA came on? BA has a way of getting under people's skin, man.
It's because he's too chill.
It was BA and Helhound, and Helhound was being fed his lines.
Oh, he was getting a little help on the side.
Yeah, he had a little.
Well, he was sitting.
It bothered me that he kept bringing up EVS because the title is pretty clearly not related to EVS.
Right.
Every point
and he
that came up about the Rippaverse is like, but in when EVS does, well, okay, man.
Like, how annoying is that, though? You're like, oh, so I will, well, what don't you like about Rippaverse? Well, I don't like this, that, and this, and I was really disappointed with this. And they're like, well, what about EVS? And I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
Right.
Some people got Ethan on the brain, man. They're watching him every night.
Yeah, it's like, you asked me about freaking Eric July. I'd rather talk about my own goddamn comic book because it's better than that shit.
It's crazy how many people are watching every trade. He does like 4 shows a night.
I know each one is like 1,200 to 2,600 people or something.
I'm like, don't any of you people work? Don't any of you have families? I mean, I like Trash Cast, but come on.
Fix your mic, Vito. Your mic.
I got work to do.
How terrible is my
you're
mic?
clipping a little bit.
I'm in my
You're
car.
clipping.
Following it, it's not food.
You're
Vito.
clipping a little bit.
I would say this, Vito.
like,
what do you think if Eric July walked out of the restaurant, put a chair down, and said, okay, shave my back? That would have been great comedy. Right?
I don't think it would have.
Well, I think that...
Who would have defanged him?
His back hair gives him his power, Salty. It's
He's
like
too far
it's like
down a very
Samson.
specific road,
Okay.
you know?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's
That's
gone
what I
too
would have
far.
done.
It's too far past that.
Yeah.
Maybe what would have worked better is if Brandon and his lazy eye hadn't came up and tried to start a fist fight less than 20 seconds after they arrived.
Yeah.
I think I was talking about this with Dick, where we're like, white guys on the internet, we've been trolled our whole lives, so we get it. But I don't know if that's a thing in the black community, just like talking, like they talk shit, but it's like a different kind of shit talk.
Yeah, but Eric grew up in a white community.
He's taking a picture of a Time Crisis gun and quoting the Punisher. I don't get what's going on.
Yeah, I think what it has to do with, and I've heard other people say
Really,
this,
you don't think black people are used to posting guns online? You
But
don't
I
think
think-
that's a part of their culture, Vito?
No. Well, no. Time Crisis guns.
Yeah, Time
that was
Crisis.
you
It
missed
has to
it.
be sci-fi,
You missed an
yeah.
important piece of it. And
I
it
think
wasn't
that
Time
there's a lot of,
Crisis. It was
you gotta
Terminator
respect-
Salvation.
I think conservative media has their own affirmative action, and we're seeing that play out right now. And what happens?
I
is-
think if
we
you're
all
a black
know
guy in a
that's
conservative
accurate.
space, you're like obviously treated with kid gloves. They're like, oh my God, we got a black guy. Nobody piss him off.
Yep.
He might run away. You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
they're-
very easily spooked.
it's you're being
they
too
see a
specific.
ghost.
It's more broad. It's any minority, literally any minority.
Yeah.
They will immediately fall on their feet.
Because they want to diversify and they want to
Yeah.
reach those voting blocks.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's seriously like there is a lot of other talented people out there that you could just be like, look at talented person. I do wonder why him? Why him? He's
Well,
not
what's
even likable.
interesting about that
Have I
situation
pointed?
is
Sorry, go ahead. Vic.
There.
Well, I was going
He's
to say,
willing
he's
to
not
do
the
it.
only guy who went on Fox News to promote comic books. He went on with Gabe El Taib, and I think Gabe El Taib even has a better story because he was like, he actually worked in the mainstream, and he's like,
Right.
I had to quit because they're making Superman gay, and here's my big Truth, Justice, and the American Way. But he didn't sell nearly as much as Eric July. I guess Eric July has the built-in YouTube audience, obviously, but...
You just hit the nail on the head, because that's all Daily Wire and all these conservatives care about, is that they're not interested in promoting people with talent that have been in the industry, or all they care about is, what are your YouTube likes? Or do you have a big following? Oh, we can ride those coattails and get more. That's all it's about.
Do you have a Blue Apron?
It's cloud chasing. Like
I will say this. Eric did make a lot of his sales before the Fox News interview. I don't think it can all be pinned on that. And like that came from the YouTube audience and the Friday Night Tights crowd, which is huge compared to any following Gabe.
No, I think what Vito was saying though,
I think
it's the point of the attention that Eric July got on the Fox News, rather than
he went on with Gabe El Taib. They both promoted, if I'm not mistaken.
Am I the only one on camera? F you guys.
And also, ISOM was Gabe.
I mean, what a cool logo. Way to make sure my kids are okay.
I mean, he did the coloring, right? I'm pretty sure Gabe
he did that. He did the coloring.
Yeah, Gabe. Yeah.
So it was like a co-promotion too. So I don't think that's like.
You got $200,000. Why wouldn't you hire like a top tier CG artist, dude? Like, why?
Right.
To be fair, he tried with Kane White. He approached Kane and White for it, and Kane and White turned him down. So I mean, to be fair, good faith, he did try at least once.
Well, was he trying, or what was the timing? What was the budget? Because that's also what will chase a good artist away. Is like, oh, I'm going to pay you $150 a page, and it's due next week. You know what I mean?
Right.
But, I have a feeling that whatever the next ISOM book is going to be, will probably be done by Kane and White.
I don't believe so.
Well, yeah, because Cannon saw the money. He's like, oh, I fucked up.
Yeah, probably.
No, he's getting.
If Eric July came to me and was like, hey, I want to make a comic, back when I saw, he had like 400,000 YouTubes, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it.
Yep.
Of course.
I would have too.
He doesn't want. He's lazy. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to do the interiors. Wow, we've taken over his channel. He doesn't want to do the interiors. He wants to do right. That's the fact of the matter is he does not want to do the interiors. He wants to do pinups and covers. That's why he's not going to.
Wants,
yeah, honestly. I want to make enough money on my comic book so I can hire someone else to pencil the pages, and I can just do covers and write it.
Yeah, basically.
You are absolutely right.
It's not the same culture in Japan. In Japan, it's like, no, I'm not going to let anyone draw my comic. It's my comic.
Yeah.
Right.
I would love to hire David Williams, because I think his style would be perfect for my book.
Vito, I have some questions for you, and unlike Salty, I'm not pussy enough to not ask.
Fair
enough. You made a tweet a couple days ago, replying to Andy Worski, where you said, the only lesson I've learned is when to take the gloves off. What are under those mitts? What do you mean by that?
Well, as I've tried to explain, my favorite scene in The Godfather is when Michael Corleone stands on a big stage and explains his machinations to an audience of hundreds of people. It's not a.
Do you think you're a supervillain, Vito?
I think I am.
Do you think you are a super killer?
I think that I'm going to do things with comics that could be, if it pays off in the way I'm planning, I think it's going to excite some people, and I think it's going to upset some other people.
So that's what's under your gloves.
Vito's just a big old troll. He's like, I'm here to fuck it all up.
Right.
And by that I mean,
Vito.
buy my next book.
I wish I could do more, but the law restrains me. So.
Vito, you made this other tweet where you said, you lied about me. You threatened to sue me. Threw my friend in jail. Your God will not save you. Now, are you aware that you write like an edgy 13-year-old Redditor?
Yes.
Okay.
The difference is I believe it, baby.
You believe?
You understand.
So I have a question. What do you
I
mean
am the
his
hand of
God
God.
won't
God
save him
moves
from what?
through me.
Woo.
I
What do you-
feel
Whoa.
What will God?
Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I'm not touching anything metal right now.
I know, right?
He's a vengeful man, and there's the side of good, and there's the side of evil, and there's a man who I'm not going to say is pure evil. He could find the light, but as
Do you
of
think
now,
Eric
he's,
July is evil?
I think he's fallen in with
Yes.
evil. He's definitely embraced evil.
And by that you mean the Saskas?
He rather than accept, not everybody's going to like my comic book. he has decided to use his massive influence to try and discredit the people who said his comic book is bad and promote people who have tried to threaten my life. I'm like, well, he's chosen a
Who has
side.
threatened your life?
Andy Warski and PPP for one.
But they're funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
okay.
funny.
Wait,
So if I'm funny, am I allowed to say I want to kill guys?
If you're funny enough, you can pull it off.
No, sorry, no, dude.
I think that's over the line.
Nope.
So it's
I don't
not
think
funny
it's
when
that
Sam
funny.
Hyde said it at the end of his boxing match, calling out Hassan Piker.
He said he wants to kill Hassan Piker.
You saw that,
Yeah.
right? He goes,
At the
I'm
end of the
coming
boxing
to your
match.
house to kill you in real life.
I think the difference is we understand that he's doing a character, you know?
So you think
whereas
that
these guys,
Andy
I don't see
Warski
what is the
and PPP are
character?
serious?
It's just them.
Do you think they're serious?
Well, I think the difference is one's doing a show and the other's actually doing like a fighting sport, which is like there might be a crowbar separation there.
Piker
Yes,
died,
but
I don't.
PPP is very influenced by boxing, so it's all just kayfabe, Salty.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is
Or not
it's
boxing.
unequal-
Did I say boxing?
It's
wrestling.
unequal
It's
footing,
wrestling.
right? Like, I can't say I want to kill those guys.
Why can't you?
Because it would just be used endlessly as like, oh, Vito's a bad guy. He said he wants to kill Andy Warski and PPP. But because
Have you-
Look at what they've done. Look at what they've done to Riley for the Punisher quote.
Have you pressed
Oh.
charges against PPP and Andy Warski for threatening your life?
No,
Why not?
the optics don't work out, man.
But so you're not willing to
you
press
get-
charges, but you're bitching about it.
Yeah, of course. Why would I get the state involved? You think if I don't get the state involved, I'm not allowed to be upset about a thing?
No, I just think you're endlessly bitching about it on Twitter, and no one cares about what Andy Warski and PPP said drunk on a live stream how many years
I think
ago.
they do, though. I think the things that they say about
Who?
me have
Who
obviously
cares other than
been
you?
bad. I care.
Well, other than you.
Wait, I'm stupid. Are these people like the fat Canadian guy and the
Yes.
Casino Casino.
Oh, where he's like,
Casino.
Nickel
They're funny
kinda
as
doesn't know who God is or whatever, right?
Right.
Those guys.
Yeah.
It's the guys who predicted the downfall.
That was a really good Canadian.
Oh.
Surprisingly
All I'm saying
good,
is,
Salty.
I have certain beliefs. One of those beliefs is I don't say I'm going to kill people.
Well, that's because you're not quite all there, Vito. You know, you don't love God. That's a terrible Canadian accent. I
That was
apologize for
terrible.
nothing.
That was.
Do you think, honestly, Vito, do
guys
you think
also,
bitching about
like,
it on Twitter
They
would do
have
anything?
to lie for views, and like the lies are just so blatant that it's crazy. Like,
Can
they
we,
did a show on me, right? And there was
I
one
have
point
a-
on my on the
I have a question.
podcast. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Is it about cuties?
Well,
No.
you said that you aren't comfortable like making a joke about killing someone.
I don't know. Have I made a joke about killing somebody? I don't think so.
No, I'm not. I don't think you have. You said, but did you just now say that you're not comfortable making that joke?
I think I'm comfortable making that joke in private. If I had a live streamed audience,
You wouldn't
and I was
tweet it,
going to
though,
hundreds
right?
of people, and I started talking about delivering violence onto a person, I think that could have like real world ramifications.
So you're responsible with your joking.
100%.
What? 99%.
How?
100%.
What's
I don't think
the?
have I ever directed anybody to do something to somebody?
No.
No, I don't think so.
anyone's
Have I ever
But
made it sound
I-
like?
my
Well, I was
question
more.
was-
I was just
against
making a
this
joke at your
individual?
expense when you leaned into one thing and it probably.
Yeah, well,
I
said,
I
wanna
honestly
fuck their
feel bad
kids,
for
and
you
that's
because
a joke.
I get it. Yeah. What's that?
I don't know, man. I grew up listening to Howard Stern. I was listening to
Yeah.
Howard Stern the other day, and I was like, man, if I told
happened
these
to him?
jokes, I would be crucified.
Yeah, I know. It's just. I mean, one of the things, like I was on a stream earlier tonight, and they were trying to convince me that, well, Vito's a pedo, and I'm like, convicted? Was he convicted? Like, and that's was part of my question is like they were trying to tell me that like on a stream they were like alleged, this, and you were like, no, admitted. And I'm like, but on the stream like on your stream, and it was a person that you went on their stream. I was like, didn't he admit that like he leaned into the joke to hope that it would eventually go away and die, and like regrets it, and you guys are just taking it to the 10th degree now because you're
They
kind of being
know
dicks.
they're lying. Like, they all know that I'm not a pedophile.
I know.
It's just something that they're like, well, if we repeat it often enough, it'll piss him off and potentially hurt his career and ability to sell comic
And I think
books.
that's what it
they
is.
want to hurt my.
Yeah. And I think that's the part that makes me really disgusted with these people.
This is an
they go
honest
after.
question.
They disagree with you, and
like
so they go after you with the ugliest word.
Jared ask his question.
Salty. Jerry's got a question.
Would you? I'm genuinely asking this. This is good faith. Would you explain to me, like, what or how your moral compass justifies a joke about raping a child, but not a joke about killing or violence?
Because who's the child? What's their name?
The person. Like, you wouldn't make a joke about a specific child, just a child.
I'm not
Is that what you're
delivering
saying?
harm. This is an imaginary child. This is like me saying I'm going to shoot a dog.
Right? Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, that's
You
why I'm
understand
asking
how
for you to
saying I'm gonna
clarify.
rape a
So
dog is
you
different
would
from
never,
saying I'm
you
gonna
would
come to your
never
house.
joke about raping a specific
Clip this
child.
soundbite.
Sam, shut the fuck up.
Shut up. I'm being funny.
Actually,
No,
I
you're
wasn't
not.
laughing, and no one was. Shut the fuck up.
What, are you going to spurg out again?
I might.
Do it.
Dumbass.
Come on, spurg out. I like seeing middle-aged.
No,
men
I actually
spurg.
was interested in this conversation. I want to listen to Vito a little bit more. So shut the fuck up.
To marry it together, you wouldn't make a joke about killing somebody as a specific person. So you wouldn't make a joke about a specific child.
Right. Like, if I knew somebody had a kid, like if I like Keemstar, I wouldn't say, hey, I'm going to. I mean, first
You
of all,
wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't say a specific
I would
child.
say I'm going to come and rape your dog, your 6-year-old, whatever the fuck, because that's completely fucked.
Right.
When somebody's like, hey, where'd you get the, why, oh, you think you're funny or something? And I'm like, I forget what the exact quote was. But I'm like, yeah, some 8-year-old was giving me a bunch of tips on crowd work, And I'm like, there's not an actual 8-year-old in that scenario.
I would still say that it's not a great. I mean, for me, I'd be like, dude, I like a lot of dark humor, but that's the one where I'm all, just back away, dude. Don't do that.
I don't want.
Don't
to, though.
go that
honestly,
route.
Honestly, I want to go. I want to do more of it. I just can't.
Yeah, see, that's the part where I'm all like, why do you want to do more of it, dude? Come on.
But it's funny. I like things that are funny, and I like things that make me laugh.
Okay.
And the only reason that I have to hold back is because I don't want to deal with the grief. But if I think something's funny, I want to say it.
Yeah.
That's
I
been
think
my
for
whole
me,
life.
like personally, like I'm one of those people that's like, yeah, I'm a fence rider. Because for me, I'm like, oh, that seems a bridge too far. But at the same time, I'm like, the response has been ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's just been,
I think
it's been nasty and just it's trying to destroy you for something that like is off-color humor, which I don't agree with. I think it's gross.
It's not. They're not trying to destroy.
And you know the Dave Chappelle joke where he goes, the reason I don't think Michael Jackson's a pedophile is because he never molested Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
And he goes, that would be the ultimate get, because you know how hard that kid is to catch. And I'm like, laying traps and shit. And I'm like, see, that's just, I find that very funny.
That is funny.
And there's honestly, if you listen to
Salty.
stand-up, I don't think. Did you see when Louis went on fucking SNL? And Louis said, "Well, the problem with pedophiles is they have to kill the kid. You know, you can't leave the kid alive. You know,
Right.
and that's Louis, like one of the top stand-up at the time. He was saying shit like that.
Salty, let's be honest. They're not doing it because of the joke. They're doing it because they don't like Vito, and they think this is a piece of
That's the
that
part
they
I
can
have-
use against him.
Yeah, that's the part I find disgusting, is that it's not about the humor. It's, ooh, we got you. Now we can like twist this and change it and make it mean something else so that we can destroy you, destroy your livelihood, and destroy everything about you, because we're really sinister, wicked people do that. I'm sorry, they really do.
And I go,
What,
guys, this is
what career
the same
avenues have you lost?
Look, you can say I took it a little too far. I get it. But, you know, you watch Family Guy, and there's a character who's a creepy old man trying to have sex with Chris. There's
Right.
South Park, which has had episodes about pedophiles all the time. And you're like, I think you guys are just lying when you say this topic's off limits. Especially, I think these are the same guys who say, I love that South Park pushes the envelope. I love that they say things that nobody else can say. And they go, hey, 3 years ago, you said some fucked up shit on Twitter. I'm like, okay, well, can we just move past it? No. All right.
Well, and let's be honest, Vito, you literally make your living in comedy. You can't be funny if you're you can't be funny if you're not willing to push that envelope.
Here's how comedy works. Every comedian you like has gone over the line at some point. It has to happen. The only way to become a good comedian is to push the line so far that you occasionally fuck up and go over it. There's not a comedian alive who hasn't gone over the line.
Well, they are. They're just, you've never heard of them.
No, the ones who went over the line dialed it back. Look at James Gunn. People go, oh,
Right.
I can't believe James Gunn was tweeting these horrible things. I can't believe whatever, and he had this party or whatever else. And you go, okay, but through the act of being a fucked up edgy guy, he found the line, dialed it back, and now he's one of our most, beloved storytellers, at least to a lot of people. Dan Harmon from Community, there was a point where they tried to cancel him for some old sketches he made. And I'm like, the only reason you have Rick and Morty is because he did those
It's
experiments.
because he made those old sketches.
Because he fucked around. He said, is this funny? Is this not funny? It's all experimentation.
Well, what I was saying is
the
the people
on Twitter, I guess.
Well, what I was saying
never
is
a good place to experiment.
the comedians that weren't willing to push the envelope and find that line, we've never heard of because they didn't make an impact.
Superkiller's a better book because I made pedophile jokes, and that's the bottom line.
Wait, you made pedophile jokes in Superkiller?
Not yet. Wait.
Not yet. Well, I did. I read the leaked script. There were a couple in there.
There's one.
Unless you remove that, I think.
No,
I
there's
think,
one, but it's not really a pedophile
Are you
joke.
now? I have a question. Are you doing that because you find it funny, or are you trying to bait people into kind of internet raging at you for it? Are you like trying to bait people? Because I read that and it read like you trying to kind of bait the people who hate you.
Yeah, so there's going to be a big problem with the comic is that people are going to go, the reason this joke is in here is due to some sort of real world connection or whatever else. And the truth is that it's just the kind of humor I find funny.
Yeah. And you know why that happens? It happens because what they're doing is they're projecting because they do self-inserts themselves.
Which is fine because, look, I already know my haters are going to hate this comic. I want people who don't know me to read it. And I don't think they're going to connect. They're going to go, I wonder if this is connected to some real world thing. I think the joke stands alone,
Yeah.
So you didn't write yourself as Superkiller?
No, it's like a weird accusation. I mean, obviously, when you write a character, there's like elements of you that enter into them, I think. But he's not a big fat guy. He goes out and does stuff.
So it's who you want to be, not who you are right now. Got it.
I'm trying to think who I would compare him to. I don't know. I don't
Sam, do you think anybody can write a? Do you think anybody can write a book about a character and not try and see the world that they're building through that character's eyes?
See, that's the thing. Is like you only have your own lived experience.
I think the best writers are able to put
diversity
themselves in other
writers.
people's shoes, though, I would say.
I agree, but I'm just saying there's going to be a piece of you in the book you write.
I mean, when it comes down to comedy, the problem with writing comedy is like you do have to put yourself in the comedy because it's what you find funny. It's lines you would, if you were trying to make your friends laugh, you might say,
Yeah, I do think. Yeah,
So
I think Cap.
comedy it's harder to divorce yourself. I can't just write, a stone cold assassin because then it's not funny.
Yeah, I would say that your morals and values always do end up coming through in your book, though, too. Even not necessarily in your comedy, but like in the overall story that you're telling. That I think that's kind of inevitable.
Yeah, I think like
It's
some
your
people get the
worldview.
wrong. Well, people get. I mean, obviously, I've kind of maybe misled people, where it's like, oh, he's just like a crazy killer guy, and he's gonna murder all these people, and it's like, no, this is like a dark comedy. It's like there's comedy, but there's like, oh my god, what I'm doing is fucked up. This situation is fucked up. There's a lot of tragedy in it.
How much has the book changed since the leaked draft?
I've added a lot of like necessary emotional beats, I think.
So like increased page count, something like that, or is it the same? And you just
I think
cut
it's
some
got the
things,
basic
others?
same overall structure, So it's going to hit, I
Okay.
think, the same plot beats, but they're definitely a lot more fleshed out. you know, and there's stuff in that draft where I'm like, yeah, that line was terrible. That was definitely a placeholder line. Like at some point I was like trying to describe the heroine. I'm like, yeah, she's like the kind of girl, you know, she doesn't go to clubs. She would play like League of Legends or something. And even as
I read that and I cringed out. I'm like, are you trying
dude, that was
to
like,
write
I cringed
like
as I wrote that.
your waifu?
I went, this is a placeholder description.
On a
It's just to
scale
get
of
through it.
Barry to Gross Point Blank, how dark of a comedy is it?
It's gonna get. I mean, I'll say issue 3 is gonna be like the breaking point for people. Either you're all in or you're not. You know, I was like describing to somebody who's like, oh, so this is like not fun. I'm like, no, it's fun. It's just like, I'm trying to think what I can compare it to. I'm very.
Did you make
influenced by
yourself
Gans.
uncomfortable with it?
Yeah, there's stuff where I've been like, am I pushing this too far? And then I've said, you know, a lot of the fiction I read that sticks with me is because they were willing to be like, this is too much and we're going to do it anyway.
Is that from like the new draft or are you talking about the old draft?
I'm talking about like when I get to issue, like this first issue is really a lot of exposition.
How many years in the future will issue 3 be? Are we talking about 5 years from now? 6 years? 7?
I would like. It's all up in the air right now. I'm gonna see how quickly I can turn stuff around.
I mean, because you got a big, you know, you made what was it, 6 figures on this first.
I think
book.
I could have issue 2 and 3 next year.
Do you have the scripts finished?
The script for number 2 is basically finished. The script for number 3 is 100%. I actually had number 3 plotted out before I wrote issue 2. So issue 3 in my head is just like gonna be getting it down on paper. I know every plot beat.
Is it like a 3-issue arc? Like, is it like one storyline throughout these 3 issues that you've plotted out, or is it like kind of each issue is something different?
My hope is to do a 6-issue first arc. It might get shortened down to a 4-issue arc. Probably one of the big things missing in the draft you read is there's kind of an epilogue in issue 1 that sets up this kind of recurring villain who's going to be the big bad of the first arc, you know? But I don't want to spoil
Is his name Eric July?
His name's Tommy October, and he loves making comic books.
He loves warehousing.
As long as he has the crotch cross. I think that will
There's been like I'd say and compared to the original draft, I do think I was playing it a little too safe. And I looked back, I looked at the comic we're doing and I said, this guy is destroying worlds. It can't be like something you brush off. Like we have to see people die. We have to see people in terror.
You gotta make it more edgy.
Yeah, I don't know if edge is the right word, but I was gonna say like I'm really inspired by Gantz, if you've ever read that.
What is that? Is that some kind of manga?
Yeah, it's one of them Japanese comics.
Yeah, I don't speak Moon Ruin. What's it about? Give us the rundown.
The rundown is when you die, you wake up in a Japanese apartment with a black cyber ball that says your job is to go kill aliens. If you kill aliens, I'll give you points. If you get enough points, you can come back to life. Go.
Sounds like that game. What was it? The World Ends With You. Now, here's a question. I have a question, Vito. Do you think you wrote a good book? And this isn't a trick question. It's not like me trying to trip you up. Genuinely, because I've written, I know other people have written, and it's like it's hard to judge your own work. But I'm curious if you think you've written a good book.
I think that from my perspective, every plot beat makes sense. I think the biggest thing that I get out of these comics is like, especially like Rippaverse comics, is like, oh, I don't get it. I don't get what's happening. I don't get why I care. I don't feel emotion, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm missing those emotional beats. I don't know if you guys read Yaira, but I think the emotional beat is that her Viking husband is dead.
That should have been established way earlier, so you care.
Well, it shouldn't have been intercut with a combat scene. That was confusing.
Is Yaira the Highlander?
Kinda.
Okay. That's what I'm picking up.
The sword. Where's the sword at? That seems cool.
Yeah, it's not a good book.
Is she gonna shout out Fusado?
I'd
Well,
say
they did
that
copy one of those swords from Skyrim.
I don't know how intimate. I won't talk about Eric July. I'll just say that, I've storyboarded every single page myself. I've spent a lot of time with these characters, really like feeling them out. I think I'm pretty proud of what we've got.
Shouldn't be feeling up all those characters, Vito.
I feel them up.
Vito.
I got the plush toys now, so I can do whatever I want.
I know you don't want. You just said you don't want to talk about Eric July, but let me ask you. I've got a theory.
God damn it,
Eric. Hold on. No. Eric said for almost a year before he announced the Rippaverse and ISOM #1 that he had spent 2 years writing out a Bible about all these characters, so he knew everything that was going on, so that he can maintain continuity. I remember him saying that at least 2 years before the book came out on Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah.
I believe that the Bible is the first set of document cards. That's the entire thing. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, aren't there characters in the document cards that haven't even showed up in the comics yet?
Right, but I mean that those couple of paragraphs that literally tell us nothing about the characters. I believe that was his Bible. I don't believe he's wrote most of it. I think he hired Carol Brown, and you look at her LinkedIn, and all she did before she went there was ghostwriter, and I think she's writing the books, and that's why he couldn't tell EVS that Blood Ruth had blood powers and told him it was energy coming from her finger.
I mean, I have to say this is that you look at my Indiegogo campaign or whatever, and it's meticulous. Every paragraph has been gone through 100 times to make sure I'm 100% communicating what the book's about and why you should be excited about it. And I looked at the ISOM 1 campaign, and it was like Avery on the worst day of his life has to go to the city, and there's a guy named Darren, and he's bad. And I said, I don't think this guy can write, because nobody who can write would put this on their website. Anybody who can write would read through their very important campaign that they've been building up to for 2 years and go, I need a better hook. Then it's the worst day of Avery's life, and he goes to the city in his truck, and he fights a guy named Darren. It's not even a hook.
Right.
There's not even a hook. What's the hook of the Rippaverse?
There's 96 pages, and I bought the book, and I decided I wasn't getting #2 because there's 96 pages, and there's not 2 pages of story.
Yeah. Well, what's your hook, man?
I can tell you my hook. A guy goes from universe to universe, killing everybody, killing their main hero to free up energy for other universes. That's it. What is the hook of the Rippaverse?
I can tell you the hook of my book.
I can tell you what the hook of the Rippaverse is. It's not Marvel or DC.
What's the hook of your
statement?
book, Salty?
The hook of my book is a 19-year-old Benjamin Franklin gets kidnapped by time travelers and trapped inside a VR program that's run by an artificial intelligence that thinks it's God.
Yeah, that's the hook. That's cool. That's interesting. What is the hook of ISOM? A guy who used to be a superhero fumbles around the city.
But dude, he's black.
And he fights a security guard twice.
But he's black.
Time he wins.
But he's black.
We were discussing what the actual hook of the Rippaverse is supposed to be. What if Texas seceded from the Union and it was filled with superheroes? And it should be all about the weird politics of what's going on. And there's some of that in the background, but it's clearly not the focus.
Yeah.
We're 4 books in. Has it even been in the books? It's only been in the cards, as far as I know.
They've mentioned it.
Well, if you really pay attention, you know that thing where it's like, I want to buy Q-tips. Oh, they're $20. So it's like, okay, so there's some sort of horrible income disparity going on in Secession, Texas. That's actually interesting.
I don't think that's the point of that. I think they're just trying to show that the individual nursing home are like assholes, like old people.
Maybe. I assume that was a Texas thing. In Alpha Core, there's a scene where a lady gets arrested for shoplifting, and they're like, you're going to do 20 years. And she's like, for shoplifting? So like Texas has become a sort of, people were saying like a Judge Dredd police state, which is very interesting. Like that's what should be going on, but instead it's like, here's a girl who has ice powers.
You know who did that better?
I think that you've given more
Salty
thought to this than the people.
Yeah, Kurt Schlichter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Yep.
And I think
that's been done. By the way, Vito, that's been done by a series called People's Republic, which is a graphic novel. It's a 8-book fiction series that actually kind of does what you're talking about, and is going to be a graphic novel next year.
DMZ, which was kind of about that, demilitarized.
Right. Well, I was trying to help him pitch. I was trying to help him pitch, Vito. No, I was trying to help Salty pitch.
Oh, okay.
Vito, do you think the Kino Casino is funny?
I think they have to rely on like just blatant lies and like.
Do you think they're funny though? Because I think they're hilarious.
I don't know. I'd have to watch more.
Oh, that
Anytime
just.
I tune in.
I learned so much about Sam just now.
Yeah.
I tuned in and they're like,
What'd you
trying
learn?
I mean, here's what I'm going to say about Kino Casino and about YouTube in general is a lot of guys get by on the basis of funny accent alone. I think
Do
a
you
lot
think
of the
it's the
reason
Canadian
PPP and
accent?
Worski get a lot of attention is because people in America, we just love hearing, oh, the thing about Nick Rekieta is he's got to find Jesus.
Why
He's
are
gotta
you
find the
doing a
Lord."
Scottish accent?
Well,
What
whatever.
kind of
I'm not good at
mangled
accents.
Canadian is that?
Well, I
He's
mean,
not Rich Little, man.
yeah. I can't do a Canadian accent either, except for maybe I'm from Manitoba. Don't you know?
I like good banter, and I don't know if those guys banter effectively. Like, I hate to say it, but sometimes I listen to my own podcast just because I like me and Dick and the back and forth and the rhythm of it.
That's sad.
And I'm like, it's very hard to find shows that are, I'm a big Howard Stern fan from back in the day, and he had that rhythm.
You know
where
what
everybody
else
knew
is a
when
good
to jump
a
in
good
and when to back
podcast
out.
a good podcast that you might like is the Salty and Savage show. You might like that one. That's a funny
I'll
show.
check that out, baby.
It's a
It's
little
hard to
salty,
find, and that's why I'm excited about this book. Is my biggest thing, especially for comedy, is I just think the funniest thing in the world is like 2 or 3 guys having a conversation, having an argument. I think just banter is just the funniest thing in the world.
Really?
So I
You
probably
mean
like
it's
those
not?
stupid
It's
Marvel
not
movies.
somebody
I like
screaming slurs at a camera while somebody stares in the background and threatening to kill somebody. That's not the height of comedy.
I think that it's kind of pretty low hanging fruit. I think maybe they've evolved past that, but I remember tuning into Worski and it was just like, what are the Jews up to? What about the white ethno state? And I was like, I don't get it.
Yes, we all know Andy Warski was the leader of the alt-right, according to that one article. Everything
Not the leader, but he
connects
was
back to Andy Warski, the brilliant leader of the alt-right. Now, I think that's I don't really think
I don't think
that
Andy has
Warski's
the IQ to
ever,
be a leader of anything.
relied
sadly.
on that for humor, at least not from what I've seen.
Okay, well, I'm not watching. I'm watching clips of their show, but I just don't like seeing them lie about my friends and exaggerate things and make things up about me.
What did they
So-
make up about you? I'm curious. And this is your I mean, just address. I'm not accusing you of anything. Just what did they lie?
There's a lot of
about
like really obvious exaggerations that they just, the whole way to bury people these days is you just keep going. Okay, you got an answer for that, but what about this? Okay, you got an answer for that, but what about this? And it doesn't matter that all of these situations are like completely mundane and have easy answers. You just stack it and stack it and stack it until it's a gish gallop. So one thing was on our podcast, I had used Bing to generate like some anime images, and Dick was like giving me shit. He's like, what is this? They look underage or whatever. I'm like, they're not underage. They just made like cool anime shit in Bing or whatever. He's like, you're fucking around. That's lolly. And I'm like, it's not lolly. You're such an asshole. And then later on, somebody sent a super chat, and I forget exactly what it was. And I said, well, if you really want to generate your own lolly waifus, you can do so at bing.com. As a joke, because obviously it's Bing. You can't actually make anything like obscene, right? So Kino Casino plays that clip, and the clip is turned into, so if you want to generate your own lolly waifus, go to, and then they play a censored sound. And their explanation is Vito is using an illicit underage porn generator, and he's telling people who listen to Biggest Problem where they can find it.
That's kind of funny.
Like, you understand that I go,
Is it? Hold on, Sam. Is it?
Bing.com. I think that's kind of funny. Yeah.
I do. Well, here's the thing.
If you
I
let
did
the
give him
audience
credit for
in
that.
on that joke, if you let the audience in on the joke later, that's funny. But when that gets clipped and used 3 years later out of context and nobody realizes that there was a joke there, there's no humor there. It's just, I'm jealous of the fact that this person gets more views than me. Let me find a way to get some views from them.
Okay, then why don't you sue PPP and Andy for defamation?
I don't know defamation law. I don't know if that would be it's possible that.
Well, obviously
misrepresenting me in that way.
Montagraph's winning that suit against Ricada.
Yeah,
So
and
if
people ask me,
you
they're like,
think
so
that
How much has
you
Monty
have
spent?
against them, I
People
got
have asked
no
me, they're like, "Do you think it's okay Nick Ricada said that about Monograph?" I'm like, "No, that was one of the stupidest things Nick ever did. Why did he do that?" I think this whole we've reached a very weird. You know when we called everybody Nazis? I mean, this is a comparison that's made a million times, but it's just like at a certain point, we're out of things to call people that mean anything. It used to be you're a racist and a sexist. Now it's like, yeah, I am a racist. That's cool. You know, and then it's like, oh, you're a Nazi. It's like, yeah, I am a Nazi. Who cares? And kind of we're down to like, what word do we have other than pedophile that everyone recoils from? Being a racist is cool and based. You know?
Do you think that
Sam?
the reason that you get shit for all this when John Zerka has said similar things is because you're fat?
Yes, 100%.
You think that that's the sole So, the thing is, I'm not even sure if I disagree with that,
I
but
think if I
it's
lost
just
a bunch
funny.
of weight, it would just completely slow down. So I'm working on
so you
it.
think your whole life, like these problems, are because you're fat?
I think a lot. Well, you know, in society, in terms of people, here's the thing. Like back in the day, you know, it used to be we were divided along racial lines, and the white kids would make fun of the black kids, and the black kids would make fun of the Hispanic kids, and that was like totally okay.
And who was really
We lost
responsible
that.
for that? Wait, quick question. Who was responsible for that?
For what?
For that segregation?
It's not segregation necessarily.
Oh, but that divide. Who was really pushing that as a governmental policy? Who did that?
Well, I think
The Democrats.
Those demon
busted in
rats.
the black
You gotta
kids?
get off the Democrat plantation.
I don't
Hashtag
think that's a
Democrated.
Democrat thing. Who
Free
desegregated
yourself
the
and
school
be a
system?
black Republican. Do it.
I think it's just society in general. I think even outside of America, there's different racial groups. The Northern Irish hate the Southern Irish, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's you. But who institutionalized it? That was my question. The Democrats.
Excellent question. Point is, you know, if you go back in time, it was totally okay to go, I hate the, well, I can't say it.
Say it!
In the end.
Which
Can't
group
say
do you hate, Vito?
The,
Is it the ones that
tricks
start
and
with
the
B or the
fingers.
one that start with J?
I was joking around with my friend the other day. I said, I love beanbag chairs. And I went to a Hispanic chair shop, and I said, let me get one of those beaners. And they got really upset for some reason. Anyway. So we can't really be racist, make racial slurs. Even sexism went out
So
for a
you
while,
think
but it's
that
coming
the
back.
reason people are calling you a pedophile
No,
is
I think
because
I'm-
they can't call you a racist or don't want to call you a
No,
racist?
no, I'm saying I think it's totally normal to rip on fat people. It's like 100%.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, there's no, and I get it. You know, I'm not out here crying like, oh no, you guys got to respect my body or whatever. It's just like we consider fat people. You know, you look at studies. Fat people are considered less intelligent, slower, whatever. You know, there's all these.
Well, of course they're slower. They're fat.
Yeah, you know, they can't go as fast.
I got the perfect diet for you, though, bro. I got the perfect diet for you. 5 bites
No
of
food.
food a day. Whatever you
5
want,
bites.
5 bites of food a day. And you'll lose all your weight in a month.
I'm into
Vito,
it.
how
Let's
much
do
do you
it.
weigh?
You will hate it.
290.
You weigh 290, and you're about what, 6 feet tall? 6 foot
About
1?
6 feet. Yeah.
Okay, so why haven't you lost the weight? Because you're
addiction.
what? You're 38, right? Something like that, late
I
30s.
think 36, 37. I don't know.
Okay. You don't know. You don't know.
I forget how old I am, man. That's just
gotten
yeah.
to that point.
Just addiction. I have a lot of addictions.
Do you
and
think that does
clearly
that
the
come
worst
from
one.
like some kind of childhood trauma? Did you like use food to
Oh,
cope,
God,
or
Sam.
did you just like?
What is this?
Oh,
What is this,
come
Milligan
on.
now? Come on, dude.
I'm deep
What the
diving
hell?
into Vito's
Come on, man.
psychology.
Let's talk
here.
about comics.
No, you're
I
not.
was raped by a hot
Oh hell
dog.
yeah!
I think it's a genetic thing. My father had a lot of addictions. He died of alcohol addiction. He was a gambling addict. He was a food addict. So I just think it kind of
You've
runs in
taken
my
that
family.
on, yeah.
Oh, he had.
That's sad,
You know,
yeah.
I'm lucky that my gambling addiction is just buying packs of Magic cards, because otherwise I'd be at the casino. We went to Vegas recently, and I said, you know, I was playing the slots or whatever, and at a certain point, I'm like, get out of here, because you will spend all your money because you're an idiot.
I'll hand this
You
to
know.
you, Vito. You're a very open person right now. You're not getting offended in any question, which is nice.
Life's too short.
Do you like your life, Vito?
Do I like my life? I like my life. I don't like the. I am dismayed at the state of the society around me. Yeah. And I do think there's improvements to be made in my life.
Why do you think
that
the
we've?
society is bad?
I think that technology advanced at a rate that society did not catch up to. I think the fact that we've discovered AI in an era where people are still arguing about whether or not Satan controls certain aspects of society is like, oh, we're not ready for this at all.
Well, clearly AI is Satan. It's all controlled by the
AI will be our Tower of Babel. Find out more in Silence Do Good. Okay, thanks.
I think the
Available at Indiegogo.
we did not develop a series of ethics that really tells people that lying and misinformation are the highest sins.
Why is that the highest sin to you?
Because it leads to societal collapse.
Well, I will say
mean,
the
from a-
highest sin actually is anything that is degenerate towards children. I think that would be the highest one, and that's where we see a lot of the downfall, is that this constant wanting to get kids involved in all your weird stuff, and that is the beginning of the end, and that's really where we've gone wrong.
But
if
that's
I'm
based
being
on
honest.
like, okay, so we're talking about like the trans debate, right?
all,
we're kind of
all of it talking about
But that's a big part of it.
sexualizing children early, the sex jokes in kids entertainment now, like all of it. It's just that's I think for me that is the biggest sin in the world, and that is really what is causing the West to fall, is that degeneracy being so easily accessible to kids and being pushed towards kids.
But wait, what do you think that leads to in terms of society? Like broken homes?
I think what it does is it perverts the next generation, and they'll have a twisted notion of what works, what is good, what is moral, what is evil, and then your world's twisted because you
falls apart.
Yeah, because you've
That's
captured a generation and twisted them and perverted them so much, and robbed them of their innocence. And I think that's what we're really seeing, is we're seeing children being robbed of their innocence, and that's the evil that we're
well,
dealing
where would
with
you
right now.
dial it back to? Because I think that, you know, I see like stuff where, you know, there's swears everywhere. You're right. I do think that it's kind of crazy the point we've gotten to as a society with the kind of things that even, you know, like Family Guy should not be on network television. I don't think. I think they should be a late night HBO show.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like when the Simpsons first came out, Bart saying, you know, disrespecting authority was considered like heinous.
Yeah,
And
I
now
remember
we-
I
and
wasn't
now you
allowed to
look at-
watch The Simpsons. I was not allowed to watch it because it was
Right.
degenerate.
The progression has been so swift, and I'm trying to speculate. I think I've had a theories as to why that is.
That slab of glass we all have in our pocket.
No,
Since
because it
2008?
started before the
before
phones, man.
that.
It started before the phones.
Right, but that's what I think. That's what accelerated it.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
That's my viewpoint.
For me,
on it.
my level of what a kid should be exposed to is like 1950s Walt Disney animation.
I actually have
well, I
a
think-
very different view based off experience. I think the social media has a lot more to do with it. Honestly, Vito, I'm
MySpace.
probably one of the most conservative religious people that I know. Well, I'm not trying to be like, I'm this paragon of I'm just saying I'm a right-wing guy, very conservative, very against degeneracy, whatnot, very much strong family values. I have a family. I grew up when I was pretty young watching The Simpsons, Family Guy, American Dad, stuff like that. And probably stuff that most people would say you shouldn't, that could like corrupt the youth. And maybe it's just, you know, like a confirmation bias, or not confirmation, but like my own experience. I don't feel like those shows influenced me in anything other than humor. Like I didn't look for any sort of like, oh, this is normal, this is how I should live my life from those shows. I really don't think that those that's
Yeah,
the
but I remember
reason
going into school,
society's
and, the
collapsed.
kids, we'd all seen the South Park movie, and all the kids are saying Uncle Fucker, Uncle Fucker. And I look back and I go, was that good? Was that okay? That young kids are running around swearing and they're seeing. I do think a big problem is the access to pornography.
I
And
agree.
don't know.
That's the number one thing. That's the number one thing.
But I don't. Well,
Like
nobody,
people on OnlyFans.
for some reason, we're not. I'm not worried about OnlyFans because you need a credit card to access OnlyFans. I'm worried about like
Twitch,
Pornhub.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
every
Well, they're
14-year-old
doing
in this country probably
the
has
age
on
verification
Pornhub.
thing. They're doing that in like a lot of states, like Texas.
Yeah, but the age verification,
Montana.
I used to work when we did websites for video games. We'd have age gate, and then all you did was just put whatever.
You just make up a name.
Yeah, was
or
the
you make up a
oldest
name.
age you could come up with, or whatever, and it did. That stuff's honestly,
that's different
for me,
from what they're doing now.
I'm so like swing the pendulum the other way now that I'm like I'm fine banning pornography, or at least making all the sites do like a .sex, and then your phone can easily just like block it.
Yeah.
It's different what they're doing now. What they're doing now is they're making, if you want to access these websites in certain states, it's I believe it's a ID that you have to upload, where you essentially have to like dox yourself. So a lot of these
Right, but
sites
then
are
again,
blocking
for
access.
every
Now, mind
site
you,
that
you
can
have,
afford to do that, for every site that can afford to do that, there's 1,000 other sites that can't and are not on people's radar and have the same content. And then on top of that, a VPN costs $2 a year.
Yep. I think Vito hit the nail on the head. I mean, the number one sinister thing is pornography being so easily accessible to kids. I think that's the thing. Like, people are like, violence. It's like, we have studies where violence and visual violence is not nearly as damaging to kids as the sex stuff that they're seeing. And a lot of this sex stuff is degenerate, and then they're going to grow up and have you have guys now that can't even talk to girls. Like, I talk to some of these younger guys, and they're like, dude, how do I talk to a girl? And I'm like, okay, let's talk about it. And they start telling you how they would approach a woman, and you're like, okay, bro, stop looking at porn. Seriously. What the hell's wrong?
Sex
Are you married,
education
Sultan?
teachers.
Yeah.
And they go, here's the problem is I have girls come to me and they go, hey, is it okay that my boyfriend wants to choke me during sex? And they're like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, because these kids are not watching, boring missionary porn. They're watching the most fucked up, degenerate, insane shit they could find.
Yeah, and you watch that, you're not even going to be able to have a healthy sex life with a girlfriend or a wife, man. And dude, that's going to lead to all kinds, because it's like, women don't have sex like that, and if she does, guess what? She's going to do it with lots of guys. That's the only like a woman that likes that kind of sex likes that kind of sex with everybody, not just you, buddy.
I don't know what you do about it, because I know like the easy answer is we'll just set up age gates and they can't get to it. But I think if you got a kid with access to the internet, he's especially a pubescent kid who's going through puberty,
They're gonna figure out.
I really want to look at naked girls right now.
I think it has to do more
As
with
the oldest
society,
person in the room, I'll just tell you, every group of young, early teen boys had their stash somewhere in the woods that they found because somebody left a magazine laying around.
Yeah, and then you don't jerk
they
off on
will
a
find that.
cracker,
Yeah.
No, we didn't do that. No, I know we didn't do that. But I'm just saying that it's been a problem. No, we were definitely not. I'm older than that even. No, that was what those young kids did. But the reason why is because they always have to top. They always have to top things, and I think it's perfectly okay to acknowledge that we see what the problem is. And we don't have the solution.
Yeah.
Vito, why do you consider yourself a liberal? Because, what you're saying here about, specifically about the porn, that's not a very liberal position. But I know that you do consider yourself one. So, why?
I believe income inequality drives people crazy.
So you think that's purely a liberal thing?
Hey, well, speaking of that point, though, who has the highest income inequality in the United States? What state has the highest, do you think?
I don't know.
California.
Beautiful.
And do you know why they do?
Why's that?
Democrats.
Well, I would think that there's big time Hollywood earners who are probably outpacing, and also all the tech companies.
Yeah, but
Tech
the
guys are
reason
making-
why, though, too, is because what really kills it and what creates the cost of living discrepancy is actually the cost of living being so high and the taxes being so high, because those always punish the working class the most. And that's where I want you to finally admit that Democrats are the worst, because they are. Republicans are retarded, but the D stands for demonic.
I think capitalism does not have built into it any sense of fairness, and I think regulation is necessary to keep capitalism on.
I think any good capitalist that's actually free market knows and believes that regulations are really good. You just need to have very simple regulations and then not let the giant corporations write exceptions for them, which is what is happening, because we don't actually have capitalism in the United States. We have Keynesian economics that's like a perversion of Keynesian economics and like socialism. And what that's doing, and you especially see it in California, is it's creating a new neo-feudalism where working people are just being pushed down to the bottom. And then you have an elite class that then uses the military class, the police, to terrorize the working class. And then the criminal class just gets to do whatever the fuck they want.
I don't know.
I would say that you do need regulations, and capitalism only works, though, when you have a moral society. And since we have an immoral society that's completely degenerate, no economic system is going to ever promote prosperity until we get some morals back, until we have a new Victorian age. I think the pendulum's going to swing so hard that we're going to see a new Victorian age. And a lot of people are going to be sad about that, but I think it might be good.
I think we need a second American Revolution.
What does that mean, Vito? Or is that just a joke?
No. I think. Look, Tim Pool talks about Civil War, but he's talking about a stupid Civil War. We just need to.
I don't know if he's stupid. I think people think he's talking about armies lining up, and that's not what's happening.
What do you mean,
that is?
Vito?
I think he's talking about. I think we're in the middle of it. I mean, nobody realized they were in this. Yeah, nobody realized they were in the Civil War till several years into it. Same with the Revolution. I think we're in the middle of drastic change that may have some violence break out here and there. But the form of government that we have is not following anything that we actually have our laws based on. I think if anything, what this country has proven is no matter how much in the past few years, no matter how much they say it, we are not a country of laws. We are a country of men, because if they think they can get away with it, doesn't matter what the laws say, they'll just reinterpret them.
We are a country of willpower right now, and whoever has the strongest willpower rules. It's very feudalistic, and it's not going to end well unless we right the ship. And I think, hopefully, what you mean by revolution is what I would say is we need a reformation. We actually need people to kind of wake up and realize
we need.
You're going to have states. I think you are going to have states break off.
Maybe. We need a unite. Well, that's one way to do it, but I mean, that's going to lead to its own.
What side would you be on, Vito? You're talking about a second American Revolution. What side would you be on?
Whatever side is not with the bankers.
Is that code word for something, Vito? Are you trying to say a certain group?
Come on, Sam.
Bankers? I'm having a good time here, Turtle. Don't harsh my.
I know.
I think America is lacking a unified American ideology. I think we've grasped at it. We've grasped at it with notions of patriotism, but they were very flimsy attempts. A lot of it based in like military pride or based in actual religion. When you hear the trad guys being like, we need a Christian nation or whatever, well, they're not wrong. But the problem is that we don't need a Christian nation. We need a religious nation, And when I speak
we need a moral nation.
We need a nation that has a basic like a basic unified ideology of what is right and what is wrong. We don't have anything close to that.
You mentioned something earlier that I wanted to address way earlier when you said that you thought the failing of society came from not having a framework where lying and misinformation is considered a great evil. But that is in Christianity. It's part of the Ten Commandments. It's the the 8th or 9th commandment is you should not bear false witness against your neighbor.
I don't think Christianity is the
Sam.
only ideology to say lying is.
It's not the only one, but it was the one in America. It was the one that dominated America.
No, it
the one
wasn't.
that liberals
Sam,
tried to.
Sam, literally, every religion on the every religion on the planet has that tenet.
Don't Jews also claim responsibility for the Old Testament, or am I crazy?
No, yeah, it's the nation was founded as a secular. The nation was founded as a secular nation with Judeo-Christian values as the base, but it was supposed to be. It was meant to be pluralistic. So I think Judeo-Christian values are the best. It's kind of what built the West. But I think that America kind of got it. They got it close to what should have been, which was something that was much more pluralistic, that allowed for some differences, but also, there was a
We didn't lynch
there.
people. We didn't put people in the stocks because they went to the wrong church on Sunday.
Yeah,
I think Judeo-Christianity definitely got the closest to cracking the code of a unifying ideology that is fair and balanced to all individuals.
Salty,
But
why do you
I
say
still think,
Judeo-Christian?
we had to toss out elements of it. There's elements of it that
Why
are
do I
not
say?
found in our justice system.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Why do I say Judeo-Christian? Because that's what we were founded as. It was Judeo-Christian.
No, it was just Christian.
No, it was Judeo-Christian.
No, it wasn't.
It was Judeo-Christian. Judeo-Christian's a bit different because
Here come the chants.
you have, yeah, I know. Well, whatever, guys. I mean, it's because of the Old Testament and the form of government that we actually founded was very similar to the ancient Israel government that didn't before they had kings. It was a mix of that Greek and Roman Republic, and also is because the law was super important, and the law was basically everything as our founding because we needed that cohesion. So it is Judeo-Christian because you don't really have the Old Testament without the New Testament as a Christian, and it is what it is, man. I mean, I don't know if you hate Jews or whatever, but
No, I'm just saying it's a different ideology. Modern day Judaism is not the same as Judaism in biblical times. Rabbinical Judaism.
Is he talking about modern day?
I'm not talking
Or
about
is he
modern day. I'm talking about the
traditional
founding of the
term?
country was founded on Judeo-Christian values and what that meant at that time. And what we understand that to mean is both equally the law and also the Enlightenment, that we're all created equal under God, which is more of a Christian idea than it is a Jewish idea. But it's that married together. The law is important, and then we're all created equal under that law.
How is that Judeo though? Or is the Judeo? I know you're going to say
The law comes from the Old Testament.
Sam, read some of Tom. Sam.
Say that that's part of Christian text.
I know, but dude, I'm literally quoting the founders. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm literally quoting the founders.
Which founder said Judeo-Christian?
Which founders? Ben Franklin said that. I believe it was John
That
Adams
term?
that said that.
That's
Yes,
the exact
Judeo-Christian. Yes.
I don't know.
A number of them called
Read
themselves
some Thomas
deists, but
Jefferson.
deists weren't,
I thought we were
unless
founded on reptilian
unless
law. Am I wrong? It's reptilian law.
it's reptilian. That's what
I don't
we have
see
adopted recently.
Anyone saying Judeo-Christian?
Well, I could be wrong. I'm not 100% the smart guy, but
I'm pretty
I've always
sure
understood
that's
it
a
as
modern
Judeo-Christian
term.
values.
When was that
A lot
term?
of a lot of times
Wasn't it
that
Thomas
a lot.
Jefferson who very clearly emphasized. I mean, I don't know. All the
That
all the
term
founders
wasn't
did
even
that.
invented till the 19th century, Salty.
Okay, I could be wrong. I don't necessarily like your tone, but that's cool. You can be
What
a
do you
dick to me.
mean?
Well, I
You've
don't
been
like
a dick
people
to
that
me
don't show their
all
face.
stream.
I don't. No.
You've
You're
been
so
throwing it out on me all stream.
because you're a passive aggressive little bitch, and it's annoying. That's why. I don't like passive aggressive
keep derailing
men. I
conversations.
do not respect passive aggressive men because it's a
Derailing
toxic
what
feminine trait, dude.
conversations?
So I don't have any respect for you. So I'm not going to be respectful to you.
To spurg out when you're a 40-year-old man on stream when people are talking
This
about
isn't
comic
spurging.
books.
This is me annoyed with you because you're a bitch and I'm
You
tired of your
spurged out
passive
earlier.
aggressiveness. No, I was showing you what a spurg was by acting out in a joke, and you're already doing what the other assholes that we've just complained about do, is making stuff up when you knew I was clearly acting it up for the camera, bro. Stop being a bitch, man. It's not.
I think you tried to cover it up later.
Okay. Sure.
I think we should agree to disagree or whatever, guys. Don't.
No, I can admit that I'm wrong. I'm just like this passive aggressive thing where I'm like, you don't even show your face, bro, or use your real name. So it's like, fuck you.
Because I don't show my face. It's
I don't like passive aggressive men that hide behind something. It's really bitchy.
Passive aggressive.
Oh my god, dude!
I called you a spurg to your face. Well,
no,
to your
it was
face.
Whatever, dude.
How is that passive aggressive, Salter?
I think we're just.
That's not what was passive aggressive, dumbass.
Vito, this doesn't involve you.
I know, but I think you'd be happier if you just let it go.
But it does, Vito. Vito, let me ask. Can I ask a question? Since I won't have this opportunity probably ever again, and we were talking about it pretty openly earlier. When we talk about the detractors and stuff, and the people that are trying to, create these accusations at you because it helps their side win whatever this little culture war that's going on right now. Is the one thing that I've seen that beyond the joke. Well, right. Well, beyond the joke of when you were discussing when the cuties thing was going up. This is what I've seen Yellow Flash point to. The real disconnect was people were basically making the wood chipper joke, and you made the argument that doesn't necessarily solve the problem because that's gonna make people who have not acted out on their horrifying compulsions be more afraid to seek help.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that correctly?
I think.
They use that to say that you were defending them.
I mean, let's be real, guys. I'm like a liberal douchebag, and my belief is that I don't think there are truly evil people. I think there are people who. I mean, I think you can get to a point of truly evil. I think you can get to a point. And there are psychopaths who are, obviously born that way. But I think the majority, I hope, my belief in the human condition is that generally human beings don't hurt people out of sheerly out of a desire to hurt another person, right? You might steal from somebody and your rationalization is not, I'm hurting that person. It's, they don't need that stuff. They have enough already. They won't notice it's gone. A lot of harm and violence and whatever else is just people who have not been taught or have not been led down the right path, or people who may be suffering from a mental instability. And we see that more and more now. We see people who just you get them on medication. I had a buddy who was basically completely schizophrenic. And while he was schizophrenic, he was stealing all my shit and he was trying to fight me and whatever else. And then he got on pills and he said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I was a complete fuck up. Something's wrong in my brain." So my liberal perspective is that there's people who need help. And I just don't.
I don't think it's necessarily even a liberal perspective. I just wanted to understand.
I guess my point is that
that's the way I understood it.
The extent to which I'm willing to extend help is somebody goes, I mean, somebody goes, I have a compulsion. And, I'm a guy who struggles with addiction, with food, with gambling, whatever else. So I'm somebody who very much understands what a compulsion is. And they go, unfortunately, my compulsion is to do this horrible thing. This is my fucked up sexual attraction. And my belief is that those people are hopefully able to be turned away from it. I don't know. We have.
Right. Well, I think what I was just trying to clarify is I believe the reason I'm bringing up Yellow Flash and I'm blocked by him because I suggested that he was wrong about.
Well, they want to make it sound that I'm hey, it's cool, go molest kids, and I'm
right. And what you were saying, the way I was understanding what was being said is, if you don't if the automatic assumption is, oh, you feel this way, we need to unalive you since we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube, so I'm trying to be nice. If that's what we want, if that's the only solution we're going to offer to this problem, you're going to have people that end up not seeking to get help, and somehow they're twisting that to say that you're defending the thing that they need to get help from.
The scenario I say is like, let's imagine you have a friend. You guys have been friends forever, and he's wrestling with whatever desires. It could be anything. It could be,
right.
He's
eating Snickers.
He keeps stealing. He keeps stealing from work. He can't stop
Right.
himself. And let's imagine we live in a society that cuts thieves' hands off. Okay, a society that says if you are a thief, you are the lowest dog in the yard. We will fucking string you up and murder you. And instead of being able, he goes, I want to be able to go to my friend. I want to be able to tell him, I need help. I don't know what to do. And he goes, but I can't, because I don't 100% know whether or not my friend would go, I can't be your friend. I can't be there for you. You're a scum. You're a monster. And I'm
going to turn you in so that you get these bad things.
What you're talking about is like the difference between, say, like you've already done the crime, there should be consequences for that and punishment for that, and you're struggling with something and haven't done the crime yet, and you need to be able to find an avenue to get help, right?
If people have these people in there, we always hear about this with, in the family where the mom and the dad have no idea that their kid is like online looking at fucked up porn, going down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And the kid goes, I can't tell mom, I can't kill dad because I'm a fucking monster. My brain is broken and I deserve to die.
Yeah.
And I would argue, no, you tell that kid, we understand there's something wrong in your brain. We understand that mental illness exists. We understand compulsion exists. We want you to get help.
And you know who's supposed to be that help and hasn't been that help for a very long time, and probably why we're in this mess?
The Democrats.
The American church.
I'll give you that one.
The American church is supposed to be that.
Man, I don't know if I can trust him.
No, exactly. Of course. Of course you can't trust them because they're not trustworthy. The American church is garbage now. Kids can't go to the church and be like, yo, I'm struggling with this really toxic crap and I'm having a hard time. They get condemned for that. They get absolutely condemned.
The priest goes, cool, come to my chambers and we'll hang out.
Yeah, right? No, I mean, that's the problem.
Let's be honest. The church didn't go to the cops until the other church member got fired from her live-in job and free room and board.
Yeah.
Yeah. The American church has just become one giant bloated parasite.
I guess the point that I would make is I think that all this, like, we're going to kill these people, we're going to put them in a wood chipper, I think it just comes down to the human mind wants something to hate. We want to hate something. Yeah. And again, you can't hate other races anymore. You can't, hate. At one point we were all united against the Germans. We were all united against the Japanese. I hate the Japs. I hate the Krauts. It's honestly, I don't know if it's healthy, but it's tribalistic. We existed in tribes. I hate the other tribe. I want to take their water. I want to take their women. It's a part of the human mind. And we've got to the point that we've run out of targets. So, the easiest target is to just go, I'm going to kill these people and I'm going to find them and whatever else. And I go, okay, but, based on what I understand, if you really cared about kids, like, you would rethink how you're approaching this.
Right.
I think if you want kids to be safe, you want to intervene before anybody offends and go, we have treatment, we have programs, we have medication, something. And I think you scare people away when you go.
Sentence would also be a deterrent.
Do I think harsh what?
Harsher sentences would also be a deterrent, right?
I mean,
you don't have a lot of evidence that works for anything else.
Right. The data is never borne out on that. People still kill people and maybe tough on crime shit, but I think
no, we're seeing that bear out in California. Definitely a harsh sentence for the acting out the act actually is a really good discouragement.
Any sentence, I think, is California.
Any sentence would help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got to give them something.
But yeah, I mean, I definitely think that our prison systems are broken. I mean, that we have a for-profit prison system in California. And the for-profit prison system in Arizona does a much better job of rehabilitating prisoners by being so uncomfortable that they never want to go back. So there is some truth to that.
Well, I do think there should be, extremely strict penalties. Like, there should be a huge deterrent. The idea that harming a child is just, like, so abhorrent that it's like, I don't care what you're struggling with. Don't fucking do that. But I know there's people who are,
The reason I ask the question is not necessarily to litigate the actual that solution or whatever, but I just want to understand, because I mean I've seen people that I'm kind of shocked are making the claim, and then when I've seen what they point to, I go, that's kind of a leap that would, that's across a chasm that the Grand Canyon would be impressed by. That was what was said. The leap that what you said was supporting that. And I just want, that's why I'm just trying to get clear in my head. Some of these things, like, obviously you're going to know because you've been involved in the conversations when they've used these things against you. Am I seeing the entire conversation there? Is there something I'm missing? Because that's the way, or what I have seen is, like, Yellow Flash used that, I know, at one point to say that was a defense of the act. And I was like, that's a logical leap that I don't understand.
Crazy. Why would I want to hurt kids? Let's assume that I'm a crazy monster who wants to hurt kids. Why would I try to make a logical argument in favor of it? There's no justification whatsoever.
Right.
I can't go online and try to have a...
Doctors make that justification every day.
I know, and that's part of the reason misinformation is one of the biggest problems facing America.
Because they're like, yeah, sure, you're 8, let's cut your penis off. Let's give you puberty blockers that are completely irreversible. Let's do that because we're fucking monsters. People do it, and that's the thing is, like, we just kind of let it go, and it's okay because you can't say anything bad, and, Salty's a bigot because now he's speaking out against it, and that's, I mean...
Well, the trans thing is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, is that evil does not born necessarily from a desire to actually hurt people. If anything, a lot of evil is born from either, again, brushing it away. It doesn't matter if I do it, no one's going to notice, or a misplaced desire to help people. You go, this is going to help. It's going to make them their truest self.
Yeah, well, I would argue that every human being is born with the capable of great evil, and it's whether or not it gets beat out of you through, a good upbringing.
But I don't think these doctors are evil. I think they're misinformed,
No, some of them are Mengele level evil because what the whole drive is it's to create really what it is, all it's really about is that these hospitals want to create a patient for the rest of their life, because when they do this to kids, that kid is seeing the doctor every other freaking month, twice a year, to maintain all the garbage that they're pumping them into. And that's really, people right now, like, it's the same with college recruiters. That's a gold mine. I can get you in debt and get the college paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you'll be in debt. So we have all these institutions that are just preying on ignorant children, and it's disgusting.
You're right. There's probably some profit-driven people. I would hope that's not the majority.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I don't know.
No,
I really hope that most people.
I think some people would be profit.
I can't wait to hook people on drugs for the rest of their life so I can afford a boat.
I don't think they're thinking that. I think what people do is they justify it in other ways, but what they're not looking at is they're not looking at the results of their work. They're just looking at their justifications to make themselves feel better.
Honestly, I think it's more, if anything, the profit side would come from pharmaceutical companies. I think just a lot of these doctors are honestly kind of activist doctors. I think it's more beholden to their ideology than is.
Well, you also have a lot of they also have a lot of doctors that can easily be swayed because they were sent to this conference that was all expenses paid, and we had these wonderful people get up on stage and talk about all these great things that happen when you use product X with your patient and stuff. But I just, like I said, I didn't want to relitigate that. I just wanted to clarify for myself that I was understanding that correctly. I think that's extremely disingenuous what they're saying. I can understand people disagreeing with that and saying, well, there is no fixing it, things like that. But to claim that that's a defense of it.
The idea of hurting a child is like abhorrent to me. I'm a kind of guy who
dude, you're
the death penalty.
You're 90% in agreement with the people on the other side of the aisle from you. Where you disagree is you think that the state is going to be able to be the solution to some of these problems.
Yeah,
That's the reason
you're
you
right
can...
about a lot of the. We agree on all the
views
problems.
on
You're just
it.
wrong about the solutions.
I think
No, I'm not-
we need to look at it and go, that's a mental illness. It's not
Right.
necessarily, hey, that I want to be friends with pedophiles, but I want to encourage them to go, hey, there's treatment. Go find it. Go get a therapist.
I will say that
well-
once you cross that Rubicon of actually acting on your feelings, I do think that the proper way to deal with that is the wood chipper. That is where I would say, no, I would, because
Well,
there's
again,
certain
I'm
things that I just
I'm
think
against
should
the death
be.
penalty, but I think incarceration is absolutely.
I'm just a big fan of the death penalty because F you can't be. I don't want to pay for you for the rest of your life. You can't live in society. You're done. Bye.
I want to pay for them. I don't care.
Vito, why are you against the death penalty?
I don't want the reason why I need to kill a guy is because it costs too much money. I can't.
No,
find a justification for
let's
that.
not use that reason.
That was the
Okay,
was the joke.
why-
I mean, my real reason would be is because you don't belong in polite society. You have done something so abhorrent that we as a society don't agree that you should go meet your maker and then be ultimately judged. And there's no reason for you to be on the planet anymore because what you have done is so abhorrent. That's how I look at it.
I also
Here's
understand
the reason I'm against
the
that,
state's
is that
wrong
it's that-
sometimes.
Yes,
Well,
it is.
here's the thing: is so murder is bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But killing is justified sometimes. You have justified killing.
I think that killing is justified in cases of self-defense where somebody poses an immediate threat to you. Once the threat's been nullified, why am I killing this guy? Because he's real bad? Well, that's the reason most people murder other people is they go, that's a bad guy, so I'm going to murder him. He
True.
stole my wife. He's a bad guy. He stole
I
my
think you
stuff.
make a
He's
good
bad
point,
guy.
but I also think that as the state, as being the ultimate arbiter of justice, and they're needing to be justice and justice for the victims and things like that, I think that now we're going into some areas where maybe it would be just. And I'm saying for the most heinous crimes, which would be like mass murdering fuckheads and pedophiles who have done a lot of damage to kids, because that kid, like, honestly, I think that sometimes if a kid knew, like, the person that victimized me is no longer around, might actually be good for them. And I would rather that be the case than let that guy get out in 4 years or even still exist and have a chance for parole.
Well, parole, is a different. I mean, let's talk about
Vito,
guy
do
kills
you
a bunch of
believe that
people.
offending pedophiles should be locked away for life sentences?
Depends on the severity of the crime.
Let's say they actually touched a kid.
Again, it just depends on the severity. I think each case has to be, individually.
I think that's a bit of a cop-out answer.
My rule would be, like, if it's a 19-year-old that had sex with his 17-year-old girlfriend, that's not pedophilia. If it's a 24-year-old man trying to have sex with a 14-year-old guy, that is pedophilia. That is, and California has legalized men to have sex with 24-year-old men to have sex with 14-year-old kids. So California's
That's not
disgusting.
correct.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
correct.
Yes,
No,
it
it
is.
isn't.
They
I can
decriminalized
explain what
it,
the
dude.
law actually is, if you want to know.
What is it?
Previously, if someone committed a sex crime, and we're talking about a 21-year-old and a 14-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so previously, if it was a heterosexual situation, so a man and a girl, the sentencing was up to the judge, 100%. And the judge could decide what the penalties were. If it was homosexual, a man with a boy, there were mandatory sentencing guidelines that had to be adhered to. So the law was changed so that it is the same for both heterosexual and homosexual offenders, that the judge decides the sentence.
Yeah, and that's the part where they're going to legalize it because of the agenda they're pushing. And the guy that wrote that law,
I can't agree
look
to
at
having
that
two
guy.
different laws on the books for.
I mean, they
heterosexual and
decriminalize,
homosexuals.
someone knowingly gives someone else AIDS. Like, that's gross, dude. And
Enough
that guy
about
wrote the
Scott
same
Wiener.
law.
Well, the justification there also makes a little bit of sense to me. And it's not knowingly giving someone's AIDS. It's having sex with someone while knowing you have AIDS, right?
That's knowingly giving someone AIDS.
Well,
That's the same
It's the same
no
thing. You're playing like
No.
potato. Like, you want to accuse Eric Live going jibber jabber? That's some jibber jab. What the fuck are you talking
I just know
That is some jibber
I know
jabber.
these situations. I've looked them up. So there's currently immunosuppressant drugs that if you have AIDS and you take those drugs,
Are you
your
on those drugs?
transmission- Am I on the AIDS drugs?
Jesus, Sam, why do you derail?
Sometimes I take a couple just
Come
for
on,
fun.
man.
derails with a passive aggressive. Oh, you on those drugs? Like fucking.
It's
shut
a
the fuck
fucking.
up.
I just want to get
You
that
two
clip.
Are drier than the Sahara Desert, man.
No, you're just
I'm
unfunny.
injecting some fucking humor.
Well, it's
and
not
you
funny.
spurg out every time.
That's
You
not spurging.
spurg
That's
out.
being annoyed with you because you're dumb. You're dumb. You probably have a
Really?
dumb face. That's why you don't show your face on a camera because you're dumb.
Didn't you get the date in your comic wrong like 3 fucking times in the book? Did you even
Yeah.
proofread that shit?
No, I'm just.
You drew the same character different multiple times in the book.
So you've been doing your homework, huh?
I read your
That'll
book.
happen.
I
That'll
told you
happen.
about the issues in your book after I read it. Remember, you said you needed to hire an editor.
No, I hired an editor and he wasn't very good at missing the date. Yeah, I got
Well,
the date wrong because I'm
didn't
dyslexic.
you
I
read
missed that
through
shit.
it?
Why is it? What does this have to do with anything?
Did you
How
miss
can
the
I explain
mustache on
AIDS?
your character?
No, I added the mustache and then I got some pages mixed up in the layout because I was really busy doing my day job, and then I fixed that.
On what? The next printing? Was
No,
there
I
even a
did. I
next
fixed that
printing?
on the primary printing
Then how is it in the one that I got?
because you got an early release of it.
What?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what I'm doing with this comic book. What does this have to do with what we're talking about?
It's a great
Because I called you
comic. I
dumb.
love the
dumb.
comic.
Yeah, because you
I
are
rem- I
dumb,
remember
dude. You're
the
annoying
comic.
and dumb, and you're a
You're a
coward.
You've been coming in here with these basic
Sam, where can I buy your book?
talking points.
Sam, where can I buy your
Entire night.
book?
It's fucking boring.
Everybody buy.
Sam, where can I buy your book?
It's not out yet.
Hope
I
you
am
don't make any
working on a
typos.
book. It's not out yet though. So you will be.
Hope you
able
don't
to
make
buy
any
it.
typos.
I've been through it with a fine tooth comb.
Remember
I'm
that.
excited. I'm excited.
I am too. What's your book? What's your pitch? We've heard everybody else's
The
pitch.
Western. So I have a Western where there's a serial killer going around targeting all the famous outlaws and lawmen in the Old West. And Doc Holliday, Bat Masterson, and a few other famous characters in the West form a posse to hunt him down.
What's it called?
Nice.
It's called All Cowboys Must Die. It's a Western.
That's a good title.
Thanks.
Sounds
I like
pretty
it.
awesome.
Hopefully it is. I'm very close. I'm going to release a 32-page preview book. And that will be for free for the campaign. It's kind of the prelude for the comic, and you'll be able to read it. So you can kind of know what the story is before buying it. And then the main story is about 90 some odd pages. So altogether, it's going to be like a 112-page trade.
Does it start 2 weeks ago?
Yes. Well, it starts, a couple hundred years ago. But I put that in there. I say, 150 years ago, Dakota territory.
Is that what it opens with? Is that the first
Yeah.
line?
Yeah, 150 years ago. I'm actually working on another comic too, which is
I'm already bored. Anyways, can we talk about something
action-
else?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's your pitch again?
Something a lot more interesting than anything you're talking about.
Really? What is it?
Jesus Christ. We're gonna elevate, guys. We're gonna elevate.
Vito,
each other.
can I
Come on,
just
Salty.
say,
Come on, promote your book. What is it?
do you? I just have to say,
Earl, shut
the
up.
most
Salty.
disturbing thing you have done all night is I'm having to sit here and stare at Jeremy.
Sorry.
That is cruel and
I'm on my
unusual
phone,
punishment.
So I can't upload a different avatar. Brie Larson is the
Why did you ever have his avatar? Why would you
That's
want
fine.
that?
Oh, it's funny for like 2 minutes, then it just becomes unnerving.
Good old Jeremy.
Oh man, I can't stand that
Trying
guy.
to get that Rumble money. God, how much money did people lose on Rumble stock because of the fucking quartering? What a bad buy. It's a Ponzi scheme all the way down.
I like
don't know why
Rumble.
it won't fight you. I feel like that
You
would
like
be good
Rumble?
content.
Well, you're only gonna have it for another couple years until all the executives run away with the money. So enjoy it now.
Right?
I know, but I don't like everything being centralized in one place.
No, it's not good.
The place that's centralized in particular.
Oh.
Look what you did. So,
I hear Salty Fury.
Jared.
Well, you didn't like my joke? You thought you didn't like my joke? I was making a joke, man. You didn't like that? You don't like the way I made that joke? It wasn't
What
funny
do you
for
mean? The typing?
No, the joke I was making a joke, you know, like no one cares. I'm bored anyways. Moving on. You don't like that joke?
You're typing really loudly. That's a joke.
Oh, am I typing?
He's been typing all night.
I'm actually illustrating right now, and I have a very tactile.
I think that was probably me. I don't know. Maybe it was me. You're muted. I have a really loud keyboard.
Yeah, so do I. I have a really cool tactile, like steampunk kind of keyboard, and I'm illustrating.
That's cooler than my keyboard then.
Steampunk's so cool.
I do like it.
I do like steampunk.
Jared.
Yes.
Have we disturbed your stream?
No,
have you enjoyed yourself this evening?
The stream is really. I mean, it's really been over for like 4 hours, but like. I know. If there's an audience here, you know what the fuck, right?
How many people are watching?
Right.
Like 20 people.
Oh, we still have like 20 people watching.
I think.
Cool.
I hope everyone enjoys the spurging. Okay. Okay. I hope everyone enjoys the spurging.
I have. I mean,
Woodium is really enjoying it. I can tell. He's quite active. I was a little rough on you in the chat during the debate, Frost, and I wasn't trying to be cruel. I just wanted to. I was hoping that
I did not take that.
He was so obvious. Yeah. He was so obviously reading the chat and whatever third party was feeding him answers because you could see the screen light up, and then all of a sudden he'd have something smart to say.
I mean, I'm not even really that bothered by that if he was doing it. I just don't know why it kept having to go back to Van Sciver. I don't know. It's
he was like I said. I think he was being fed information and lines, and that's why you would ask him a question and be like, "Huh?" I wasn't paying attention because he was too busy reading what he was being fed to say next. And I felt bad for you during that. That's why. I mean, the reason I jumped on here, Sam. Obviously, me and you don't get along, and probably wouldn't. But just to get back to what we were going to discuss,
honestly,
there is a world
didn't get along that bad. I thought you were kind
of there is a world of difference between somebody being employed and given a managerial role in a company and somebody being a customer who also promotes it. You know, in my industry, there is a lot of people that I really wish did not enjoy the product that I make. But I would never remotely dream of being stupid enough to alienate them because I like having a roof over my head and food on the table.
Yeah, that didn't have anything to do with any point I was making.
No, you're saying that the Ethan should disavow Mint.
That's actually not what I said. Jared, did I ever say?
Well, I mean, what do you? Well, that's what I'm asking you. I asked you earlier. What do you want? What do you want? Yeah, what do you want them to do?
I said that people should be cautious about signal boosting people like Riley and Mint in Comicsgate. You don't want the face of Comicsgate to be those people. That's the point I was trying to make.
You were literally saying
I don't
that
want
they need to not be in your they needed to.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially,
I don't want.
I don't know the exact word you were saying, but you were making it sound like was they shouldn't be. You were saying they shouldn't be associated with like in any way, and I was like, they're customers.
I said it was a bad idea to be signal boosting. That's what I said.
Well, and I think it's a bad idea.
You said associated, but you mean like boosting their content.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's the whole point I was trying to make.
I don't disagree with that. If they're doing degenerate pornographic stuff and you claim to be a Christian and a follower of Christ, I think that that's a fair criticism.
All right.
Well, that
and I don't think I've seen anybody. I don't think I've seen anybody promoting that stuff. I've seen them post their replies and things that are directly related to Comicsgate and the Eric July controversy and stuff.
Yeah, but Sam, what you were making it sound like is that you were trying to like it's the argument of when you make a criticism, it's the same thing that a lot of people are falling into, and I think maybe you were, maybe you weren't. You can remind me. I could be speaking out of my ass like I was with the Judeo-Christian thing. Although I did pull up the prayers that were said at the founding of the Constitution, so there is some validity to it. But you're right. It was a modern. No, it was a modern term. Anyways, what you were doing was, or what it seemed like you were doing, was we got an issue with the Soska sisters, and it's like, but what about EVS? And that's like, But what about it? It's not even comparable. It's not even the same thing.
I don't think I even mentioned that. I say EVS
or
once.
CG.
Well,
Or
you
what
might
about
be.
CG?
I mean, you could be
CG.
confusing what he said and what I was saying. I'm uncomfortable with.
Well, then you're the one. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding.
What I was saying was that basically what I was saying is Riley Spurg out outside the restaurant, and there's nothing that will convince me it wasn't Spurg out. Was a bad look if that's what's representing CG.
You keep using that word. I do not think you know what that word means.
Bad look or Spurg out? Yeah. You're not going to convince me. Riley shouting outside with the.
Oh, we're not going to convince you of anything.
Wasn't a Spurg out.
Just don't think you know what a Spurg out is.
What's your definition?
Well, it's not so like a definition of a Spurg out is like uncontrollably, like crazy, willy-nilly. I don't think there was anything that was like. I think Alex.
You
Stein's,
mean like an actual autistic breakdown? No,
I think what Alex Stein did at Barstool, what's it? Barstool Sports was more of a Spurg out than anything Riley was doing. But I mean, even
where
then,
he literally got
into
into
Spurg out.
Where he literally got into throwing blows with the security.
Yeah, like remember all the leftists crying when Trump won the election.
Yeah.
That would be a Spurg out to me.
I mean, to me, it's all Spurg outs. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you that those other things aren't, but.
And well, let me ask you one other thing, because we got sidetracked from it because Vito joined. Earlier, you said that 90% of the Comicsgate customer base is conservative and Christian.
I think that was a question I asked you where I said, "Would you?"
Right.
Agree
That's what I'm trying to clarify. I'm clarifying. Let's say it's 95%. Does that mean? Pardon me. I'm wrong. It's late. Does that mean that we tell the 5% that isn't, they're not welcome to buy the books?
That's not what I said at all. Let me give you an example.
I'm asking. I didn't say you said that. I'm asking.
To tell them, no, I wouldn't say anybody should not buy a book or single people out. Me saying that's a bad look to be signal boosting these people, putting their faces everywhere, having them all in all these streams, and having them associated with your movement is a lot different from saying, "Fuck you, don't buy my book." Those two things are very different.
I think that's where our fundamental disagreement is. That phrase you just used, part of your movement. What is the Comicsgate movement to you?
To me, or do you mean like? I know what.
What do you believe? What do you believe? Hold on. Forget about what it says it is. What do you think Comicsgate is actually trying to be?
I think Comicsgate is trying to be its own alternative to not just mainstream comics, but to just comics as a whole. The comic market, whether it's Marvel, DC, or indies, originally for creators that were forced out of the big two and other companies because of their political views, and now it's expanded for and I say now, very early on, expanded to creators just hopping into comics who want kind of an uncensored, very free from any sort of corporate influence, I guess you would call it like a market, where you have the customer base and you have the connections where you go on streams to market it. I think that's what CG is. And I think that there's nothing overtly political in that. But I think that to act as though it hasn't gone political, I'm not saying that in a bad way, like say, oh, it's gone political. You're going to have a right-wing audience if you do something like that, especially because it was founded by people who were forced out of their mainstream positions, a lot of them due to their politics. And I don't think you can fully uncouple politics from that, and I do think that it is a conservative thing in a broad sense of the word. I don't think it necessarily adheres to an ideology completely, but I think it's conservative generally.
Do you think someone with beliefs like Vito should be part of Comicsgate if he chooses to identify that way?
Well, he doesn't call himself Comicsgate, so
I understand. I'm using him as an example. Say he wanted to identify that way. So he's a comics creator.
This is what I would say. I kind of want to ask Vito more questions because I'm personally confused by his views, but because it seems like he knows things are going to shit, but it's like, oh, I'm still liberal because liberals care about people.
Well, it's because you don't know what a liberal is.
Are you talking to me or talking about Vito?
No, I'm talking to you. I don't think you know what a liberal is. I think you identify leftists as liberal and lump them all
I'm not
together.
using classical liberal, classical.
No. I mean, I legitimately, I'm not meaning it as an attack. Sorry if that came across. I just don't think that
Jared, Vito messaged you.
Vito is a liberal, but liberals understand that word to mean something vastly different. And there are a lot of people that claim to be liberal that don't act liberal, but Vito actually does act liberal.
I understand what you mean, Salty. I actually do. I know what you mean by the more classical definition of what a liberal is.
I wouldn't say that he's a classical liberal.
I'm not saying it like classical British. I mean a liberal in the sense of
he's actually a liberal.
Like a 1980s liberal.
No. I would just say that he's actually a liberal. Like a lot of leftists say that they're liberal, but then they act leftist, just like a lot of conservatives say they're conservative.
Honestly, I use it colloquially, interchangeably, just like you would if you said, right wing and conservative.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is that the breakdown of words is really what's harming our debate, right? It's like
I don't think it's harming as much as you think it might be, because again, I'm confused a bit by Vito's worldview, because it almost sounds like he even said he kind of wants like a bit of like a religious society, but not Christian. I know he's right here, he can say it.
Hi.
That's much better. That's much better. Yes.
Sorry.
But real quick, sorry, Vito. All I was trying to say was, and I'm sorry if that came across a little like more confrontational than I intended. But what I was trying to was like get the definition of liberal, like, because what it's like Vito, you're not a leftist, right? You're a liberal. Like, you're an actual liberal, is what you would.
I would say there's some leftist stuff that I can get behind.
Yeah,
but
and which you're completely wrong about, need to be rejected and mocked and shamed.
Sure.
Well, what are those leftist things, Vito?
Well, I'm very okay with homosexuals. I think a lot of the, like terror. I don't think if like Arthur has an episode where there's, a kid with two dads. I just think that's society, man. Like, kids are gonna run into that, and I don't think it's promoting it to them to have it in there. Granted, if it goes down the line of like, and we're kissing and blah, blah, okay, it can obviously go over the top. Just like little societal things like that I think people make a big deal out of that don't bother me as much.
Yeah,
but I would you would classify those like, so the gay stuff, you would classify that as leftist, not liberal? Because I just see that as like modern liberal.
It's hard to parse.
I mean, I'm being pedantic. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize.
When I think of leftism, I think of like social type issues, like specifically, racial issues, sexual issues, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
but that's not. I mean, I wouldn't.
I don't know. I'm not good at using those terms either, so I probably use them incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's a lot of like, there's just a lot of left-wing people that are like, we're liberal, and it's like, no, you are not. And I see
we're liberal, and we're going to use the force of the state to ensure that you think exactly like us.
And I'm seeing a lot of liberals starting to unify with conservatives, because it's like, whoa, no, I'm not for any of this fascism crap, and it's like Dave Rubin now is like considered right-wing because he was, milquetoast liberal, and just because he's like free speech and right.
I think the left's biggest hang up is that, and it's the same problem that I have, is that it's this desperate desire for, I don't know if equality is the right word, but just this desire that you can somehow like socially engineer a world where everybody gets exactly what they deserve, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, if black people aren't doing good enough in school, we'll just lower the test score problems. And then, and just put them in the colleges or whatever else. And if white people are doing really good, well, that's a problem because it's not equal. So let's tear white people down. And it ends up resulting in like pure insanity where you're like, guys, you gotta stop. This is not helping anyone. This is just nuts. So that's what I disagree with. And there's a lot of hard truths that, you know, my side does not want to face up to. Like the trans issue is like a perfect example of like a huge problem with the left. It's just, I want to sacrifice everything to make this person happy. And what they want is to go into a woman's locker room and parade around and feel like a lady. And it's like, well, that might make that person happy, but can you understand how that would make a lot of other people unhappy? And they go, well, those people are bigots. Like, it's that simple.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the hang up.
That they hand wave it away with that.
There has to be a limit to personal freedom. There has to be. Okay, if I really want to, you know, murder animals for my sick sexual satisfaction, well, no, because you're harming other people. You're disturbing, you know, you're killing a whatever. Okay, there's plenty of examples. And the left is very permissive, and the right is very. It's a battle between permissiveness and what's the reverse of that? The left wants everything to be allowed, and the right is like, we want less stuff, and you got to find a middle ground.
The Texas Taliban coming to power is just as frightening to me as the left getting all of what they want.
Yeah.
Well, Vito, at what point does your side not be your side anymore? Like, do you foresee something in the future that the left would hold so dogmatically that you would no longer consider yourself on that side?
Well, honestly, they're already past that point. Like, I can't really call myself. I don't think I can call myself a leftist based on the amount of disagreements I have with some of their like the primary driving factors of leftist ideology right now, like unfettered immigration, you know, full acceptance of, you know, transgender children, whatever else. Like, they've gone so far off the plantation. Is that racist? That you know, like, I look even, you know, and again, I'm gonna vote for Biden. I know it drives people crazy.
Oh my God.
Trump to me, because Trump, I think, committed the ultimate sin by talking about election fraud without any proof of it.
That's the ultimate sin.
What do you mean without any proof of it?
There's no proof.
Would you say that's worse than...
There's a lot of evidence. It doesn't just because there's like affidavits signed. There's a ton of evidence, dude.
The evidence is not good, and he spread some again, I'm really against both sides lie. I don't need to play what about, and Biden's been lying lately, and it drives me nuts. But some of the stuff Trump.
So why would you vote for him?
Because the things that Trump have lied about have been more damaging than the things Biden has lied about.
Agreed. Wouldn't it be more consistent for you not to vote at all at that point?
I think that the lies of Trump are like so brazen that I would prefer to have a less like. I think some of the things he lied about are just like so over the top.
Can you give me an example?
Again, saying Dominion voting systems deleted 480,000 votes, and he tweeted that out without a care. And you go, "You're the president of the United States. You can't."
They
just
did.
tweet that. No, they didn't. That was like a blatant lie.
Then why don't they have? Hold on. Why we just had that hearing? We just had that hearing about 3 weeks ago in Atlanta, where they can't come up with I can't remember the exact number, but it's in that ballpark of what you're talking about. They have no ballot images for them.
Okay. Do they have the records of who voted and for who?
No, that's the problem.
Wait. Do they not have the ballot images, or did they not have the votes?
They have the votes counted. They can't say where this count came from.
Okay,
I can tell you as somebody who's written a lot of software. As somebody who's written a lot of software, and the fact that I've been to DEF CON, and every year at DEF CON there was voting machines, and I think the record for the longest it took somebody to hack into it was about 4 minutes.
Well, that was on a documentary that they did, right?
Hold on, up until 2020, the entire globe said that the electronic voting machines were dangerous, and all of a sudden it became, you are literally booted from the internet. You can be jailed for saying there's problems with these systems. The very fact that they used an access database and show, hold on, you've got the individual in Colorado, the whistleblower in Colorado who was placed in jail for exposing secretary. She worked for one of the counties in the voting. I can look it up. Yeah, she's it might have been a county clerk that provided access to the software because she had questions about it. The point I'm making there is, I can just tell you right now, the fact that Dominion Voting Systems chose to use a decimal column in their access database for storing votes, there is absolutely zero programmatic reason you would ever do that, unless you are wanting to be able to weight votes.
So what would you like to do? Do a revote?
No, what I would like to do is for people that say there was no problems and that it was the most safe and secure election in history, to stop spreading that piece of disinformation. And number two, let's just be honest. It is physically impossible for a court in the United States to overturn, for whatever reason. It doesn't matter if we had video and they sat there and said, "Hey, I'm going to place 10,000 fake ballots in here, and you can watch me do it, and I'm absolutely cheating in this election." Let's just say they went that blatant, right? They did it on national TV, right in front of us, and they said, "This is the new count." If that happened, the way that our court system works and the deadlines that are in place by the Constitution, it is impossible to get a true court hearing in the number of days between the day the vote is taken and the day that the electors have to be certified, because you have the statutory requirement of 21 days from the time that you, let's say it takes you 24 hours to write your brief and turn it into a judge. Well, then you've got 21 days for service before you get on a schedule. Let's say, and that's 21 business days, by the way. So then your hearing can be scheduled.
Oh my God, I'm already bored.
I'm not getting. I know. I realize you're. Okay, but what I'm saying is, it's physically impossible with the requirements.
Maybe
with the requirements for service.
Yeah,
for the hearing to happen before the dates have to happen. So a court will never overturn one. But say there was no evidence. To say there was no evidence.
There was no evidence.
You did.
You said there was no proof.
Yeah, you just said there was no evidence.
I said there's no proof.
Okay, I don't understand the difference.
Let's not get semantic.
Oh, it's not semantic. It's very important. So
no, I would. What do you mean then?
I mean to say that you're telling me I have suspicions. I believe the way this was conducted was improper. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Trump said 480,000 votes were deleted by Dominion voting systems. That's a very specific claim.
Yeah.
And it was very much proven incorrect. That is a claim that was 100%.
What about all the signed affidavits in Michigan? Is that evidence?
What about, let's focus on one thing. Trump Trump lied about the election. 100%. That's it.
Do you think he lied or he was working on bad intel?
I think if you're the president of the United States, it doesn't matter. Your job is to not mislead the American people. And if you can't confirm, if you're gonna claim something, do you understand that if 500,000 votes went missing, that would be the greatest fraud perpetrated on the American public? To make that claim as the president of the United States is beyond the pale to me, especially because it was.
Is it 480 or 380? I'm just looking for the same thing. It does matter. I'm asking.
Right,
hold on. I'm asking because I'm wanting to see if I'm finding the right claim.
Yeah, you probably did. Hold on.
So if it was Hillary versus Trump, who would you vote for then?
if Hillary said that 380,000 votes were deleted by Dominion voting systems, I would vote for neither of them.
Vito, I have a question. Regardless of who you're
It was
voting
435,000 votes. Hold on.
Regardless of who you're voting for,
that's fine.
Vito?
Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. So he said 2.7 million votes were deleted. That would be insane. How would that possibly happen without anyone noticing? That's crazy. And the president of the United States...
People noticed.
The president of the United States tweeted it blatantly. And he did this multiple times. He was just tweeting out anything that came across that might have supported his claim. And I consider that just egregious.
Vito.
And if Biden did the same thing, I would say the same thing for Biden. You can't do that. You're the president.
Regardless of any of this, do you think America would be better under 4 more years of Trump or 4 more years under Biden?
I think
you're talking. I'm looking at the quote where he's literally quoting a news article. It's in quotation marks. Hold on, it's literally in quotation marks, and it's attributed to the article.
Right. So if Biden tweeted out a fake news article, would that be okay?
Well, let me ask you this: has Biden and his team not this week lied to you about the fact that he has been falling, that he froze up on stage, that he looks that the economy is better? Just look at the quarterly economy number.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Right, but the quarterly economy numbers, his entire presidency, have come out. They've touted how great they are, and then quietly 3 weeks later corrected them. How is that any different?
Well, as far as I understand inflation data, the most recent inflation data, inflation's coming down compared to other nations. America is killing it, frankly, from those.
Well, I mean, he's openly lied about the inflation rate his entire presidency, and he's used this argument. Well, inflation was 8% in the first quarter, and it's 7.2% this quarter. Inflation has gone down 0.8%, even though it's a year after year number. That's like driving to 70 miles an hour, taking your foot off the gas and going to 67 miles an hour and say, we've come to a complete stop.
So what was the difference between his inflation number and the correct number?
This is so fucking boring. No one wants to hear about inflation.
Well,
this is like
that's what I'm saying.
That's well, no, I mean the inflation is a real issue, and the way that you can actually measure.
We're all talking about comic books originally. We're not. None of us.
Well, the way that you measure a healthy economy is the misery index, cost of living, and things like that. It's not. It's not.
Well, I'm using use the defibrillator on this stream right now, so we're not talking about.
How am I agreeing with Sam? I agree. Let's do it. Come on, Cox.
Fucking hell, man. Oh, Vito.
All I know is my stock portfolio is killing it. So whatever Biden's doing, keep it up. Like, oh my God, I've made so much money.
Way to humble brag.
Following Nancy.
Buy hymns. I've been telling everybody to buy hymns for the past 2 years, and it finally like tripled. So stock market Vito's killing it.
Don't use hymns. It'll make your pee-pee soft and make your head crazy.
No. Buy hymns. I need more money.
Vito, I have a question.
Yeah.
And this has nothing to do with politics.
Nice.
Did you try to essentially get Andy Worski canceled from his Misfits boxing match? And was that before or after the Andy and PPP made the threats, in quotation marks, to you?
I don't know if it was before or after the threats, but Andy Worski and PPP streamed for multiple years calling me a pedophile. And then Andy Worski tried to go on this redemption tour where Keemstar got him this boxing thing. And a guy from like some newspaper wrote an article and he's like, well, Andy Worski is a real success. It's a real swan song story. He came from YouTube and, he says he's cleaned up his act, whatever else. And I said, no, that guy's still a scumbag. Here's a bunch of videos of him saying the N-word.
What was your goal with that? Did you want him to get kicked off? Did you want him to get kicked off?
No, I wanted to be humiliated. I wanted everybody at that event to know that one of the guys fighting alongside them was a scumbag and a loser.
Do you think
And,
any of them genuinely cared about
Yep.
like Andy Worski?
I do
saying
think
the
so
word?
because he was taking pictures with KSI, and he was like, "Oh, obviously he was trying to warm up to all these big YouTubers and go, hey, I'm a fun guy, I'm like, whatever." And I'm like, hey, KSI, here's Andy Worski saying what he really thinks about black people, and I think that impacted Andy's ability to hang out with KSI for the rest of the event. So yeah,
do you think that might contribute to the reason why they would make a stream? Making
go nuts.
threats
You guys
at you?
have spent the last several years using the same tweets over and over. Vito's a pedophile. Vito's a pedophile. And I went, Andy Worski's a racist. He doesn't like black people. Hey, black guy, what do you think about that? And I think he went, oh God, fuck this guy. So
well, I don't know. That seems like a lot of conjecture on your part.
What's conjecture?
That KSI, the reason Andy Worski isn't BFFs with KSI is because
that was my hope. That was my intention, and I can't prove that that's what happened, but that's what I hoped would happen.
That's really gay. That's like a really gay thing.
So if they
to
do it against me, it's okay, right?
I didn't say it was okay. I'm just saying that it's really gay to be like. That seems like report effing to me.
Is it gay to spend several years calling me a pedophile on your very popular internet show?
I wouldn't say that's gay.
So why is what I did gay?
Because it seemed like you were trying to get him kicked out of the event, and I know you're just saying that you wanted.
What
to
are they trying to do by doing the
How would
whole
I get him?
pedo
Well,
stuff?
they're not going to pull. First of all, yeah. Let's be real. If anybody's trying to like cancel anybody's business, ruin their reputation so they sell less, it's those guys. They want me poor. They would love if I was poor.
Were you even selling anything when they started logging?
I make money from YouTube. You don't think I lose subscribers when people hear these things about me?
Okay, I can see that argument. This was all pre Super Killer though, right?
I at no point did I think, look, the event, if I wanted to get Andy kicked off of his boxing thing, I would have done it weeks in advance, right? Everybody knew the Andy Worski fight was coming up. I could have been like, hey, look at this, you guys need to cancel it, whatever else. I waited until he was at the venue, surrounded by all these guys, to go, hey, here's the other guy who's on the card. He's a complete piece of shit. That was my goal. And I don't know if it worked, but it was funny.
Did you like the match?
I loved seeing Andy Worski get his face pounded in. Fucking hilarious.
I watched that, and I could not believe how fast he went.
It does
down.
feel like there's this weird thing that because Andy Worski is like goofy and stupid, like it's okay for him to fuck with me and ruin my business and ruin my reputation. But like I did it. And it's like, well, I don't understand. He was getting ready for his big boxing fight. So yeah, that's the time to fuck with that guy. Like he's been fucking with me for years. And let's be real. How often do I fuck with Andy Worski? Very little compared to the amount that he fucks with me. I don't think about Andy Worski. The only time
it kind of sounded like you were. If you were planning to do it right before the match, that kind of sounds like you were planning it.
Well, it wasn't a big plan. It was more that Andy Worski kept coming up. I think what actually happened is I was digging around on my computer, and I said, oh, shit, I forgot I had this Andy Worski clip. That's hilarious. It was just something that was sitting in a folder. Like the
and
clip
you just happened to find that the day of the fight?
I think it was a couple days before the fight. I forget exactly how I found it, but somehow I found it, and I said, this would be funny. I'm going to fuck with Andy Worski because I don't like him. And, yeah. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I think based on what Andy Worski has delivered onto me, I'm justified in delivering onto him. I think what I deliver onto him is far less damaging than what he's done to me.
I view it all just as shit slinging. It's just I
will make sure in the same way that Andy Worski has tried to destroy my career and destroy me, I will make sure that anytime any sort of opportunity comes along for him or he tries to legitimize himself, I will make sure that those people have access to the various videos of what I think Andy Worski
is. This you taking the gloves off?
No, that's been well known. I own AndyWorski.com. At some point, I will set up the ultimate Andy Worski repository. It will be a Andy Worski fan site. It will be a PPP fan site.
You don't think?
Hey, Ashton, if you put this on the fucking casino, would you tell people to come to my fucking channel at least?
come on over.
You're
At some
claiming
point,
you don't think about Andy Worski, but you
Well, the
own
only reason-
AndyWorski.com.
I stopped. I stopped thinking about Andy Worski until sometime this year. They said we're going to do the big Kino Casino expose of Vito, and I said, okay, cool. Let me check what domains are available. Oh, AndyWorski.com is available. Okay.
So what have you done with AndyWorski.com?
Not yet. I mean, I'm gonna set up a WordPress. I just haven't had time. Probably when the comic's done. When I'm feeling particularly spiteful and vindictive. And it's gonna be the ultimate Andy Worski fan site. It's gonna say, part of the reason I love Andy Worski is he says things about black people that I think is just so insightful. And I'm just gonna post his clips. I have PPP's character Ronnie the racist gamer, where he just plays Crash Bandicoot while yelling the N-word at the screen. I think that'll be a fun part of the fan site.
It's kind of funny because
I don't go at people who left me alone.
earlier you were saying that, everyone's calling people pedos now because nothing else works. Calling them Nazis doesn't work. Calling them racist doesn't work. And actually, to an extent, I agree with you. Calling that stuff doesn't work. So you're saying you're going to set up this website for AndyWorski.com. That's, I am assuming, going to be Andy Worski, heated gamer moment compilations. Do you think that anyone's going to care, especially any viewer of the Kino Casino? Do you think they're unaware of what Andy said?
I think that.
Well, what about other than those 15 people?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I think the Kino Casino audience won't care. But I also think Andy Worski is a guy who desperately wants to shake that image. He wants to be, he wants some sort of mainstream recognition or whatever. And in the same way that he's attempted to damage my ability at mainstream recognition by spreading, frankly, the things I've said, I think are far tamer and reasonable than the things he's said. I don't think I've ever, said, hey, look at this little black kid. I hope he snaps his neck. But whatever. It's just, look, if he doesn't want me to do this, then he has every opportunity to stop throwing shit at me and making up lies about me. But he said, I want to keep lying about Vito. I want to take him out of context. I want to make little video clips about him. And I said, okay, well, I don't even need to take you out of context. I'll just play your actual videos. They're not out of context anyway. They're not heated gamer moments. They're you. And have you seen the video of him and PPP just yelling slurs at me?
Yes, I did. I think they were drunk.
Okay, when I get drunk, I don't go on live stream and say I'm going to crucify a guy while calling him every slur in the book. I don't think at any point they've said, oh, you know what, that was really fucked up what we did. We were drunk. We shouldn't have said those things about Vito. They're happy they said those things, which is good. If they're happy about it, why would they care if I make a website where everyone can see it? They like it. It's okay.
This really isn't playing into what you were saying of I don't think about the guy. I mean, you're already planning to set up a website.
The only time I think about them is when they say something about me.
I know.
So when Andy Worski wasn't talking about me, I said,
Vito,
you know what, that website's a stupid idea. I don't really want to do it all the time.
I
but then
think
start
that
talking
you want
about
to shake all the pedo stuff, and I understand that you want to shake all the pedo stuff. I think that I have even acknowledged, if you had a time machine, you could go back time, you wouldn't have made those jokes.
No, I
think that this shit slinging that you're doing, and this is, I'm not I'm being genuine. I think that if you were to continue this shit slinging and do stuff like the AndyWorski.com, I think you're just going to incite more of that, and you're going to incite more people associating you with those jokes. I mean, you're probably always in your life, I'm not even trying to be an asshole about that. I just think that it's a thing that people have been used to attack you for so many years that's kind of what people associate automatically when they think of you. And this will just reinforce it. And I mean, if you have projects like Super Killer that you want to get to issue 2, 3, and 4, dude, put your efforts and focus just into that. Honestly, if I were you, I just would avoid even the Rippaverse stuff, even the Eric stuff. Just focus on your own creative endeavors, because I think it's going to just turn into a shit slinging contest, and you're never going to get the stink off you from that.
I think the Eric July stuff has benefited me immensely. I think
I think at the beginning it probably did. But
Vito, I didn't know who you were when the Eric July stuff started.
There you go.
I'm not saying that as an insult.
I don't think you are.
I tune in every week now.
Here's my belief. I believe that at the end of the day, the content is king. I think that as long as I make good products, that people will have to say, you know what? I've heard horrible things about that guy. I've heard he's the scum of the earth, and I don't even like the guy. But I got to admit, that's a pretty good comic book. That's just my belief. I believe that the content speaks for itself. And look, I've tried a lot of things. Okay, I was not trying to get into this big, elaborate thing with Eric July. And part of the reason I can't walk away, let's be real, I do a weekly podcast. If I go on the podcast and I go, guys, there's a guy who just got one of our buddies arrested. Him and these guys are talking all this shit, and they're all calling me a sex criminal, but I'm not going to talk about it. The audience would rebel. I wouldn't have a show. Now, is there a point at which, the podcast has run its course? We've done 200 episodes. We've done 300 episodes. The comic book stuff is killing it. And Vito can go, I'm done with the internet drama. I can move. I mean, so many internet creators have done so. They've said, oh, I'm done with the YouTube drama game, and I'm just going to do this from now on. We'll get to that point, I hope. I hope there's a point at which I can just be Vito, the crazy fat guy at the comic convention selling his stupid little indie comic.
Not Vito the Pedo.
Not Vito the Pedo. Well, they can call me Vito the Pedo. I don't care.
Yeah, I think also calling your fans Vito files is a little counterintuitive.
Is based as hell, is what you meant.
Not at all.
Vedophile Nation, baby.
And this is a genuine question too. I'm not trying to. These aren't gotchas. Do you think that like being on an online personality was the right decision for your life, or do you think that you're kind of on that path now, but if you had a time machine, you wouldn't have done it?
I think I tried to not be an internet personality, and it's I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get jobs in Hollywood. The only successful thing I ever did was make YouTube videos. And once I did that, and once I was out there making weird stuff and being independent, people were into it. And it seems like the only way to be on YouTube, or at least to make it, is to have opinions and talk about them and be very highly visible. I mean, let's be real. At the end of the day, we can say, Vito, you could have done so much more, and you could have been so much bigger.
That's not what I was saying.
I think other people have said that. They've said, you could have done something. Or
you could always be bigger.
You could always be bigger. I mean, I'm 290, but I could always eat a little more. At the end of the day, I got a comic campaign that made $120,000. I got a podcast that's making me, what is it, $5 grand, $6 grand a month? Yeah, it's paying my bills. Am I the top of the heap? Do I have a movie? Do I have an ongoing television show? No, but I think as far as things go, if you had to tell me, hey, Vito, you get to have your own comic book, you get to have a successful podcast, but some of the worst people on the internet are going to call you a pedophile, I'd go, I think I can make that trade. I think that's okay. Now, could I have gotten to this point without this stupid pedophile stuff? Yeah, I've learned lessons. I've learned that as a comedian, it's probably not my place to talk about big societal issues. It's not funny. It's not interesting. As a comedian, it's my job to entertain people and make them laugh. I guess I get, it's like everybody else. I get so caught up in the politics of the day and the discussions that are going on. Do I need to weigh in on what's going on with trans people? No, but it drives me up a fucking wall. So, in
a good way or a bad way.
What, that it drives me up a wall?
Yeah, no, like the trans people, like, oh, these trans people are annoying, or these people annoying trans people are annoying.
I'll say this is I'm 100% for freedom. If you believe you're a woman and you want to live your life as a woman, you want to wear a pretty dress and grow out your hair and get fake boobs, I'm not going to stop you. I'm really not. But I don't think I have to say I truly believe you are, a member of the female sex. I don't think I have to believe that. I can believe you believe that, and I can support your right to believe that. I can also say, if I had to pick which prison to put you in, I would probably put you in a men's prison. And I don't think it's unreasonable for me to say that. And I also think kids should wait until they're of age before making radical decisions about surgery and medical intervention.
Okay, that's fairly reasonable.
Let's be honest. We're allowed to point out that a female that was born female is hideously ugly. We should be able to do the same thing when it's Herman Munster in a dress.
Yeah, there's a lot of ugly people in the world, and there's a lot of ugly trans people as well. Where you go,
it's ma'am,
come on,
it's ma'am.
That being said, there are some trans people where you go, you know what, you're killing it. I can't deny that.
Blair White would be one of them.
You're putting in the work. A lot of trans people are not putting in the work. Here's what I think a lot of trans people don't realize. They go, I'm going to be a pretty girl. And you go, have you ever had a girlfriend and you watch in the morning where she spends like an hour fucking doing her makeup and dread? Like, women put in so much fucking work just to look like hot. And a lot of trans people go like, just roll out of bed, throw a barrette in their hair and like throw on some lipstick. And they're like, yeah, that's good, right? It's like, nope. You got to try a little bit harder.
Are you talking about Digibro?
No, Digibro is a beautiful woman.
you can't believe that. You can't believe. Obviously, you don't. But you also can't believe that like that dude's not insane.
Digibro's nuts. I think there's a lot of nuts people in this sphere I've found myself in. So who's to say?
Do you think you're nuts? Do you think you're a little crazy?
Yeah. Yes. I think I'm fun crazy though.
Not like Digibro. Not the scary crazy.
I don't know if Digibro's scary crazy. Digibro is
scary looking.
Digibro is art kid crazy, man. I knew a lot of art kids, okay, where they're like, hey, I'm out, I'm doing this thing and I'm gender fluid and whatever. And you're like, okay, cool. Do whatever feels right. I don't care.
I hate to admit it, he's got good bars.
Oh, Digibro?
On that the Rippaverse song, I unironically listened to it.
The Kiwi Farm.
Hey, I enjoy this music. No, the one about Eric July.
Oh, I was about to say that Kiwi Farm song is like the worst thing I've ever heard.
Burning down the barns at the look.
I haven't heard that one.
I get in trouble because I go, I don't get what Riley's doing all the time. I don't get it. I'm all about sensational public nuisance, whatever.
Just what did you think of the whole thing?
I thought it was annoying and stupid, and I wish he hadn't done it. But as I was saying in the chat, I think the same thing about a lot of what Alex Stein does.
How the fuck does Vito have a reasonable take on this? That's I agree.
When Riley says I'm gonna go to the Rippaverse meetup and I'm gonna yell at people and I'm gonna bother them, and I'm like, I would just leave them alone. I don't think there's value in that. But I also have to say, you have the free speech right as a weirdo and a psychopath to go and do that. And I don't have to say it's cool, but I can say I don't want him to get arrested for it. I don't think he should get arrested for it.
Yeah, no, I don't think people should get arrested for
even the warehouse thing. I was like, can you not go to his fucking warehouse? Can you not post pictures of his house? Whatever else. Like I'm there. I get it. It's annoying and it's stupid. It's been done to me by, various people, and I didn't like it then.
I don't think it's just annoying and stupid. I think it's also there should be some consequences because that's actually devious behavior.
I mean, if it's against the law.
The warehouse one?
No, posting of the house. Like just dude. Like it's right there for the internet to find, whatever. But it's like you're doing that for more than just. There's something that's.
Are you talking about Riley?
Let's. But hold on. Let's keep in mind. Eric says he went to his house. No, he posted the picture from the MLS.
Yeah,
system.
and I still think
just like he posted somebody. Just like he posted somebody else's photo, and the reason he had to put the Pokemons is on the grave because he was in the photo and it covered him up, and said, "Oh, I went and did this." And to this day, people, I had arguments with people showing them the actual photo. And
No,
they were
all
like,
I'm
"Oh,
saying
no,
is
that's,
where
he
the
really
line
went
was
there."
crossed in my mind, where it was crossed into, yeah, that's actually beyond what I think society should tolerate, or even like look the other way, is the posting of the home. That's just.
And I think, well, that's why I'm like, and it's totally reasonable to say I have a low opinion of Riley, right? It's totally reasonable to say I think Riley's a guy who goes over the line. I don't find it funny. I think it's like mean and vindictive and whatever else, and whoever laughs at it is fucked up. That's fine. But you have to go, he went to your warehouse and he put stickers on your door. It's retarded. Just call it retarded. The fact that you filed a warrant against him. And again, you're only mad against him because he's trolling you, and all your friends are only mad against him because he's trolling you. Again, I look at what Alex Stein does and I feel the same way. I'm like, like some of it is funny, but a lot of it is like, what are you getting out of this? What is the point? It just seems annoying and stupid.
Well, and further, he went and filmed that video. There's nothing in the video that shows you how to get there. There's nothing in the video that even says what city it's in. I saw people talking about, he was walking up to Eric's house because of the video where he is clearly not in Texas, because Texas doesn't have hills like that, walking uphill, and said he was in Texas. Just because a film is shot in Canada and is set in California and they tell you it's California doesn't mean he was really in California. And it's the same type of thing.
Did you just say Canada? Did you just say Canada?
Yeah. Yeah, there's television shows and stuff that are.
It's pronounced Canada.
Canada.
It's pronounced Canada.
Canada. Right. But what I'm saying is, I mean, that he didn't send the internet to Eric's house. And even when he posted the photo of the photo of the house, I'm not positive it's the same house, but it's an MLS listing.
Yeah.
It may be the house, but he didn't say this is Eric's house at 123 Main Street and blah blah Texas. He posted a photo that was. I can't believe I did either.
I mean, I also
Texas
come
is
from a situation where there's a Kiwi Farms thread that has pictures of my house, there's pictures of my cat. They doxed my autistic half brother for some reason, and I'm like, if you want to go to the group home and fuck with my autistic half brother, have at it. I don't know what you're gonna get out of it. So, I guess for me, it's just like, welcome to being a public figure. Someone's going to find your house. Someone's going to find your warehouse. At a certain point, you got to go, these guys are retards, and what can I do?
Yeah. Star Tours is a thing still, right?
Star Tours?
Yeah, still a thing, right?
Sorry, I thought you were speaking of the ride at Disney, which is a different
Star no. I'm unfamiliar with the Star Tours.
You don't know Star Tours? The Star Tours ride?
No, I don't.
The original Star Wars theme park ride.
Oh, okay.
Back before
Star Wars died a healthy, peaceful death in its sleep in late 1993 for me.
Look, honestly, my life would be a lot easier if people would stop fucking with Eric July, because I always get blamed for it. Okay, the guy who contacted that charity, I kind of wish that hadn't happened, because it was a huge headache for me. Riley fucking around the warehouse, probably for some reason I get blamed for it, even though again I'm here saying I don't tell Riley to do these things. I don't want Riley to do these things. So I don't fucking know. I guess I'm just so used to the internet being a place full of psychopaths and weirdos where I go, well, if I got anyone arrested for fucking with me, everybody would say, oh, Vito, you're a bitch. They're just trolling. Deal with it, whatever. Like Frank Castle goes to Boogie's house. I think most people said, well, Boogie invited him and it's okay and it's funny and whatever else. But then it's just like, why are there different rules for Eric July and whether or not people are allowed to troll him? Because we like him more?
You know why.
He's got to be protected. He's one of the good ones.
Well, no, it's affirmative action.
It's affirmative action. We got to buy that comic book or the black community will suffer. Why doesn't he get a black
somebody? As somebody who subscribed to the Blaze for 3 years and never saw Eric July on that damn network, How does he get all this credit for being a contributor?
I think he showed up on a couple of their talk shows. I can't believe they have a poster of him in the fucking lobby.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, here's the thing. It's not like he's the only one there, too.
There's
far more articulate guy. There's far more articulate guys on there. There's Jason Whitlock and stuff that do daily shows.
Ones. They want the cool ones with the hat and the like looks like a rapper, you know. It's like, hey, look, we got like a rap guy, you know. You can't get those just about anywhere. That's one of the rare forms.
Right. So if Jason Whitlock could pop and lock like Eric did in 2008, they'd have him on. They would just
be more. Yeah, exactly. If he was dancing, look, everybody wants a minstrel. Do we all say we don't want it? We all want a minstrel show, man. Every time you watch basketball, you're like, if they would just dance a little bit, this would be infinitely better. But I'm okay.
I just wish that. With what's going on with Riley, I wish some of Eric's fans would admit the hypocrisy of the guy saying "fuck them roads, fuck them hoe ass roads," and there shouldn't be any government using the power, the monopoly of violence that the state has to place his critic in a cage. And honestly, the other thing is, I watched that full stream. That's probably the only full stream of Riley I've ever watched. Yeah. And people are just making outrageous claims that did not happen. And I watched those police officers for more than 30 minutes tell him, "You're perfect. You're doing nothing illegal."
Yeah. The only reason we're arresting you is because, look, I said again, I don't like what Riley was doing when he first got arrested. I said, "Well, what did they tell him? You're on private property and he didn't leave?" Because if that's the case, then Riley's in the wrong, right? I was fully willing to go. If it turned out that they told him you're being trespassed and he threw a fit about it, then he would have absolutely been in the wrong. It would have been like, well, that's what you get, Riley. What do you think? You don't have the right to be on private property. But it turned out it was a stupid warrant for posting like, dude, you look at
It's not even for posting stickers. When you read the warrant, the charge they have him with is tweets.
Yeah, exactly.
They specify, and I read it earlier, but they specify A7, and A7 is repeated electronic communications that could harass or annoy or whatever. I mean, technically, does that mean someone like me, if I go to Texas and Eric wanted to, he could have me arrested for the same thing because I've tweeted that his book was shit.
Basically, yeah, that's the rules in Texas, man. I don't get it, but.
Don't mess with Texas because we get our feelings hurt and put you in cages.
I hope that this look. Okay, and that's the other thing is you go, if what he did was if you really think that what he did was like against the law and terrible, he's a terrible guy. Okay, what does it matter that him and his girlfriend make porn? What does it matter that there's a video of him pretending to slap her? Like, how is that relevant to the situation? It seems like you're just coming up with minutia to, like, this is character slander. It's going, well, you might not think it's that serious, but he's a bad guy. And it's like, well, even a bad guy can not be breaking the law. There's a lot of bad guys who, aren't necessarily doing anything illegal. So,
I mean, at this point, why hasn't Kathleen Kennedy had them arrested? Their entire shows for how many years have been, detracting from the products they make. Eric likes to talk about how
hypocrisy is all over the board, and that's what drives me.
Right. That's what I think annoys the majority of us that are following it.
Yeah, as you go, guys, can we be real? Like, you guys have spent all this time relentlessly trolling people. Okay. Well, you look at the quartering and you go, okay, Brie Larson said some stupid shit. I can understand making 1, 2, 3, even a dozen videos about the woman. Sure. And at a certain point, he literally has like 200 videos about Brie Larson. And at a certain point you go, I don't think this is legitimate criticism anymore. I think this is just like, I'm not going to call it harassment, but I'm going to say it's not nice.
I think it's a crush.
It's out of proportion to whatever she did, Whatever she said.
It has nothing to do with a.
No, at that point,
it has nothing to do with a crush. It has to do with how much money he's got that he was able to buy his nice little house.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's no longer about the the actual issue. It's just like, oh well, I'm making money, so who cares? Which I don't know, man. And again with Eric July, look, at the beginning of this, all I said was people were saying when his campaign was live, his first campaign, they're like, thank God somebody has arrived to save us from Marvel and save us from DC. And I said, I don't think this is your guy. And they're like, what do you mean this isn't our guy? And I go, I don't think that he's going to do what you want. Why do you think this guy can write? Did you read the campaign page? They're like, no. What are you so excited about? And they're like, well, he has a code of ethics. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean a code of ethics? Like, it says here that if he makes a movie, that the characters will look the same as they do in the comics. I go, he doesn't even have a comic yet. Who cares what the fucking actor is going to look like 20 years from now? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We're not going to have any retcons. I hate to tell you this, comic guys. Sometimes retcons are very good. There have been a number of retcons that you're like, thank fucking God you guys retconned that. I'm so glad.
Can you name a specific one that you would have in mind as an example?
I mean, like, just going back to, like, why are there two Flashes? You know, oh, well, because there's, you know, Earth 1 and Earth 2 that led to, like, generations of storytelling. You know, I'm also not one of these guys, you know, they go like, oh, the multiverse is awful. And I go, it depends on how you utilize it. There's great multiverse stories. Of course there is. And I think Into the Spider-Verse is fantastic. I love the idea of a bunch of different Spider-Mans and different, you know, situations.
You know what I hate about the Spider, and that's a good example, and that would be one that I would bring up because I agree with you. One of the things that drives me nuts, and sorry, this is a tangent, but it's like with the Spider-Verse, all the different Spider-Man, you know, Spider-Men, like they didn't do it because they were trying to be woke. They didn't make Miles Morales because they were trying to be woke. They did that because the licensing and rights for Spider-Man, you know, is severely split in all these different, you know, like Sony owns part of it, so they were actually trying.
The original comic book IP. Miles Morales was absolutely created.
Yeah,
to be woke.
He was by.
Do you think?
Brian Michael Bendis?
No, I know. I can be proven by the writer.
Oh.
He said that he wanted his son to be able to see someone that looked like him, and it was supposed to be a pastiche of Barack Obama and some other shit.
Oh, so that was like the guy that was tasked with the writing, but like the creation.
That was the guy who wrote the character originally for Ultimate Spider-Man. Yeah.
Okay. But the ultimate goal of Marvel was to basically
Thank you.
diversify the IP because it had been so taken from so many different, you know, like Sony.
Well, and also they were worried about how that Ditko lawsuit was going to turn out, and they needed to have somebody that was that could not be directly tied to Ditko's creation. Hey, he looks completely different. He has a different backstory, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have to keep paying royalties here.
Yeah, that's the thing. So to your point, Jared, I didn't know that about the writer, but that's the thing that drives me crazy is the corporations not having the courage to create a new character and push it.
It's not about courage. It's literally about an agenda.
No. It is a little bit about courage because my point being is that rather than create a new character that's awesome, that stands on its own, that can now become a new IP that is longstanding, and invest in that because, you know, whatever, you have a great idea, they would just rather, again, take a skin suit that's working like Star Wars Spider-Man and then inject what their agenda or what the story they're trying to say into that and then retcon it.
Yeah, well, they have to. They have to because all of their ideas are shit.
Yeah,
like if you look at
that's my point.
Everything that they everything that they do, fucking fails. Like if you look at do you remember Hyenas? The game Hyenas that was worked on. It was like $1 billion project, and then ended up getting canceled because no one played the beta because like they focused more on identity politics in the game than actually making the game like really desirable for people. Like people flee from this, like for whatever reason, you know, whatever political or whatever. They aren't interested in it when people are more focused on. Look at the shitstorm that Ubisoft is dealing with, just from Japanese people, not just from the people over in the West. And it's like, so they have to take something from someone else and inject their shit in it because they literally cannot do anything on their own and be successful.
First off, you mean racist Japanese people, and second, that's my point, is that you can't come up with something new that's good and appealing. So you have to take the beloved thing,
there's also,
and then inject your shit into there because there's no way your shit's going to stand on its own.
Yeah,
There's also
I don't
which
think it's just that, though. I
which
don't
elevator
think
pitch
it's
is
just hijacking the corpse of a franchise. I mean, look at the stuff with the Acolyte, with what Leslie Headland and others were saying about.
no,
Oh, you know, this,
no,
it
I
was
will
a
not.
galaxy was
I
yeah.
also will not.
The galaxy, Star Wars was very patriarchal, and so now we wanted to show a woman's perspective, as if that's new. But I think a lot of people come in with that attitude and specifically choose franchises that were for, you know, boys, or were for not for
Yeah, that's why
boys,
Disney
but you know what I
spent
mean.
$4 billion. No, that's why Disney spent
Yeah.
$4 billion, and why they told their investors they were spending $4 billion to buy Lucasfilm, because every time they had tried to enter the boys market, their products failed to dominate the way that the girls market toys with Disney princesses and stuff did.
I have a question.
And so we're going.
The thing is, though, I don't think that it's just about they can't create something on their own. I do think that there is I guess we call it an agenda to go in and permanently change these franchises for ideological reasons, not just because whatever they make.
Oh yeah,
can't stand on
yeah,
their own.
I agree with that.
I think it's
Well, there's what I was going to say. And we both started talking at the same time.
Sorry about that.
Which sales pitch is easier for the middle manager that's trying to raise funds from producers? Hey, do you know Spider-Man? We're going to make a Spider-Man movie. Or do you know this unknown IP that you've never heard of that could potentially be really cool?
Hey, we got these hot new
I've already
characters,
lost you.
Snowflake and Safe Space.
Yeah.
Are you interested?
Well, I mean, that's
big part of
an
the
extreme
problem.
example.
It is.
Yeah, that's an
I like
extreme
it.
example.
I think a big
know,
part
I'm
of the
just saying-
problem is that we have consumers that don't like to try new things. So a very easy pitch is, hey, you like Batman? I do like Batman. What would you think about Batgirl? Oh, I might like that. What would you think about Batwoman? Very cool. So it's very easy to go, hey, there's a black Spider-Man. You already like Spider-Man. We already have something there that you might like. You know, whereas coming up with the new characters is a harder sell to consumers.
Well, I think it's a harder sell when that product is mediocre at best. If it's new and great and wonderful, it has the potential to take off if the executives are willing to invest in the marketing to push that. And if it's good, it'll be lasting, because we see new stuff all the time, or newer stuff all the time. I think when it's a mediocre idea where you're like, meh, putting that in, putting a Batman symbol on that will then, it's what it is. It's just lazy. It's just, oh, we know we have a cash cow here and we can kind of exploit it. And that's what they're doing. It's cynical.
Yeah, but I think most of media is lazy. I think that's how most of these things are.
Yes.
The problem is that they're not punished, really. Like, yes, sometimes they get punished.
People
but then
fail upward.
Sometimes,
oh boy, do they!
You make Transformers. It happens. Sometimes you make Transformers and you make a shit ton of fucking money, and then you make 4 sequels. So, you know, at no point.
And then you make Transformers 1.
But when are they going to make GoBots, guys? When are they going to make
Transformers
GoBots?
movies made money in China like crazy.
Right? No, I'm talking about the one that's coming out this summer.
Oh, the new one, yeah. Well, that's the thing; they're not going to stop making them. Like, it's a huge cash cow. Whereas making a new character is, I think,
a lot of people like Transformers. A lot of people like I saw.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I saw Transformers when I was a kid, and Transformers 2, like in the theaters, and I thought they were like awesome. Now, mind you, I was a little kid, but I think that's the market for those movies. It's not the market
Kids.
really isn't for like adults; it's for kids. And I think you see a lot of the new shit from whether it's Star Wars or Marvel. It's not even getting the kids. It's not even getting that kid audience. So I think that's kind of a difference because, I mean, Michael Bay appealed to the audience that he got, and he made a shit ton of money doing it, and we're not seeing that nowadays because they're not really appealing to a target audience that's big enough.
I'm a guy who thinks at a certain point you've reached. So I tried to watch The Acolyte, and I got a little bit into it, and then I realized, I'm saying I got a little bit into watching it. I wasn't into enjoying it.
Right.
Okay, and I'm watching, and I went, here's one of the fundamental flaws of this stuff. So there's a scene early on where whatever the girl is, the blank lady, is trying to get out of prison. Have you guys watched any of this?
No, I don't give a shit. Go for it.
No.
Okay, she's on a prison ship. Everybody else is escaping. She's still trapped in jail. And there's a device that will allow her, if she presses a button on the device, to get out of jail. And she's reaching through the bars trying to grab this device. And then, of course, because she's force sensitive, she tries to use the force to pull it closer to her. Now, the subversion here is that she fails, that her force powers fail. But it doesn't matter that it's a subversion because it's just a scene that I've already seen. Okay, I saw it when Luke was in the Wampa cave. I saw it in Last Jedi when the Asian girl was trying to reach for whatever fucking device drops space bombs. At a certain point, there's nothing in a franchise. In a franchise, it's just it'll just become callbacks to other better scenes.
Right.
The only thing you can do at that point is either just be like you need to be so radical. You need to think completely outside the box. You know, I was thinking about, you guys ever play like Dark Souls or like Elden Ring or something?
Yep.
Do you guys know those games? They're extremely dark, atmospheric, like dark horror, fantasy, whatever. And I said, if you were going, I think one of the only ways you could break out with Star Wars is just have it be like balls to the wall, like none of this goofy, like you can't do the goofy stuff. No droids beeping and booping. No, like whatever. Just be like the most hardcore, fucked up, like Jedi versus Sith, like dark fantasy movie. Because we've already seen the lighthearted, you know, whatever. And we've seen the Jedi's path, and we've seen the classic hero's journey. And it's never going to be as good. It's never going to be interesting because there's nothing left to discover. Okay. Part of why you were interested in Star Wars as a kid is you didn't know how the Force worked. Okay. You're like, what the fuck is the Force? And then you find out it lets you do this. It also lets you do this. It also lets you do this. And you're like, oh my God, this is incredible. You didn't really know what a Jedi was. You didn't know what you definitely didn't know what a midichlorian was. But at a certain point, all the mysteries are answered. I still don't know. At a certain point, the mysteries are answered, and what you have to invent new mysteries, and the new mysteries are rarely as exciting as what is a clone war? You know, who is the Emperor? That was all exciting, and now it's like, who's this black lady? And did she kill this Jedi guy? And I'm like, I don't fucking care. Who fucking cares? You know? So I think franchises ultimately are. I don't think we're supposed to have franchises. I think Star Wars is supposed to be a series of 3 movies, maybe 6 movies, and then that's it. There's nothing left to play around with there. Maybe a few like extended universe things. You could have done the sequel trilogy, right? I do believe that.
Right.
You could do a trilogy based off Knights of the Old Republic. There's a lot of richness there. I still think that it's got legs and there's things that they can do.
There's the entire extended universe.
I think that the flaw in it is that they actually fall in the pitfall of trying to tell some new, cool, nuanced story when they really should just maybe, tell another version of the hero's journey.
Star Wars was based on 1940s serials and the feeling that you got going and watching those, and that's why it worked.
The first one was based off Hidden Fortress. You could just go back and do a Seven Samurai one or a Magnificent.
Well, they did. That's isn't that what? No, Rogue One's really Dirty Dozen.
Yeah,
but Dirty Dozen. and it worked. Rogue One is I think Rogue One's the second best Star Wars movie ever made myself. But
except for that part where they have the samurai dog in there, I was like, what is the point of this scene right here?
But the thing that's always bothered me, and Star Wars was my first love of a fictional universe of any kind. And I'm old enough that I actually went and saw Star Wars during its first run in the theater.
Or something?
Yeah, I'm 80. But the thing that has always bothered me about Star Wars as I got older, and as a kid, you don't really think about this, but what I looked forward to when the prequels were coming and stuff is this is an intergalactic civil war with hundreds of planets involved and everything. And we've got 60 years of story that is literally just, hey, here's 9 people.
Yeah.
There's a ton of stuff they could do with it, but instead they just keep rehashing the same thing. And all they're doing with the Acolyte is let's subvert everything we saw before.
I still think making Leia Luke's sister was really stupid.
I agree.
But then
It was,
Yoda wouldn't have been able to say, "There's another."
Yeah, I know. That was a mistake.
He
It
could have
comes,
said,
dude, I remember as a
you know,
yeah, go ahead.
we thought it was Wedge. We always thought it was Wedge because he was the only other one that survived the Death Star, and that's that. And I remember reading about it in Starlog and stuff. There was a lot of, we didn't have the internet and stuff, but there was a lot of, this is how that justifies it. That must be who it is.
There's so much that they could have done. I started writing a Star Wars Episode 9 because I thought, I was like, I could save Star Wars if they let me make Star Wars Episode 9. I could fix The Last Jedi, not 100%, and I still want to kind of do it. Now that I have AI, I'm like, oh man, I could make little AI scenes, and I could.
Are you using AI voice actors to write Super Killer?
Not to write it, but I use it to help. I provide my artist with like reference material where I go like, here's what I'm thinking of for a cityscape kind of thing. I think it's meant to be like an inspirational tool to be like, show me a bunch of like fucked up portals, designs for like crazy intricate whatever portals, and I go that's what I'm thinking of.
Honestly, I think that's kind of a bad path to go down creatively because you start taking away more and more of the agency of the artist, whether it's you as the writer or your artist. And like the AI generated designs don't have to make sense. Something I really liked because we were talking about Star Wars.
Yeah.
Did any of you guys have the cross-section books of Star Wars? Or they take like a ship, do a cross-section, and they show you the interior of their ship, the engine room, all that. And it felt very fleshed out. Like the world made sense, even though obviously a lightsaber is not going to exist. But they had explanations for what's on the lightsaber. There was like intentionality behind a lot of designs in Star Wars. And I feel like, you're saying like make, fucked up portals. There's almost there's a thing that has to be in the small details of even like something like a portal, where it's going to be better if you put some thought into it and go, well, okay, this is how portals work in like my story, and they would have to look like this because of that, instead of just letting a robot do it for you.
I'll show here, I'll try to share some. I'll show you like what I think the point with me is, I'm like, so first of all, I had it sketched out, and then so I had a sketch, and then I said, well, I want to really kind of show exactly what I'm thinking of. And I also, I'm a Photoshop guy. Let's put it this way. If I wasn't doing this, I would be doing it with stock images, right? In a way, it's just a way for me to like go save myself some time and be like, I need a diner. I need a picture of a diner, and I don't want to pay for it, or I want it to look exactly like this. Hold on. Is this it? Oh, wait, I have to be in Chrome to share my screen. Damn it. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Are you a dirty Mac user?
No, I'm just let me see. Where am I? I'm just lost control of where I am. Okay, I think that should work. Oh no, that didn't work. Where's Streamlabs? Okay, hold on. Share screen. Present. Share screen. Screenshot. Okay. So can you see can you add that? So basically there's a scene with like a root, like this is the scene that I wanted to portray to him, is I'm like, there's a bunch of dead superheroes, and this is a composite of two different scenes that I generated. So I generated this, and then originally this picture only had this guy. I said, okay, well, let me take all the dead people from the other one. You can see there's like some like her arms, whatever, because I photoshopped it poorly. But just kind of to set the stage of being like, this is what's in my head, but make it your own,
Yeah.
Which I don't think I lose a lot, because honestly, this is what I wanted. Like I wanted a cityscape at dusk. I mean, I can show you what I drew real quick, even though it's a spoiler. What the fuck is that?
Well, you don't have to. That's not the stretch goal for $500,000 to finally show your sketch.
To finally show my. I have the whole thing. Well, that's the other thing is people go, "Oh, you're not working as hard as Eric July," and I'm like, Eric July never drew anything in his life. I drew every storyboard myself. So yeah, this was like what I originally wanted, and this looks like shit. And then I was like, okay, how can I actually show this? Because I need to, I need to make sure he knows these are superheroes and not just like whatever guys.
Random bodies.
It helps, all us.
Do you have a foreign artist? Do you have like a...
Yeah, he's in Mexico, so there's a lot of chance for me to be misinterpreted. He runs everything through Google Translate, and I was like, let me just make sure that like he can see what I'm talking about a little bit. And I'm not doing this for every scene, but this is like a big climactic moment, so I'm like, let me just give him a little extra reference material. So he has this, and he has that little AI composite I put together. And I think it just is a way to communicate ideas, I guess. It's going to be great for Hollywood for storyboarding,
I guess, but just by nature of the AI, just drawing on things that have already been created, it's going to always make things that are generic looking.
Yeah, I think I would disagree with you, Vito. I think using it for storyboards, at least right now, I mean, granted, it's evolving so fast, but I would say it's a very poor way to storyboard. It's a really how you're using it is a really great way to use it, which is to give someone a visual idea of what madness you're thinking in your mind, and not having to like have a ton of back and forth to try to explain it with like, here's a sketch. No, it's not quite that. It's more it's like you can just be like, bam, I need something like this. But you could then say, but with a more dynamic, angle or lower angle or whatever,
Yeah.
But as far as like storyboards, I think if you rely on AI, at least in its current form, for storyboards, you're going to get a lot of just static, boring, straight ahead shots that won't help you tell a story compelling visually.
I think this is an example, and this is AI again with a lot of like my own Photoshop in there. So this was all drawn in by me, where it helps me to like figure out what exactly am I picturing, because I know I want this thing sucking the earth dry, and that lets me play around with again adding these strokes and being like, oh, that would look pretty cool, and the orb I could have like some crackling whatever the fuck on top of it. I don't know.
Really need an AI to give you a picture of the globe?
No. I mean, it obviously.
I don't think you use it for the globe.
Yeah, no, you use it.
I mean, I did. Yeah, right? I think I pulled that up. I just said, the Earth floating in space, and then this is a separate orb thing. I mean, for stuff like that,
as you said, if without the AI, you would have pulled stock.
Yeah, I would have just pulled. It just saves me a trip to finding a picture of the Earth and rendering it down and making it black and white. I go, give me a black and white image of the Earth, and it just can make that in a second. Give me some sort of black orb so I don't have to go into Photoshop and try to make one.
I mean, that to me at least, kind of like the black orb. That seems like what would be a big thing in your comic, right? That's like if the universe collapses on itself because it's drawing too much power, right? Something like that. Yeah. I feel like I would want to put more thought into that of like, how can I make it really visually look unique? Is it just an orb, or would it be a portal? Like put some thought into it. This just seems like generic, and I'm not trying to be an ass about it, but it's just, you use AI, it's gonna pop out generic stuff.
Well, I think it was generic in my head, so I think in my head I went, yeah, it's a black orb. I mean, the other sketches I have, it's just a big black, energy ball in the sky, which I find to be a striking image, but I can understand being like, I want it to have a giant eyeball or something, and then
that might work.
You could say like this here, should not be AI, and I should whatever else, but
is this in the comic, or is this just what you give to the artist?
This is just what I gave to my artist, and I said, this is kind of what I'm envisioning, is I want all their eyes focused on the same point. That was an idea that, I think because I was playing around with AI, it let me go, oh, I could have them all their eye points pointed at the same vanishing point. I don't know. I'm big on AI. I know some people. I get the fear that it's gonna like take away the human creative instinct to come up with something new. But I don't think I've ever gone into it going like, okay, just spit shit out and I'll pick what I like. It's usually I go in, I go, I know what I want to see. Give me that if I need it. And I've only used it in some very small places. Most of the book we have not done this. You know, occasionally I'll be like, I don't know how to draw, and I know I want her to be floating in space. So can you give me, you know, a woman floating in space, a couple different shots of that, and then from there I can take that and I can, you know, get the pose that I want. Which, you know, would it have been better if I went into like a 3D program and I manipulated a 3D lady until I got the pose I wanted? I don't know. I don't know if it's like
3D assets.
Well, 3D. What do you call it? Modeling software to be like, what do you call it? To get the pose I want. And I go, well, I know kind of what pose I want, and I can take. Like, hold on, let me see.
Is that different than buying the photo reference of somebody? And I mean, I can't think of something.
Well,
Salty, you'll know what I'm talking about.
On, like, you go on sites and it's like there's, you know, images of a guy holding a gun in a million different poses.
Yeah, exactly. There you can buy this package of, you know, 30 poses action and stuff, poses. And it's and things that it's no different than that.
Like this here, I'm sharing my screen. This was, you know, I don't know if I have the original image, but basically I just was like, I can't draw at this angle because I'm retarded. So show me a lady like floating like this. And then, you know, there was like a base AI image that showed me like, okay, well, it could look like this. And then I changed it a little bit.
Is she supposed to be like naked there?
Yeah.
Why?
Why is she supposed to be naked?
Yeah.
Because she's well, do you want to spoil her? She's being ripped apart in the void of whatever it is. You can see her arms like deteriorating.
Oh, okay. So like got to her clothes first.
It just ripped everything away from her, and you know, it's gonna be this is gonna be covered up with little digital bits. You know, she's not.
So there's not gonna be nudity in the book.
There will not be any bobs or vagine. Everything will be covered up.
It's funny that it looks drawn.
Damn it! Why did I back?
Why does
it look right there? That looks
yeah,
like
right there. That's their leg.
Tap it out now.
Well, I was trying to draw it. Yeah, maybe
it's the AI. It's the AI, people.
It'll be covered up by little digital glitches or whatever else. But yeah, we're not putting any no actual nudity in the book. But you know, it's still come on, we're making comics for red-blooded American men. You can have a little suggested something, right?
Yes.
There you go, a little cheesecake. Nothing wrong with that.
Tried and true. That's what makes it Americana.
The big problem now is trying to figure out the coloring. The coloring's driving me nuts. It's hard for some reason. It is hard.
Overthinking it is why.
I am overthinking it.
Yeah.
I'm overthinking it drastically.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Are you still gonna go with that texture route that you were exploring, or
I think so. Yeah.
You do okay. Which direction are you gonna?
Unless the paper, because you normally you would have got that texture out of using the right kind of paper, but
yeah,
they don't really offer that from a lot of. You have to go to like a very specific place to get it printed on that paper.
How was that? How was the exploration that you know I helped you with?
Which one was that?
With the paper texture stuff, that little layer, that group layer that I gave you.
Yeah. I think it was helpful. I think it guided me towards what I'm doing here.
Cool. Can you zoom?
I mean, what did you think of this?
Can you zoom in a bit?
Yeah, I can zoom in. I think this is with a pretty light texture on top of it. You can be honest.
No, I don't hate it. I think that's a good. I think that's an interesting. I think that texture works actually. I think that's.
But with the colors kind of like muted like that, I think before it was like too saturated.
I don't, and the reason why I don't is because of your subject matter. I think it actually creates a nice little. It's like a Smith song.
Yeah, I
Where
understand
you have
that.
the happy music and then you have the melancholy lyrics. I think it was. I kind of liked it more saturated, to be honest.
Well, let me bump the contrast.
Vito, this is supposed to be like the golden age world, right? Where like the comic, the hero is like from the 40s, those old Superman books. I think it would have given it more flair if you did the coloring and texturing of the world to kind of mimic old Golden Age comics. Not exactly, but to harken back to that. And where each world they go to has, or each universe has its own style that matches, whatever medium you're trying to parody. That's what I would have done. Because this just kind of looks like a modern comic, whereas I feel like if you went for that Golden Age look, like as if the comic she's looking at, instead of being drawings or pictures from her world, and just doing it like that, I think it would get your concept across better visually.
I think this is a little more saturated, but it's still pretty undersaturated. Well, you can see that she's reading. So like these are the like this has that style, that like really old whatever style. This is like an in-universe comic about this hero who's a real guy. There will be like different worlds will have a different look, and we'll have different artists for different worlds, which should actually hopefully make it quicker to produce the comics, because I can have one artist working on issue 2 and another one working on issue 3. But yeah, for this, I don't know. I just really liked this guy's style.
Have you ever read Tom Strong? Have you ever read Tom Strong?
I have not read Tom Strong.
Oh, okay, you're not familiar with that property at all?
I don't think so. I feel like I've heard the name, but
it was by Alan Moore. The reason why I brought it up is because that art style, I mean, I think so. For my personal opinion, the art style that you went with this artist, I think the saturation is the right route to take. That's just one person's opinion, and I really liked what I saw when it was like very saturated, and I think it's cool, and it lends itself to the pencils and inks that you have.
Well, we still have time to play around with it.
But I think if you did like an issue 2 or 3, if you look at Tom Strong, look up like Alan Moore's Tom Strong, doing it in that because that book is very Golden Age style with the character design.
Yeah.
And that would look cool more with this kind of color palette and the textures you have going on right here. I think that would be like the perfect marriage. Like if you contacted Paul Ravochian and was like, hey, pencil my next book because we made enough money, so you should do it, he would be like the perfect penciler for it.
Yeah, we might have an opportunity to we'll see who we can get. Well, I'll show you like these were the original. I guess these are the flats. I don't know if I have the
I see. Oh, that's the flats.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. We had a shaded one. But for some reason, it just felt, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. It just felt like off to me. Valentina colors. Oh, these are all PSDs. Was this the one she did? Like, I don't know. It's like hard to find that balance, but I guess I just like in my heart, I wanted this kind of like indie comic feel, kind of the like the paper texture or whatever else. But here, I'll show you what
it reminds me a little of Blue Monday. Do you remember Blue Monday at all?
A little bit, yeah. I remember seeing that.
It reminds me a little bit of Blue Monday.
So these were the original colors she gave me.
Oh, I like that better, man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because your background's a bit more monochromatic, so then your character pops out more.
You're saying here you like the background colors more?
Yeah, I like the colors in general more. She's a quicker read.
Yeah, so here it's like not like here the colors should be kind of more
pushing her back. It's pushing her back instead of popping.
Yeah. I like that much better. That's just my opinion, man.
Well, here it's because I changed the color. Like I didn't like this color for her outfit, this like dark blue, and I think the dark blue probably stands out a lot better against that.
Yes.
So maybe I should just change it back to that. Here it's a much more lighter blue, which blends in a lot more. I mean, I still do like that light blue color. So maybe the background I could just wash it out. You should, like wash out the background?
No, I think you're fine. Here's the reason.
No, I meant with this one. Like with this one, the background is like.
I mean, you could probably go either way. I think it's just what you like more. The big thing for me was the cabinets behind her was making her skin lose where her skin was, like as a framing. Now she feels Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about it. This just feels nicer, and I think you could do fade the background more or put it in the back more, but I don't know. I mean, it's just what you're gonna like at that point. I
Okay,
just think
wait,
you had
wait.
the wrong base colors is all. I think before.
So this you like better because
She's now focal. She becomes focal.
more focal here.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason she's not focal here is because why again? Just like it's not popping.
Oh
as
no,
much?
I think she's also still focal here too.
Okay,
I
so
don't
this
think
one's okay.
Yeah, I think you could go either. Honestly,
Okay.
it's like dealer's choice at that point.
Okay, so this one was like weird or
That
something?
one, I'm like, my eyes don't know where to focus.
Yeah. So this was the one that she handed. And I was like, no.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I don't like this pink. I don't like
The cabinet being pink and stuff. There's a lot going on back there when it's more monochromatic. Your eyes are drawn to the center.
I don't like too many colors on one page, so I was like, can we just like? I said like just make the diner like mostly kind of blue with like a little bit of yellow there.
Yeah, it's much better. Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's late.
Oh, it's okay. Well, I'm just glad you kind of. I'm glad you agreed with my decisions. Yeah, taking
I do definitely.
Then kind of going for the blue there. Cool, that's good.
I still say though, I love your saturated, and I like I said, making it like a Smith song where it's like dark lyrics and happy music.
Yeah.
I think would be a nice. It's like it's a dark comedy, but this color palette is so bright. I don't know how to feel about it.
I could maybe bring back the saturation. It's been like a weird mix. I will say that my preference for some reason though, I mean this is definitely probably a little too dark. I get it. But
Like, you could do that and then put a saturation layer on top of it and crank the saturation up and see what you get from that.
Yeah, that might be what needs to happen. But again, we still have time to play around with it. I think. Well, I won't tell you guys exactly what's happening, but
I still think that texture. I still think the texture I gave you was better though.
Well, send me that specific texture again because this was the one I tried and it was working. But
do you just have coloring and lettering left?
There's a couple more pages left to ink, but I think we're cranking.
Is all the penciling done?
He first goes page by page, so he inks and pencils at the same time.
Okay.
I don't know why, but that's how he does
Some
it.
people do that. I'm gonna show my own book right now, Jared. I'm gonna share my screen.
You got it.
See if I can do the right screen. How do I
Yeah.
share just a file? Oh,
Now you would
there we
open
go.
it up and share the program or the screen entirely.
So this is a page from my comic, the Western comic, All Cowboys Must Die.
See, I love these colors because there's not that many of them, you know?
No, the artist is really good with colors. Alessandro Saccatelli is the artist. Phenomenally talented. I love the way that he does shadows. I love the way... Just, like, I can give him some reference images in my script, and he just does wonders with it. Yeah, this is a scene early on before kind of the excitement of the book. And let me share another. Let's see. Share screen.
Yeah, that's been one thing with this colorist is being like, I want you to put less colors on the page. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, stop with the fucking gradients. Knock it off. I hate gradients, man.
This is another page, kind of the aftermath, or so you think of an action scene. But I just really love the colors, yeah.
Dude, the colors are great. This looks baller. It's like perfect.
Thanks.
It's got that
I was just
Western look to it.
incredibly impressed when I got these in. I was so happy.
Is that just pure white for the background in the third panel?
Yeah, I think it really makes the
Yeah,
stance pop out.
Yeah, that's good.
And then I have one last page to share. Let's see. Share screen. There we go. This is kind of a scene in the lull between action scenes.
I like it.
Yeah, you're right. It really is just like one primary color per page,
which is good. Which is
yeah,
what
it makes the figures in the page, the characters pop a lot more.
I have a lot of theories about color, and honestly, I think one of the biggest problems with American comics is that the colorists are out of their fucking mind. I'm like, you're putting too many colors on the page. You're putting too many gradients. Everybody's glowing. Everybody's skin. When you ever look at a human being, like see their skin shining like the sun? No. So why do we have all these like soft shading, like hyper lighting on these like superheroes?
Yeah, I think a lot of specifically superhero books would benefit from more simplistic coloring. I think someone did John Romita Jr.'s art. They recolored it from like a recent Spider-Man issue to just kind of flat colors. It looked a hell of a lot better. And the modern day colors just make it look awful.
What do you call it? See, okay. I think a lot of people's comment either get a really good. This is perfect. This colorist knows what he's doing, and I can read this. I think a lot of guys are getting colorists who are just like all over the place and putting way too many colors on the page. And then I go, I really want you to think about which comic books have made a lot of money in the past 10 years. Okay, you got manga. What color is manga? It's black and white. You got Walking Dead. What color is Walking Dead? It's black and white. Like, why is that appealing? Because your eye can follow it. And when you have 80 different colors on the page, your eye can't figure out where to go.
You know,
like,
that's
a red thing. Oh, a yellow thing.
That's something I noticed with the Rippaverse comics. Those are very like over colored, and a lot of the designs are
saturation
over detailed too. It's like
Alpha Core is ridiculous.
Diarrhea.
Dude, I feel like Alpha Core, they just went in and they cranked the saturation up 20% on every page.
It was stupid.
It's so weird.
Well, it's because he saw the complaints about the one thing that jumped out at me in ISOM 1, like 6 pages in, I went, why is everything olive drab? I mean, the book feels olive drab.
Because Alpha Core is just that disgusting green color.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, even like the shots of the city and stuff leading up to it, it has a drab color to it. And I think he saw people saying that, and he went, make Alpha Core bright. And when I saw Alpha Core, I was like, I honestly think it looks better than ISOM, the coloring, because it's not so drab, but it's distracting. It's distracting.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna hate what it looks like inside the VR program in my comic book.
Well, I think
world.
Something that jumps out to me as, you know, like my favorite comics age is like early 80s and stuff. I mean, back then, like the color separation where you have that lamp right there, in the top panel. Back in the day, that's what the chandelier. The back in the day, the reason that you had like those weird overlaps is you had, you know, 4-color plates, and sometimes they didn't align perfectly and stuff, and that style went away as soon as everything went digital. And they went, oh, we can do this. And sometimes they really overdid it, especially like late 90s and stuff. And I remember I kind of got, there was the Diet McFarlane era of comics when everybody tried to be McFarlane, and that turned me off and I quit collecting. But then, you know, you always go back. And I remember like 96, 97 picking up a Spider-Man and being like, wow, that looks really cool. But like 4 pages in, I was like, oh, this is too much. This isn't what a comic should look like. This has that feel of like, I could picture picking this up and thinking it's a, you know, printed in 85, you know?
Yeah, I can see that.
You're looking saddle, man.
It's, what's really impressive to me is this is the penciler, inker, and colorist. Like this from the top down. And I think that helps too, because it's as he's penciling and inking, he's thinking about the colors. It's just I was really impressed by it, and I'm so excited to see the book coming together. I think it's gonna be really great. And the first 30 pages are going to be free on the campaign whenever I launch the campaign, whenever the 30 pages are done. So everyone can read a good chunk of it before they decide whether or not they want to buy it. I'm confident in it, so
it looks really good.
You mean you're not gonna put one page up with a huge watermark?
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna put
no
one
story.
page. I'm gonna do an art book of 3 pages.
Will there be oversized
Sold for
trading
150?
cards? Will there be
$100 per
oversized
page.
trading cards?
Yeah, and they're gonna be $200 each card.
Good. That's what
Very
I want.
ambiguous, very vague cards, but
Now, how varied is that art compared to what you sent me a while ago?
what did I send you a while? Did I send you the old, like when I had this comic made a couple years ago with a different artist? Did I send you that, or did I send you
the penciler and ink is Alfredo Retamar, and then the colorist is Luis Santos.
Alfredo,
that
that's
was
my kind of word.
because you're Italian or because you're fat?
A little of both. All right, I'm falling
Oh.
asleep. Everybody have fun, and I'll talk to you later.
Good talking with DeVito. I gotta go
talking.
to bed too.
But
But real
it's
quick,
very different from the art. Yeah.
so it's a different artist.
Yeah, different artist. I decided to redo. Well, I went back and I changed a lot of things from that issue, and I just decided instead of having the old artist redraw, because I gotten some feedback from some publishers that were like, "Well, we like the story, but the art's it doesn't fit it. They didn't feel." So I had already been working with this guy on a different project that kind of hit a roadblock. So I'm like, "Hey, let's just pivot. Let's do this," and it's worked out.
Gotcha.
Great
Okay.
so far.
Because I will say that your previous artist, and I'm glad that you were going in a new direction, because your previous artist was doing you dirty because they were doing a lot of swipes.
Really?
Yeah. Like the entire there's like an entire fight scene, and it's straight up just lifted from Tombstone, the movie.
Well, hold on. I gotta look at this.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm glad and plus, but besides though, real quick, the art you're showing on screen is great. I mean, I really like it, dude.
Thanks. It is.
Kudos to the guy you're working with, because that stuff is this looks like it's gonna be a good book, bro.
I'm really happy I met this guy. I connected with this guy. He's been turning in just like great work, and
yeah,
he's very inventive. I should, you know what? I'm gonna just show some like design. I had the project we were gonna work on before. It never got to like page stage, but we did a lot of concept art. And it was gonna be a Western about a bank robbing circus. And just the concept art he made from that, if I can find it in my files, is so cool.
I gotta run though, guys. It's getting real late here. I'm tired.
I was about to say we're almost at 8 hours.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, it's going 8 hours.
On.
I'm staying up for another 2 minutes. And
2 minutes, right?
Okay.
I was saying, I think we're all going to be tapping out very soon.
I'm tapping out now. Sorry to cut you short, Sam. Oh, and all right. See you guys.
I didn't want to cut him off. I just.
Oh no,
I was saying. I think we're all about to fall asleep here.
Yeah,
I'm burnt,
yeah.
man. I'll talk with you guys.
Being a responsible adult.
I appreciate everyone being there and not getting too irritated that I get salty, but I get salty. What?
Hey, thanks for coming on, man.
No, it's in the
dude. Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure. Absolutely.
And if you guys want a comic book that's really fun, go check out Silence Do Good on either Fund My Comic or Indiegogo, whatever your pleasure is, and we will ship it out to you.
I bought it on Fund My Comic
that week. We will ship it out that week, so we are shipping.
I'm an FMC guy too.
Thanks, guys.
Later. And thank you for coming on as well, Turtle. And thanks for being a part of the stream.
No problem. Sorry I was boring and political for a little bit there, but it's so much easier to talk than type in the chat.
No, that's very true. It's very true.
So
I am not international. I'm in the States. Unfortunately. This is
I'm gonna hang with you. You got 1 minute left.
Yeah, it's gonna be a conversation with the wife in the morning, that's for sure. Oh my god.
If I go to sleep right now, I'm gonna be late to work.
It's like one of those things where I'm really hoping that work doesn't have any emergencies in the morning, and it's like just gonna be one of those easier days, and sometimes it ends up being the case, and sometimes it bites me right in the ass, and you just never really know until. All right, we got the 30-second countdown, chat. If you got any more questions or anything, just the throw into the chat. I'll bring it up here. We're entering the final countdown. I don't have an outro
countdown
song. I only have like the intro, so we're just gonna unceremoniously. Oh wait, no, I got a 10-second like logo thing I can play, but I'm not gonna play it until we get to the 8-hour mark.
I've got a whole soundboard here if you want to have some fun.
Hey, go crazy, yeah. You can go, Andrew. Thank you for sticking with us. Appreciate it.
I'm looking for something good.
Yeah, give us something good to go out with.
Since this will help us out. You need this because we're gonna live on it here in a few seconds.
The best part of waking up is fluoride in my cup.
Perfect. All right. Awesome. Thank you for coming on. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. 8 hours. What the hell?
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, man. You have a good one. Take it easy, everybody.